A man in a mask walks into a throne room that has already eaten 4 raid teams this week, and the thing waiting for him on the other side of it cannot be hurt. Not by steel, not by magic, not by anything a priest can call down. Sir Agardo, the white-eyed knight, finest swordsman in the kingdom and personal guard dog of the prince, who just set the whole country on fire. An entire elite squad out of Hydra came through these doors earlier and left as a system message. Threwing went in after them with everything they had and put every attack they owned into that armor, and the man walked out of it without a scratch on him. And now the doors open again, and what comes through is one necromancer, a handful of skeletons, and the 2 most powerful guild leaders on the server standing behind him with instructions to cover the entrance and otherwise stay out of it, because he goes in alone. Chev of the Red Bulls looks at the aura coming off that knight and asks the Queen of Thunder what she intends to do against an armored man nothing touches. Ceolian says that charging in without thinking is how you lose money, and the only sensible opening is probing him from range, which is roughly when our boy stops listening and charges straight down the middle of the room. Both guild leaders are visibly startled, because a frontal attack against that thing is not a tactic, it is a funeral. The knight moves to block, and somehow does not. Both of them come apart and step back, and Hahui asks Hechi whether that blow just landed, and Hechi tells her no. The man dodged and cut the shoulder, and physical damage does nothing to that armor. Then dark energy starts pouring out of the wound, and the knight's left arm hangs there dead at his side, and every person in the room works out at the same moment that it did land. Outside the castle, a crowd of players who came purely to watch another guild die start shouting at each other, because nobody has put a single point of damage onto Sir Agardo before today. The viewer count on that stream goes vertical. Chev, who is a great deal sharper than he pretends to be, watches the mask work and notes that the confidence is not for show and that something in this room is genuinely wrong, because there was a liquid on that blade. He saw it go on. He cannot identify it by looking, and neither can anybody else. What our boy knows and what nobody else on this server knows yet is that Agardo's immunity has exactly one key, and that key is an oath sword tempered in the sap of an ebony tree. Nobody has found the sword. He does not need the sword. He needs the sap, and he already killed the tree. That is the fight this story ends in, and it is going to cost him considerably more blood than the confidence suggests, so hold that image for a while. Because to understand how a man ends up standing alone in a royal throne room, with 2 of the top 30 guilds holding the door for him, you have to start somewhere considerably less dignified. Specifically, you have to start with the same man lying face down in a forest, with a knife in his back, listening to his own guild explain why. His name is Jaehyun, in-game nickname Harkin. He is a warlord player. He is very good at this game, and every single person he trusted has just decided he is worth more dead. Which is how the story starts, and it does not stay there, because a garbage truck is about to get involved and the universe is about to make a clerical error in his favor. So, from the beginning, somewhere in the Woldberry Forest inside the game, a group of players is surrounded by Thunder Hunters, and the person running them is the Thunder Queen, Che Ceolian. Sil, one of her people, points out that after all this effort, he still has not appeared, and asks what they should do. She thinks about it for a moment. What none of them know is who is already moving through those trees. Then, with no expression worth speaking of, she gives the order to kill the player. The executioner starts lifting his axe, and Jaehyun arrives and takes his friend off the block. The players are overjoyed to see him, and one of the Thunder Hunters shouts that this is Hirkin, so they need to take him down, because if all of them attack at once they can win. Our boy looks at them, then he goes through the entire group before most of them have finished turning around and asks whether they genuinely thought bringing a crowd would change anything. They cannot beat him. That is simply the situation, because Jaehyun, known in here as Hirkan, runs with his friend Haho Mask in the same guild, and he carries a nickname that gets around, the Hero Killer. Dongsu apologizes to him and says all of this is their fault, and that they never thought those idiots would be lying in wait. Jaehyun walks over and asks what he is apologizing for, then smiles, puts a hand out, and tells him he is fine and should get up. The others are so moved by this that they actually start crying, and he tells them it is not their fault at all, and that the blame belongs to the pathetic loser who always trails behind because she has no skill. Dongsu takes his hand and stands. Then our boy turns to Ceolian with a smirk, and asks whether he is not right about that. She smiles and says their friendship is so touching, and asks why he is this sentimental. Because losers can band together all they like and nothing ever comes of it. He laughs at her, and asks whether she is not the one grinding her teeth in fury every single time those same losers wipe her out again. She tells him to watch his mouth, unless he wants to regret it and cry about it later. He does not regret it in the slightest. He smirks, hits his watch, swaps into a different slot, comes up in different gear, points his sword at her and says that only weaklings like her need to do that. That lands, so she orders her people to kill him, and he laughs again and asks whether she still has not understood. She is never going to be able to kill him, and just like that somebody puts a sword through his back, and behind him there is nobody except his loyal friends. It was Dongsu. The system starts screaming at him, health dropping fast. Movement restricted. It automatically drops him back to his basic slot, and he goes down, and asks what this is supposed to mean. Dongsu apologizes for deceiving him, because everybody has to make a living, so please do not hate him for it. The MC stares at him, unable to process what he is hearing, and Ceolian laughs out loud. She wipes her eyes and tells him he is so stupid. Was he really that fixated on his little friendship fantasy? As though that counts for anything against money? Then she walks over and explains what happens now, because she intends to delete him from this game. If she kills him every single time he logs in, he never progresses at all. He plays Warlord constantly, does he not? Did he not say himself that he is a worthless piece of trash with no future outside this game? She is very sorry. He is trash again. That gets him up. He claws at the ground and comes at her in a rage, telling her to shut her filthy mouth. Sadly, he does not reach her, because his friends put their swords through him at the same moment, and she thanks them for the assistance. Still refusing to believe it, Jaeyeon asks them why. They know exactly how much he gave that guild. Dongsu tells him irritably to hurry up and die, because they were being offered hundreds of millions to kill him. So what exactly did he expect? And our boy grinds his teeth and works through it. All of this for money. Does he have any idea how much has been done for him? Did he not say they were family? Then he looks at the grins on all of them and gets one curse out, and the system throws him out of the game. He died, so he cannot log back in for 48 hours. He comes out of the capsule, grabs his own head, and screams. In the end, he has lost everything. Now Warlord is a game that became a worldwide phenomenon. Virtual reality, run by an artificial intelligence printing an absurd amount of money, and it is the only thing he is good at. Out here in the real world, he has been called trash his entire life. In there, people admired him. He built that guild with Dongsu and played beside him the whole way. It was the one place where he counted for something. Or so he thought. He gets dressed fast and goes out into the street intending to find every one of them and kill them for real. He calls Dongsu and asks himself why he ever went through any of it. So those idiots could live comfortably without him? He does not notice that he has run into the road on a red light. He sees headlights. Then he feels the impact. If he had known it would end like this, he would never have cared about a single one of them from the start. The truck catches him square in the head, and now he is lying in the road among the garbage, and Dongsu still is not picking up. There is screaming somewhere off to the side. His breathing goes heavy, and of all the ways to go, he wants to know why it had to be a garbage truck. Feeling his life leaving him, he decides he cannot die now. The idiot, that woman, he has to take revenge on all of them. Then he goes under, and a bright flash comes up, and a loading screen. The system welcomes the player, Herkin, and informs him that to complete the tutorial, he must survive a fight against the master of the labyrinth, the Minotaur. He opens his eyes onto an enormous monster, and a scatter of unconscious bodies, works out immediately that he is in the game world, and asks what kind of tutorial quest this is supposed to be. The surviving players call him a newbie, and tell him to stop staring at the thing and pull himself together, because he saw the warning, and they have to destroy it. The Minotaur growls, and one of the players explains the mechanic, because it was built so that nobody can beat it alone. The three of them will have to bring it down together. Then Jaehyun says the words that break the scene open, because he asks about the tutorial boss, and points out that it was removed 5 years ago for being too difficult. The guy stares at him and asks what the hell he is talking about. The game came out 10 months ago, and that is when the MC understands. He has been sent back in time, still processing it. He picks up his sword, walks toward the monster, dragging the blade behind him, and then breaks into a run, while the players shout after him asking where he is going and whether he has lost his mind. The Minotaur sets up to attack. The players are certain he is about to die. What they do not know is that the newbie running at it has years of experience in this game. He slips the attack, closes, and puts a run of strikes into it that finishes the thing on the spot. It gets one last roar out and goes down. And to nobody's surprise, the players are stunned. Then they look at each other and smile, and come over, and one of them puts a hand out, and says the man has serious talent, and that he does not usually hand out compliments, and then asks whether the man would consider joining a guild. And an image of Dongsu comes up in front of him, making that exact offer, in that exact way. He is not the same person now, so he tells them he came to a decision very recently. They ask entirely unsuspecting what decision he means. Then he kills all of them, and says that if he ever trusts another person in this life, he deserves to be put down like a dog. And that is how the hero killer, Hirkin, comes back. When he logs out, he is not at home. He is standing in the middle of a V-Gear store. Then he remembers why, because 5 years ago he could not afford his own equipment. So he played on the demo machine right here, which settles it. He really did go back. And if that is true, then he cannot afford to waste another minute. He climbs out of the capsule and runs for the till, because he is carrying 5 years of future knowledge and every skill he ever built. Used correctly, that gets him revenge on all of them. He puts his card in front of the girl at the counter and asks for one standard V-Gear. She is thrown by how fast he is talking and runs the payment, and he is already smiling and working out where to start, because first he needs to clear a few levels. The girl has been trying to get his attention that whole time. When he finally looks up, she tells him, with an awkward smile, that there are insufficient funds on the card. He has no answer to that. Of course there is nothing on it, because obviously, if he had money he would have bought a machine years ago. Why else would he be playing in a shop? So what does he do? And start earning. That takes far too long. And then the Thunder Queen appears on the advertising banner above him and asks what he is waiting for. The strongest. Never fear a challenge. On a battlefield, hesitation is a luxury. In this game, you can become anybody. Start right now. Play Warlord. Jaehyun stares at that banner like the words were aimed directly at him. He remembers the smirk. He remembers being told he was trash. And he goes home, having decided he is in no position to be picky. A while later, the machine gets delivered. The installer leaves and he is alone with it. Then he looks at the business card in his hand, because he took out a loan to pay for this. When he went to collect the money, a smiling man handed him that card and told him 10 million won was no problem at all. Then he drove a blade into the table between his fingers and clarified the terms, because if the debt does not come back, his life turns into hell. Our boy swallowed. He was frightened. The urge to play and to get even was considerably stronger. So he took the debt. He decides not to think about that right now, puts the helmet on, climbs into the capsule, and tells himself that even if he has to crawl through hell itself, he is going to break those people's faces. Right away, the system identifies him and greets him, and he arrives on a platform floating in open sky, and notes that this is the point where she turns up. What was her name? Ari, something like that. The local goddess appears, which is to say the system wearing a face, and introduces herself as Ariadne, here to help him choose a class. She offers him 3, and warns him that whichever skills he levels from here will lock in what he becomes. Warrior. Melee weapons, close fights for people who like their battles intense. Our boy runs the numbers because he played that class last time so he could level fast, and later on it becomes very hard to play alone. He declines. Cleric. A support class that heals allies and buffs them. He refuses instantly, because he is not spending this life propping other people up, which leaves exactly one option. She does not even describe that one. She simply grants him the abilities, and the system drops him at the magic tower. An old mage is waiting for him, greets the young seeker of wisdom, and introduces himself as Golko, a guide on the path of magecraft, and asks what kind of magecraft he would like to learn. Jae-hyun does not let him finish, and says dark magic. Golko is thrown, laughs nervously, and asks whether he means earth magic because his ears are not what they used to be. Jae-hyun repeats it, and Golko asks where he even heard about that, because dark magic is powerful and it eats the soul of whoever casts it. Our boy says he knows, he arrived fully informed, so teach it. Then Golko puts both trembling hands to his own face and says he can hardly believe it, but it is good they can get straight to business, and pulls the skin off his face in one movement, revealing what is actually underneath. Then he says it has been a very long time since he watched anybody young choose this road. If the man is genuinely ready, he puts his hand on the Book of Nakas, carefully, because this path is far too treacherous for anybody faint of heart. The MC puts his hand on the book without a pause and says he is going to be disappointed, because there is nothing weak about this heart. Golko laughs, delighted that somebody interesting has finally walked in, and dark magic goes into Jae-hyun's body. Now, in his past life, there was a video everybody had seen of a necromancer who took a boss down single-handedly with an army of skeletons. That is exactly the power he needs. The system confirms he has successfully become a necromancer. Current title, Ignorant and Necromancer. And he receives a skeleton fragment. He uses the skill immediately, throws the fragment down, and bones start growing out of the skull. The skeleton warrior assembles itself, fills with magic, and comes up to his height. He looks at his new minion, extremely pleased, and heads for the exit saying it is time to go and level up, since the training dungeon should be right here. Or at least that is the plan, because he hears a dull thud behind him. The skeleton has lost its head. Still, both of them stand there considering this. In the training dungeon he sighs, thinks about the way that skeleton calmly picked its own head back up, and concludes that this bears no resemblance whatsoever to the composed skeleton he saw in his past life. So he opens the skill window and reads it properly. Mastery rank F, number of summoned skeleton warriors 1. The skill creates a skeleton fragment, and infusing magic into it summons a skeleton minion. He wonders whether the problem is simply low mastery, and decides he needs to level faster. Then something growls behind him, and the monsters arrive right on time. Coal wolves come out of the dark, not strong, quite fast, which makes them ideal for a capability test. He uses the skill and throws a small skull toward them, and the skeleton assembles in midair, lands in front of them, drops into a fighting stance, and roars. The wolves back off into the dark, frightened. Our boy smirks and orders it to kill them, and it charges, and he decides, this is going better than he expected. At this rate he hits max level in no time. Naturally, it is not that simple, because the moment those wolves hit back, the skeleton comes apart completely. Its head rolls to a stop against his foot, and he gets a good look at the expression on it, which is awkward, and embarrassed, and also crying. Jae-hyun was not prepared for that. So he opens the skill window in a hurry, and discovers he read an incomplete description the first time, and this time he expands the whole thing. The summoned creature is fitted with a deep learning system and learns through combat. The user may set a default mode, defense mode, attack mode, and special action mode. He breathes out, because now he understands. He never set a mode. So he orders defense mode. Its eyes light up, its body curls in on itself, and it covers the place where its head used to be with both hands, while the wolves chew on its bones. The MC laughs nervously, still refusing to accept that this class is not what he thought it was. So he orders special action mode, and of course it immediately starts dancing with the wolves. Jae-hyun stands there in complete shock and concludes that this is the end. And Golko did try to stop him. He kills the wolves himself, then crouches down and starts jiggling one leg, working out how long he has before he loses his mind. Then the system informs him that the character cannot be deleted, because accounts under 3 months old are not permitted to delete characters, which is genuinely bad because he cannot delete this thing. He cannot change class, and the loan repayments start next month. Maybe he should go and get hit by a car again. Why can he not do anything? just when it was finally coming together. And that idiot did not even help. He keeps catching it flapping its arms in the corner of his vision, and tells it, irritably, that it is starting to drive him insane, so please just stop moving. Then he asks himself how the necromancer in that video ever dealt with something like this. And then he remembers the line, "The summoned creature learns through combat," which means that when he killed those coal wolves it was watching him, learning from him. A smile spreads across his face. He hands the skeleton a stick, and tells it that it is lucky to have him for a master. He does not look like much. People call him a genius. He trained his own guild members into the best players in the game. And there is one thing it needs to remember in a fight. If you do not dodge, you die. Then he jumps the skeleton and hits it in the head as hard as he physically can, and the head departs, and he does it several more times. The skeleton braces itself. He hits it again and it goes into the wall. Then he explains because getting hit is not a reason to stand there like an idiot. It is a reason to work out what happens next. Look for the opening, dodge, and hit back. Understood. The skeleton gets up with the stick held properly, and this time the fight is not a drill. Several wolves come at it, and it drops under the bite, dodges and cracks one across the skull with the stick. Within seconds, the wolves do not survive it. Then it turns to its owner, waiting for praise, and he asks why it is looking at him like that, since he specifically said not to get distracted mid-fight. Although that last move was not bad, then the system reports that skeleton fragment mastery is rising, and the player's level has increased. Jae-hyun tells the skeleton its training is complete, and the two of them head for the newbie village, Figus Castle. Walking the streets, he hears players calling out for guild members and dungeon parties on every corner, and decides it was worth it, because a few more days of grinding, and he solos the entire training dungeon. Now the real test starts, first target level 10. Then he walks into somebody without noticing. The guy stops him immediately and asks, with some annoyance, whether he does not think an apology is appropriate when you shove a person. His friend agrees enthusiastically. Our boy takes one look at the pair of them and files them under third-rate bandits. Meanwhile, the guy starts swearing at him, and that begins to genuinely irritate him, because right now every second counts. He briefly considers simply killing both of them. The louder one notices him sighing, decides that is provocation, and swings, and somebody catches it. The man who stopped him says pleasantly that none of this means he gets to go around beating people up, and the thug asks who the hell he is supposed to be, and whether he is with this guy. The man thinks about it and says not quite. Meanwhile, our boy's face is doing something complicated, because he knows this person. Those shoulders that taste in clothing. This is Chev the Matador, a top-ranked warrior in his past life. And what in the world is he doing here? He starts to say something, and the thug collects more phlegm and spits it at Chev's feet and tells him to stay out of it if he does not know the guy, because the guy hit him first. And has he never heard of an eye for an eye? Chev scratches the back of his head with an awkward smile. Then he lets his strength out, and the pressure that comes down on both of them is enormous. And he points out that since the man also hit him, it is only fair to answer in kind. The bandit's friend has gone very pale and starts explaining who this is, because that is Chev the Matador, guildmaster of the Red Bulls, one of the top 30 guilds in the game. Also known for how much he enjoys a fight. This is Chev the Killer. The thug asks why somebody like him would stand up for an idiot like this, and Chev puts a hand on his shoulder and asks, in a very friendly voice, what his answer is going to be. The bandit turns around, looks at his friend, and both of them run, apologizing the entire way. Chev laughs and says he is glad they could settle it with words. Then he turns to Jae-hyun, claps him on the back, asks whether he is alright, and tells him to ignore people like that. Our boy shakes the hand off, turns around and walks away, thanking him for the help and telling him not to do that again, which leaves Chev standing there deciding that this is one very cold guy. What Chev does not know is that Jae-hyun is walking that fast because he is frightened out of his mind. Right now, that strength intimidates him. The next time these two meet, he intends to be a completely different person. He goes back to the dungeon to train, sits down on a rock and does the arithmetic, because he genuinely felt the gap just now. Sil and Chev are on the same level. Getting revenge means getting stronger. Then an enormous tiger comes down at him from the second floor. The skeleton is already moving, hits it away, puts it on the ground, and drives the stick deeper into the body until the system confirms that the skeleton warrior has finished hunting the coal tiger and the level has gone up. The skeleton turns around, waiting for praise, and gets told that reaching level 10 took 3 days, which is longer than expected. The skeleton takes that badly. Then the system congratulates him on level 10, informs him there are no monsters left in this training dungeon, removes his newbie symbol and starts listing rewards. And the war watch he has been waiting for appears on his wrist. Stats, quests, map, inventory, messenger, every function the game runs through. He has not felt like this in a very long time. He opens the status window and as expected everything is reset, which also means he gets to distribute it all again from scratch. 50 points available, across strength, endurance, intelligence, and mana. This is his first allocation, so it deserves real thought. A necromancer normally pours everything into mana or intelligence. He puts all 50 into strength. Then he opens and closes his fist a few times, satisfied. His skeleton meanwhile looks devastated, because it has concluded that all the points went into strength on account of it being useless. So Jae-hyun smacks it on the back of the head and explains because he is not giving up on necromancy at all. He needs it in order to train the thing. Leveling mana and intelligence right now would not change how any of this actually plays. Leveling strength lets him teach it his own game, and his life depends on how far that skeleton gets. The skeleton is so moved by this, it comes close to crying, and the MC irritably tells it he will handle the rest, so it should just train. Besides, missing stats can always be made up later, which is why he heads to the Raider Association for a quest. The moment a new quest goes up, players stampede the NPC, shoving each other out of the way, and our boy notes that the quests on offer are not good at the moment, and the enthusiasm is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Possibly because all of them are newbies. He walks up and says he would like a quest too. The NPC tells him only the difficult ones with bad rewards are left, because nobody takes those, and asks whether he is confident. The MC looks at the cards spread across the table, and yes, only the worst of them remain. Except while everybody else is digging for copper, he is going to find gold. He takes a quest in the caves of the Bhima Mountains, destroy every monster, reward 10 gold. The old man asks whether he is sure, because that is a low-level quest paying 10 gold. Jae-hyun confirms it, because clearing that quest before level 15 earns a very rare title, promising newcomer. And here's why that matters, because an ordinary title raises your stats by a flat number, while promising newcomer raises them by a percentage, which is a running start on an entire career. Then he leaves to buy equipment. When he arrives at the Bhima Mountains, he finally puts the new outfit on. It is not what he was hoping for. He is wearing a jester's costume, a rabbit hat, and animal paws on his feet. He tries striking an impressive pose and remains unmistakably a joke. There is nobody else on this mountain and he is still deeply embarrassed, because after buying the skeleton's equipment he had nothing left. So he bought whatever was affordable. He decides to finish this quest as fast as physically possible and buy something respectable, and starts running, unwilling to waste a second. He runs past a stand of bushes, and a bloody hand comes out of them, and a man crawls into view asking for help. Then he gets dragged back in by player killers. Meanwhile, a very promising player named Multi arrives in those same mountains, delighted about the start of his journey. He rubs his chin and wonders whether it is just him, or whether he is actually rather good at this game, because he is already level 11. But what should he do next? At this rate he could become a ranker. Then somebody screams for help. He finds a crying man named Ralph in the bushes, bent over a wounded friend, calling for anybody. Multi runs over asking what happened, and gets told they were attacked by a monster they had never seen before and barely escaped, and have no healing potions. Which is lucky because Multi happens to have some, and he starts frantically stabbing at his watch, hunting through his inventory. Ralph wipes his eyes and thanks him and says they will definitely repay this. Then an enormous man appears behind Multi and puts a mace through the back of his head. He goes down without understanding what has happened to him, and Ralph, smiling now, thanks him for his help and promises they will use his items to the absolute fullest. The wounded friend grins and stands up, because he was never wounded. Multi calls him a cowardly idiot for the deception, and Ralph asks why he is saying such nasty things, since he was the idiot who fell for it. Then he puts a dagger in him, and just like that Multi dies. His watch stays behind. The big man says newbies are always fun, and his friend laughs and asks whether he saw the look on his face, and Ralph gets up smiling and suggests they go and find the next one, because Ralph and his family are a guild of player killers. Meanwhile, the MC is training his skeleton on the local wolves. Two of them come in, and Jae-hyun only has to snap his fingers to flip his subordinate into attack mode, and it goes straight through both of them with the sword. The system reports a successful hunt on an ancient timber wolf and awards experience. Watching it work, our boy notes that with an actual sword in its hands a pack of monsters has become a formality, and that equipping the skeleton first was the correct call. A real gamer cares more about equipment than appearance. He tells himself that firmly, and sheds one tear anyway. The skeleton is deeply moved because the man sacrificed himself for it. Noticing that expression, Jae-hyun irritably asks what exactly it thinks it is doing, turns around and heads deeper into the forest, and says that if it is finished it should follow because they need to level fast enough to clear this area. The skeleton runs after him, delighted. Then something bright comes out of the bushes and goes through its head. The MC is genuinely startled, because that is an arrow. Luckily there is no brain in that head, so the skeleton survives it. Then three people step out of the bushes, and Ralph apologizes with an extremely guilty expression, because from a distance the skeleton looked like a monster. Our boy says it is fine, while noticing several watches under that sleeve, and the blood on his friend's weapon. He decides not to let any of that show, smiles and says he will forgive them if they compensate him with a mana potion. Behind him, the skeleton pulls the arrow out of its own head and snaps it in half, irritably. Ralph asks what they are supposed to do, because they have no potions. Although since mana refills automatically on level up, perhaps they could help him kill monsters instead. Jae-hyun acts awkward about it and asks whether they are genuinely alright with that. Ralph waves both hands and says it was their fault, so they should at least do this much. Meanwhile, something roars nearby and our boy notes that the monsters have turned up right on schedule. They will soften them, so he only has to finish them off afterward. They run at the monsters, and Ralph whispers to his friend to confirm the plan, because they need to pull an aggressive monster, buff it and send it at him while pretending it was a mistake. Then the flustered idiot dies instantly. They execute it perfectly and they are already smiling, waiting for him to die. Or at least that is the plan. It does not go that way, because the skeleton simply kills the monster, and the MC irritably observes that it could have been worse, and asks why it could not move faster. Then he notices the looks on their faces, gives them a thumbs up, and tells them they are doing fine and should keep going. Ralph Throne asks why that skeleton is so strong, and whether this man's level is higher than it looks, and exchanges a glance with the big one. So they go again, and this time they send several monsters at once, so that the moment he is occupied, they can finish him. The plan runs. Jae-hyun focuses on the monsters. The brute gets behind him and swings the mace. Our boy slips it, which surprises the man considerably, right up until the counterattack kills him. Ralph and his friend stare at that, and then Jae-hyun flips the skeleton to attack mode and goes in beside it. They get nervous and suggest they should probably talk about this. The two of them go through both men, and neither one gets up again. Before they disappear, the MC walks over to Ralph and tells him he knows people like him extremely well. They set up anybody who trusts them and take everything that person has. And if this were the old version of him, that tactic would have worked perfectly. Ralph is terrified now and starts offering him his items. Anything, if he will only leave him alive. Jae-hyun declines because he does not trust people anymore. Then he finishes him without hesitating, and the death penalty that lands on that man is 8 hours, which tells you exactly how many players he had killed, and our boy notes that this idiot was genuinely deranged. Since things worked out this way, he intends to use all of it, starting with the clothes. Behind him, the skeleton is kicking the big man's corpse, and shows no sign of stopping, blood going everywhere and spattering across its own skull, and when the MC catches it looking at him and smiling, he gets nervous and offers it something for itself. Then Jae-hyun patches the hole in its head and re-equips it, and the skeleton will not stop looking at its new clothes, because it evidently likes them enormously. Our boy announces that appearance does not matter in a game, and it is all about what is inside. His entire manner says he likes his new clothes very much. The skeleton gives him a strange look, then he gets to the real prize because those watches were a jackpot. Selling another player's watch drops random items out of their inventory, and it can be any rare item, from skill books all the way to money. What he gets is goblin pants and a wood essence sword, rare equipment that raises mana and intelligence, plus a skill, Demon's Curse. That is what a jackpot looks like, and it moves him along considerably faster than he expected. Then he takes a Haho mask out of his inventory, because from here he is recording his gameplay, and building a strong persona matters enormously. And then he remembers saying those exact words to Dong-su once. If everybody in the guild wore a Haho mask, it would make them famous. Dong-su thought about it and agreed and even suggested naming the guild after it. Our boy looks at that mask for a while sadly, and does briefly consider picking an entirely different name. Then decides he is finished letting other people take his things. He is going to use this to prove he was right, so he puts the mask on and sets out with the skeleton. He enters the cave under Mount Bima, immediately spots an enormous claw mark on the wall, and identifies the residents because blue werewolves spawn in this cave dungeon. Not an easy dungeon. With his current equipment, it should be straightforward. He is aiming for a 10-minute speedrun, so he picks up the pace. A few hours later, Jae-hyun has established that there are no monsters in here at all, which upsets him, because that is nonsense. A message should have appeared telling him somebody already cleared it. Maybe this is a bug. Then there is an unpleasant scraping noise off to the side, because his skeleton is hacking at the wall with its sword, and he irritably asks what it thinks it is doing over there. And then he has an idea. By that point, the skeleton has cut into the wall, and when the MC sees the purple portal underneath it, the guess is confirmed. The portal expands and the system announces the detection of an instance dungeon, and asks whether he wants to go inside. He is so relieved he sits down and says no wonder there were no monsters, because an instance dungeon is a one-time dungeon that spawns at random inside a regular one. While it exists, the regular dungeon goes inactive until the instance is cleared. They are harder and the rewards are better. The problem is that you either clear an instance dungeon, or you die inside it. Rationally, he should not take this risk. Dying means 2 days locked out. The sensible move is leaving and running other quests. Still, he simply has to do it. So he walks in, gets a face full of light, and finds himself standing in the middle of a coliseum, which makes him slightly nervous. And he admits out loud that it is quite frightening in here, and wonders what happens next. An enormous infected werewolf appears in front of him, breathing hard, already drooling on him. Jae-hyun was not expecting that, and the monster puts him into a wall. The skeleton draws its sword and sets itself, and the MC laughs and asks why he is this lucky today, because infected monsters are tied to the main quest. Then he tells the skeleton that if they do not kill this thing, neither of them is going home today. He goes in, the skeleton sets up. Jae-hyun pushes off his own sword, gets airborne directly above the werewolf and uses Demon Curse, wrapping the blade in dark flame. The werewolf did not see that coming. He comes down at full speed and takes its arm off. It screams, and the Demon Curse triggers, and every one of the werewolf's stats drops by 10%. While it is dealing with that, our boy remarks that this is not bad for a first attempt. Then it goes berserk and comes at him, and the system reports the infected werewolf enraged, all status effects cancelled. The MC puts his sword away and observes that it would hardly be an instance dungeon if it were that easy. He had been saving this. Now looks like the moment. He activates another slot. Black flame goes up over all of him, and he steps toward the monster in new gear with a very confident smile. Now slot activation is one of this game's signature systems. Using a slot temporarily fills a player with power drawn out of the world of Warlord itself, and pushes them into an enhanced form. That form differs enormously from player to player, which is why most people simply call it the ultimate. He baits the monster in and tells it to attack, and it charges with a furious roar. First comes the paw, set up for the claws, and Jae-hyun slips it and keeps slipping everything that follows. He tries to open the distance, and the thing is on him instantly, and he notes that this is exactly what a boss monster is, because the speed and the power are both extraordinary. 4 clean hits, and he is finished. Possibly 3. So when it comes again, he smirks, steps in and hits it back. The monster screams, and the MC turns around smiling and says this is what makes the game interesting. It is not that simple, because the werewolf slams the floor in fury. The stones under his feet come up, and he goes flying. He smirks and admits that this is the enraged state, and he had completely forgotten about it. Then the monster reaches a paw toward him, and he turns to it and asks whether it is not forgetting something. The skeleton comes down out of the air and takes that paw off in one swing. Then Jaeyeon announces that they are about to run the attack they have been practicing all this time. Before the monster can process any of it, the two of them land a combined blow that cuts it apart, and the system confirms a successful werewolf hunt. The slot switches off, and our boy smiles and says that went well. Quest complete. His skeleton warrior brought down a genuinely strong monster, and its rank has risen to E. The MC takes 20,000 gold, a werewolf skull and a werewolf pelt, and notes that the rewards in here are extremely pleasing. He also receives the Infected Ranger's necklace, a unique story item that raises class and standard stats by 18. It cannot be traded and is bound to the player. Equipment requirement, the title, Infected Ranger. Jaehyun is astonished by those numbers, and points out that even untradeable, this outranks a standard unique item. And then the actual question arrives, because what is an Infected Ranger? The system registers 3 new titles. Promising Newcomer, which raises stats by a percentage and is precisely what he came here for. Hero Challenger, which adds 3 points of stamina, and makes him note that the Hero series has turned up here as well. Although he did clear this dungeon alone, so that follows. And the third one is Infected Ranger, description unknown, which stops him completely, because that is the introductory title for the first chapter of the main quest. The main storyline. The thing the entire Warlord universe is built on. The reward for it is extraordinary, so every player alive wants a piece of it, and nothing else the game ships comes close to it in prestige. Last time around, he scraped as far as chapter 4 and no further. He has just unlocked it. That is not luck. That is a jackpot. So he logs out and goes to the player forum, where there is breaking news because a guild called Hydra has just made it official. They are going into the closing chapter of the Count's infection scenario, and they intend to have it finished inside 3 months. Sadly, that flattens him. He thought he had hit the jackpot, and it turns out somebody has already gone past him and entered the final chapter. Walking in now gets him nothing at all. This is a loss on top of a loss. Maybe he should write this round off and aim at the next chapter instead. And then a different thought arrives, because maybe this is actually his opening. Right now, the entire world is watching the infected Count. It is the first main quest in the game, and it is on the edge of being finished. So what happens if he releases a video tied to the Count's infection right now? The view count would be obscene. Luckily, he records all of his gameplay, so he edits it and puts it straight onto YouTube. Except editing is the whole game, and he cannot hand that to just anybody. He needs one specific person, the one his past life eventually called the god of editing, Romani. So he writes to them, and somewhere in a house, a notification goes off from inside a pile of garbage. The girl reads a request to edit a dungeon video from a level 15 player called Hirkan, and grins, because what exactly does a level 15 produce while clearing a dungeon? Probably some rich newbie trying to look impressive online. Then she watches the video. What Romani does not know is who is actually behind that account, and changes her mind so fast, she comes out of her chair, and says with her voice shaking, that she has found her muse. Romani is a freelance editor. The handle is Hellmouth. Evening comes, and Seolian is standing at a panoramic window watching something on a tablet. One of her people comes in and asks whether she called for him. She says a video connected to the Count's infection has just gone up, and it is quite interesting, because a level 15 killed an infected werewolf alone. She hands over the tablet and he smirks and says their own team already checked it, and the werewolf's level was high, so she really should not pay attention to him. She does not let him finish. She says she liked it, and she wants it, so go and bring it to her. Because Che Seolian is the #1 global business leader and the successor to the Thunder Group, and in here she is the Thunder Queen. Still, when Jaehyun wakes up, his video has an enormous number of views. A full 6,000. In his past life, reaching 6,000 took him months. Another thing that has changed. Romani gets to him first, and he still does not know that editors gender or anything else about them, because being unreachable is part of the mystique. Romani asks whether he has seen the views. He says he just did. Romani laughs and asks whether it is not cool, and says it is all thanks to them, and of course thanks to him for supplying good material. Then Romani sends him an ancient sticker with roses on it, and he immediately wants to block them. Romani asks when the next video is coming. The MC says he is thinking about it, then lies down in the capsule and admits he has no idea what to film next, because he is not likely to run into another monster on the level of an infected werewolf. Realistically, video work should start after level 50. And yet, what is he supposed to do? He connects, and decides he should move while he still can. Meanwhile, Chev the Matador has also watched that video, and is extremely interested in this Haho masked person, because the movement is genuinely impressive, and the man looks strangely familiar. Has he seen him somewhere? A girl from his guild called Yell comes over and asks who he is talking about. He tells her about Hirkan of Haho Mask, who has been trending. She asks whether they are doing this again, because he sees this guy so often that it would be strange if he did not recognize him. He laughs awkwardly and then gets enthusiastic, because when people first play this game the realism normally locks them up, and this man showed none of it. And she should look at how he trained that skeleton, because it is on a completely different level from every other necromancer's summon. He wonders what it would be like to fight him directly, although he probably does not accept duel requests. She tells him to stop irritably, then shoves him toward the arena entrance and points out that if he is going to talk nonsense, he can at least do it inside, because the live stream starts in 5 minutes. He is surprised that time went that fast, then winks at her and says he appreciates the concern, although she knows that already, right? She tells him that if he appreciates her, he can avoid screwing up today's stream. 200,000 people bought tickets. He walks into the arena and the players scream because they are finally seeing him. Red Bulls, Guild Master of 9th on the global ranking, Chev the Matador. The dungeon gates are about to open, so he changes gear, heads for the portal with his team and tells all of them to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Jaehyun goes to the Raiders Association and finds nothing. He expected it. He did not expect it to be this bad. What is on offer is weed pulling, hunting 3 wolves, and finding somebody's pet. He is deeply frustrated and starts wondering whether the video plan needs shelving. Then the NPC notices him suffering, comes over smiling and says he thought so. This is the adventurer who cleared out Bima Cave. The MC looks up, surprised, and wonders whether this is the man who handed him that quest. The old man introduces himself as Hotan and asks whether he can spare a minute. Then he takes him into his office and mentions he heard a story about a mutated monster being seen in that cave. Jaehyun does not remember that being part of any quest, and says that he did see a werewolf with strange eyes. Hotan says that is what he thought, because that monster was almost certainly affected by the power of a corrupted one. Nobody knows yet who that is. What they do know is that its power infects monsters, and the damage from that is considerable, which is why the Raiders Association has put a bounty on it. The MC grabs his hand and promises to do everything in his power to catch that evil idiot, because he is so excited about a hidden quest that he is ready to leave immediately. The old man says it is far too early for him to go. He objects and declares that he is ready. The old man objects again. He is no longer listening. So Houghton smiles and says he will give him a chance at succeeding on that mission. East of Figus Castle, there is a place called Banzu Castle, and a man called Ahimbri lives in it. Learn from him. Houghton will put a letter of recommendation in his hand. A quest window opens. Ahimbri's training. Find Ahimbri, show him Hotan's letter, receive a skill book. The MC gets out of that association and physically cannot stop himself letting out a shout of delight, because the idea of a quest to become Ahimbri's apprentice is enormous, because Archmage Bogan took 7 apprentices, and Ahimbri is one of them, which makes him the man every mage in this game is desperate to reach, because he is the route to a great many rare skill books. In other words, an extremely important NPC. And the reason this opened at all is that the promising newcomer title and the Count's Infection main quest overlap. If this goes well, he never has to worry about video content again. Then he remembers there's something he needs to handle first. He goes into the forest, throws a skull down, and once the skeleton grows out of it, points out that he never actually sorted the loot from the last dungeon. First he uses the werewolf skull he did not sell, and the system asks whether he wants to spend this item strengthening the skeleton warrior. He does, and the skeleton gains 2 points of durability. Then Jaehyun equips the infected ranger's necklace, taking every stat up by 18, class stats included. Preparations complete, he throws down 2 more small skulls, and 2 more skeletons grow. The original warrior looks at them and has no idea what to do with any of this. The MC says that from now on the 3 of them fight together, so they had better get used to each other, and heads deeper into the forest looking for monsters. Behind him, the warrior drops to its knees in despair and holds its own skull, because it is no longer the only one. In the forest they find a level 25 bear. Jaehyun slips every attack it throws, and when it finally loses its temper, he smirks and orders a skeleton in. One of the new ones charges, and the moment it gets close, the bear throws it away, and every bone in it comes apart. Our boy grabs his own head and asks whether it genuinely believed an attack that predictable would work, because they have to come around its blind side. So he signals the second one, which charges and jumps. The bear notices and throws that one aside as well. Jaehyun is now angry and points and says he specifically told it to go around the blind spot, and asks why it did exactly the same thing as the last one, because at this point both of them are a disappointment. And then the veteran walks on, his original skeleton warrior, the light of his life. The MC watches that dramatic entrance and feels his heart sink. The warrior charges in to kill the monster and show these newcomers who is in charge here, and Jaehyun thinks for one moment that it can actually do this. And just like that, the bear takes its head off. Our boy grabs his own head and screams that all 3 of them are idiots. Then he kills the bear himself, makes them kneel in a row holding their skulls as punishment, and begins the lecture. Do they have brains in there? Almost certainly not. He lets them put their heads back on and explains the mechanic, because when you attack a monster, it obviously turns toward wherever the attack came from, which is why you approach from the blind spot. So what exactly do they think happens if they attack from the direction it is already facing? The 3 skeletons tilt their heads to one side in unison. He says it does not matter, and asks them to simply stop irritating him. Then he sighs, because on the positive side his skill rank has risen, and the infected ranger effect lets him summon 3 at once. The problem is that they cannot work together at all. Every one of them does the thing he taught one of them before, and since they have never learned to fight as a unit, they have no idea how. It costs 3 times the mana and produces worse results than one skeleton did. He decides not to be upset about it since he did reach level 20 as planned, which also means no filming for a while. He tells them to follow because they are training the entire way to Banzu Castle. He had assumed he could hand the fighting to these three and sit back the way a necromancer is supposed to. It appears he cannot avoid being at the front. That thought sits on him. Soon afterward, he arrives at Banzu Castle's Raider Association, where a great many players are gathered, particularly around the stairs to the second floor. Every time somebody comes down, the whole group jumps on them demanding to know which quest they got. Jae-hyun walks in and decides they look like hyenas and notes you find people like this everywhere. They never try to improve themselves. They only want to profit off somebody else. One of them calls out offering to team up if he has a good quest, and the MC tells him to leave him alone and goes upstairs because he cannot let this room find out. He is running an Ahimbri quest. He shows the guards Hoten's letter, they confirm it, and they let him up. Every player in the room immediately surges after him shouting that they are in his group. Luckily, a guard holds the entire tide back. Jae-hyun walks to the door at the top of the stairs smiling and wondering what reward Ahimbri has waiting, and whether it might be something excellent given that it is hidden. He is planning a long-term relationship with this man. Then he opens the office door and his eyes go wide, because the room is an absolute catastrophe of books and assorted magical objects. Ahimbri crawls out from under a mountain of them, asks who he is, and says he does not recall having an appointment today. The MC, mildly startled, wonders whether the man has always been like this. He hands over the letter, gives his name as Harkin, and says he comes recommended by Hotan. Ahimbri observes that he still looks like a black magic intern and is probably adequate for his level, then tells him, smiling, that he simply got lucky. Our boy privately decides none of that matters as long as a reward comes out of it. Ahimbri reads the letter and hands over what was promised. 2 skill books, Bone Armor and Helm of Madness. Jae-hyun is delighted, because that is 2 rewards at once and both of them look extremely rare. He thanks him, and the man leaves saying the conversation is over. Then the system informs him the quest is complete, which is not what he was expecting at all. Why did that end so fast? He was supposed to receive the next quest. He did not go through all of this for a couple of skills. So he wades through the mountain of books after Ahimbri, shouting that he will do anything. So please give him another quest. Before the MC can even finish the sentence, the man takes hold of his hand and asks whether he would really do anything. Then he looks at him with an extremely wicked smile and thanks him for his help, and the system issues a task. Bring an egg from the nest. No reward. Naturally, and Jae-hyun understands that he has just been caught. Meanwhile, a player arrives in the city drawing attention with staggeringly expensive equipment, and heads for the Raiders Association to find Haho Mask. The door slams behind our boy. He closes his fist and curses quietly because he was just played by an NPC. He was expecting a quest tied to the main story, and now he is going to be fiddling about with eggs. He says out loud, through his teeth, that there is not even a reward attached to this. Damn it, is he genuinely going to have to do it? At which point a strange man walks up and asks, do what? About the quest? The protagonist's eyes barely have time to widen before people come at him from every direction, shouting that he has taken a new quest and they need to catch him. The MC grinds his teeth because he had completely forgotten about the hunters. So what now? Simply kill all of them? Then a firm voice cuts across the noise. The stranger scatters the attackers with one movement and lands directly in front of him and asks calmly whether he has a minute, because there's something they need to discuss somewhere quieter. The protagonist stares at him, then frowns, and asks himself who the hell this is, and tells him to get lost. Why would he? Before he can finish, the man asks again, insistently, for 1 minute. Mr. Haho Mask. A while later, the two of them are on a deserted street, and the man bows slightly, gestures at his war watch, and explains he was afraid they would not be allowed to talk properly with that many people around. Or at least that is the explanation, because then the helmet comes off his head. The protagonist reads the equipment and concludes this is clearly a rancor, and that he does not remember him at all. So how does this man know him? The stranger adjusts his glasses and asks him to confirm that he is Haho Mask. Our boy closes his fist again and decides that in a situation like this, the correct move is pretending he has no idea what is being discussed. So he asks coldly who this Haho Mask is supposed to be. The man came to talk. What does that even mean? The stranger frowns, adjusts his glasses, and points out that he just took a quest from an NPC named Ahimbri before he can finish. The MC cuts him off, because he should be listening first, and who exactly is he to be demanding explanations? He is already annoyed at having been dragged out here. Is the man asking for trouble? Because if he tries anything, he loses his account for killing a player, and he should learn that. Then the protagonist very deliberately gives him the middle finger. Privately, he has no idea who this person is, and the only priority is looking uninvolved, although he is not entirely sure who he is pretending to be at this point. Then the stranger puts a hand out, bows slightly, and calmly says it appears he was mistaken, and asks him to accept his apologies. After a second's hesitation, the protagonist shakes it, grins, and asks whether he got scared. Then he turns around, walks off, and throws over his shoulder that he forgives him this time, because his fists were itching, but fine. It happens to everybody. Michelle appears next to the man and remarks that she did not think that was the one. He answers briefly. He is certain of one thing. That guy is a newbie, because an experienced warlord player would know better than to show a war watch, even briefly, to somebody he does not know. Then he wipes his hand with a rag, irritably. Michelle puts a palm to her forehead and asks whether monitoring a Himbri's quests was genuinely necessary, since the infected count quest is almost finished. What is anybody supposed to change at this stage, even walking in on purpose? Also that egg, it came out of the main quest line. The man adjusts his glasses again and says firmly that they cannot take that risk. Then Michelle starts dissolving into the air and says she will return to her post, and he nods and says he will see her later. Meanwhile, the protagonist is looking out of a window doing his own analysis. There were two of them. They are definitely part of some organization, because nobody works together that cleanly by accident. And if they were from an ordinary guild, they would have introduced themselves properly. Also, checking up on a random player would never be that serious. So who are they, actually? Sometime later, he is sitting on a rock in the forest while his skeletons cross swords with each other, and he knows one thing for certain. That egg quest was not an ordinary quest. They watched the video, which means they already knew a Himbri was where Haho Mask had been pointed. And since they let him walk that easily, finding Haho Mask is evidently not what they actually care about. The protagonist holds his own head because he does not understand what is going on. But if he keeps following this storyline, he runs into those two again. That is guaranteed. Maybe he should leak a video somewhere and get them off his back. Why do these psychopaths keep making his life difficult? Seolian on her own is already more than enough. Meanwhile, Park Suji walks up to Seolian with a bottle of water and cheerfully congratulates her, because she is her secretary, and then leans in and loudly asks how the guild entrance exam went. Seolian takes the bottle off her and throws it, because they were all trash. How is it possible that not one intelligent person turned up? Suji awkwardly agrees that this is right, and privately adds that it was horrible. Then Seolian asks sharply whether there is any news about Haho Mask. Suji folds her hands in front of her and asks whether she means the one who posted that video, and reports that he appears to have already joined some guild, because otherwise he would have responded somehow. Seolian's grip on that bottle changes, and she looks at her secretary and asks her to repeat the part about another guild. Suji makes a small frightened noise, bows immediately, and says she does not believe that is actually possible and she will definitely check all of it again. Seolian stands, takes a few steps, and says firmly that the moment there is definite information, she wants it. Then she starts changing and asks whether the president said anything. Nothing yet. She laughs at that because of course he stays quiet while she is succeeding in Warlord. The moment she so much as mentioned that she plays, he practically tried to marry her off out of the house. She smiles at her secretary while she says it, and the secretary looks at the floor. Then Seolian adds that they announce guild recruitment again, and Suji is to have a report ready by tomorrow morning. Suji says tomorrow morning is too much. Seolian slams the door. Meanwhile, the protagonist is leaning over swamp water looking at his own reflection, and says quietly that he has not been out this way in a long time. The lizard swamp. He runs the deduction, because a Himbri is in Banzu Castle, so the quest has to sit in the nearby region. The target is an egg, so it belongs to a bird, a reptile, or an insectoid monster. Rule out everywhere his level cannot reach, which leaves the lizard swamp and nothing else. So he starts here, and if there's nothing, he moves on. He checks the war watch and calls the skeleton warrior over because the monsters here are harder, and he wants everything in the arsenal running. Then a system window opens. Helm of Madness, Mastery Level F. Mark the symbols onto a target's skull, then speak the activation over it. The MC repeats that back to himself, marks the symbols and says rise. Every skeleton's eyes go bright red, and a wave of power rolls out across the swamp. He breathes out, impressed, and decides to test it, so he tells one of them to attack him. The system helpfully adds a note. There is a chance the summoner loses his mind. He gives the order anyway. The skeleton screams and drives a bony hand at him. Our boy freezes for 1 second, then hits it so hard the skull goes up in the air spinning, and asks it who exactly it thinks it is attacking, and whether it got its eye sockets mixed up. Then he checks the window and wonders whether that is a bug, because he does not think he did anything wrong. Or possibly the skill simply tricked him. Then a level 30 lizardman comes up behind him. The protagonist turns, smiles slightly, and says fine, they will test it in combat instead. Then he shouts, arise. The skeleton's eyes go scarlet, and the system reports that the Helm of Madness increases summoning stats. Current increase 1.2 times. He says bone armor. The system confirms that bone armor equips summoned creatures with armor, current enhancement, a chest plate. All three of them lock into fighting stances, and the monsters in front of them stop dead. The MC snaps his fingers and tells them to take them. They go in. Blows land, the monsters try to hold, and their formation comes apart fast. One lizard man looks away for a moment, and a skeleton comes up behind it in complete silence and cuts it into several pieces with one swing. A short while later, the system reports 3 monsters killed by the skeleton warriors. 864 experience. Level up. Our boy looks at his soldiers, extremely satisfied, and issues the week's orders. Kill monsters, and keep an eye out for that egg while doing it. If it is not here, move to another area. Carry on. At which point Ilya is watching him from behind the bushes without taking her eyes off any of it. Now everybody knows Ilya because her beauty is not a matter of opinion. She does not like to brag about it, and there is no point pretending otherwise. Whatever she does, people are drawn to her, and life has always unfolded like something pre-written. Every time she has gotten into trouble, her loyal servants came running without needing to be asked. This time her luck has run out. She slips and goes face first into a mud puddle. She hauls herself up, closes her fist, and decides this place makes her physically sick. One of her slaves swore she could level easily out here. That idiot is already dead, and now she is stuck in this wilderness. The monsters are too strong. She is afraid to take a single step. What she needs is one reliable helper. Then she spots the protagonist standing nearby. What Ilya does not know is which specific person she has decided to try this on. There he is. She starts toward him, slips again, barely stays upright, and quietly asks for help. Her voice shakes beautifully. Her eyes are full of exhaustion. She cannot walk because her legs are wounded. And privately she runs the calculation, because how could anybody resist? Any heart bleeds at the sight of a lovely girl suffering out here alone. He is certainly going to want to help. Then astonishment arrives, because where is he going? A beauty needs assistance, and he is simply ignoring her. She puts her hand out again, tips her head slightly, and quietly asks forgiveness of the master necromancer. Without turning around, the protagonist notes that this stinks of trouble. Ilya bites her lip until it bleeds, seething, because how dare he ignore her? Behind them, the skeletons are tearing into a monster and throwing bone fragments everywhere. Our boy puts a hand to his forehead and observes that she is pestering him. The idiot, Ilya, now back on her feet, has stationed herself behind him and is diligently performing excruciating pain. The MC grinds his teeth, because he is not ignoring her out of cruelty. He simply has no time for empty theater. She does not let up. It reminds him of a cheap circus where everybody agrees to play by ridiculous rules, and performances like that bring back memories he does not enjoy. So he decides to end it. He turns around and snaps at her, asking what she wants. She puts a hand to her chest and hurriedly explains that she dropped her sword while hunting, and could he possibly help her find it? He tells her flatly that she should step aside now before he returns it to her. Ilya nods enthusiastically, thanks him profusely, starts bowing, and adds that she will never forget his help, while privately noting that she has him. Sometime later they reach the edge of the swamp and she happily points ahead because there it is, and she could never have done it without him. Thank you so much. The protagonist says, right, and now could she keep her side of it, because he is going his own way, and she can deal with that sword herself. The skeletons move carefully toward the water, looking for the blade. Ilya keeps thanking him, while privately laughing, because a necromancer is helpless without his puppets. Then her face changes, because how dare he ignore her? He has to die. And just like that, she swings, aiming at his back. And at that exact second, the protagonist turns around with a cold smirk, and tells her she was taking too long. Ilya has time for one word. Then he grabs her clothes and throws her hard enough that she goes up into the air and comes down in the swamp. She surfaces screaming at the stupid necromancer, and asks whether he understands that she will not let this go, because her loyal fans will crush him in seconds. The MC smiles, barely holding it together, points past her, and quietly says behind. She turns slightly and asks what is behind her. What is behind her is several monsters, standing there with their claws already spread. To nobody's surprise, Ilya screams and recoils. The protagonist watches this calmly and says that if she wanted to deceive him, she should have tried harder. Then he adds with open distaste that he sees straight through people like that, and privately notes how tired he is of endless attempts to fool him. He turns and gives up on her entirely, because she has wasted her own time. Skeletons. Moving on. At which point one of the skeletons starts demonstrating a strange and elaborate pose, apparently practicing some sort of seduction technique. Our boy waves a hand irritably and tells it not to learn dubious things, and warns that he will bury all of them, ribs included, and this is not a joke. Before he finishes, a system window opens. Player Ilya has been killed. He stops for a second, then laughs and asks whether they even give points for that, because he genuinely did not kill her on purpose. Then he remembers the part about loyal fans, closes his eyes, and asks who in this century still fantasizes about idiots like that. Please, do not make him laugh. A while later, the protagonist has the tip of his sword pointed at a man kneeling in front of him. The man mutters through his teeth, "Damn him," because he was ready to take revenge for Lady Ilya, which our boy finds absurd, so he asks one question. Why go this far for her, when it will never work anyway? Did he genuinely believe avenging her earns him a date? Why is he this obsessed with a girl from a game whose face he has never actually seen? The guy throws his head back and shouts, laughing, that it is because he loved her. The MC kills him with one clean strike, and says that is simply ridiculous. Privately, he notes that this insane woman tried extremely hard to deceive him, and has now paid for it, and that nobody could have predicted her slippery little games turning into an actual manhunt. Because a picture surfaces of Ilya sitting on the ground with her arms wrapped around herself, telling her fans pitifully that this is so sad. She was only asking for help, with tears running down her face and her voice breaking, because this necromancer attacked her for no reason at all. The protagonist winces, because thanks to psychopaths like that, somebody is now chasing him every single day. He pushes his hair back and mutters that he is already on edge since he cannot find this damned egg, and now there are people on his heels. Honestly, he would find her and kill her again. No, that only makes it worse. Then he picks up the war watch and the system starts listing. Unowned war watch acquired, 5,011 gold, a pair of goblin leather boots, and one promise necklace, rare grade. He stops, then asks whether that said promise necklace, the super rare item that sells for 800,000 won. He throws both hands in the air and shouts his thanks to the idiot, because at least he gets to eat properly today. Then before he can enjoy any of it, another fan comes around the corner, points at him, and screams that this is him, the enemy of Ilya. The protagonist turns, spreads his arms and shouts back cheerfully that yes, it is him, the very man who finished off Ilya. And hello everybody. There is now an entire crowd of fans formed up in front of him. Sadly, he spins around and runs, because that is a platoon. Behind him they are shouting to get him and kill him, and the MC looks back mid-run and asks how many of these there are, and whether that idiot genuinely had this many fans. He pushes for more speed, then brakes hard, mutters a curse, snaps his fingers and calls the skeletons. They go into the middle of the pursuers. Off to one side a fanatic shouts to his comrade that the man is summoning skeletons, exactly as reported, and to handle it himself. Glenn nods and shouts, "Power of love," then he unloads a series of heavy slashing blows into the skeletons. The protagonist can only grimace, because there is no such skill. Then the system reports, dryly, that a skeleton has been killed. He grinds his teeth, because this is a nightmare. There are more of them, and they are higher level. This is too much. Give him a little time. Once he levels, he wipes out every one of these upstarts. Then he runs again, and the fans do not let up, shouting that he is escaping and to catch him. A while later, the protagonist is leaning on a tree trunk, breathing hard and calling them stubborn idiots. He closes his eyes and works it out honestly, because there is no escaping this. He is simply below them in level right now. He also cannot stop. He has to keep moving. Meanwhile, his eyes open wide, because where is he? He looks around, and this place is not like the rest of the swamp. He does not remember anything like it. He has been combing this area for days and has never seen these colors. Maybe this is it. Meanwhile, the fans are moving deep into the forest, looking around and complaining about that torturing necromancer and where he has gone. Then Glenn points and shouts that he can see his skeletons. Dance time? And of course the skeletons immediately begin to dance. The fans stand there looking at them. Glenn closes his fist and says furiously that this damned sorcerer wounded Lady Ilya and now treats them like they are nothing. He decides it does not matter. Then Glenn puts his sword out, charges and shouts that he will not forgive this. Something enormous comes up out of the muddy water. Glenn asks in a considerably smaller voice what that is. A long tongue takes hold of him and lifts him into the air, and another fan screams that it is a swamp dragon, because standing in front of them is a level 40 swamp dragon, the boss of the lizard swamp. The fans immediately switch to arguing about running. And the MC, watching all of this from behind a tree, notes that he did not expect to stumble into the location boss's nest by accident. Now a swamp dragon has an enormous health pool, high defense and heavy damage. Raiding one requires a party of at least 20 level 40 players, and even that does not guarantee anything. Word is that a raid against it wrapped up not long ago, which means, in theory, this boss should not be here at all, except that stepping into a boss area while carrying the matching quest causes the monster to spawn. In other words, if that thing is standing here, then the Ahimbri quest starts here. The protagonist crouches with his back to the tree and works through it. Did Ahimbri genuinely send a level 20 out here to kill that and bring back an egg? What an absolute lunatic. This is not realistic. He closes his fist, irritated. Then he looks back over at Ilya's fans and notes that luckily he has somehow acquired a suitable team. At which point the fanatic shouts that the man can handle the swamp dragon himself and that they need to escape. The protagonist smiles and says that will not be happening. He snaps his fingers, and a heavy aura settles over his skeletons. The fanatic shouts that they have cut off the exit, and another fan shouts that he does not care, and they will simply break through. Then the location boss puts that one into the sky with its tail. Another one shouts that the swamp dragon is not giving them any room at all. The MC jumps clear, and the fanatic spots him and shouts that the necromancer is escaping. Our boy privately thanks the guys because he is never going to be the victim in this scenario. And now is the moment to rob that nest. He gets down to the right spot, stops, smiles, and says so it is in here, and thanks for the egg, or at least that is the plan right up until he stops smiling, because the egg is not here. He crouches and starts searching every corner, saying it cannot be, and it has to be somewhere. Then he picks up an object shaped like an egg with a glowing symbol on it, which he finds suspicious because in his opinion that is considerably more stone than egg. Then again, there is nothing else in here shaped remotely like an egg. The system reports that a skeleton warrior has been killed. The protagonist spins around because the dragon has clearly sensed intruders and is coming back, and there is no time. A second later, the enormous thing does exactly that, and the MC gets behind a wall. That was close. With the dragon in residence, there is no point searching that nest any further, so he has no choice but to take this object, egg or not. A quest window opens in front of him. Retrieve an egg from the nest, no reward. Sometime later, Ilya's fans are laid out around the edges of the swamp, and our boy crouches next to the fanatic, smiles and greets him. Warlord really is an interesting game. Naturally, with that much freedom, you end up with freaks. He takes the war watch out of the man's hand, and the fan screams at him. Then the protagonist drives his sword into the ground beside that head and offers to clarify something. He has put up with this for a long time. His actual life now depends on this game. So this is one warning, for them and for their goddess. They do not get in his way again. Then he walks off, and privately swears that if they keep following him after that, bad things start happening. Time time to earn money. He opens the system window and goes to the Banzu Guild forum, marks a point near the swamp dragon in the lizard swamp, and puts the location up for 100,000 gold. Somebody evidently finds that funny, and he wants it on record that he is entirely serious. A while later, he puts the object on a table and says he brought the thing that was asked for. While privately begging for this to be the right item, he watches Ahimbri turn it over, sincerely hoping he does not have to search the entire map again. Ahimbri says, thoughtfully, that this is it. Then he comes closer and says, this is exactly what he was looking for, and calls it excellent work. The protagonist smiles. Then Ahimbri adds that all of it went faster than expected, because he assumed somebody like this would need considerably longer, which makes our boy wonder why the man handed him the task in the first place. What did he see in him? So the MC says he gave it everything, and asks whether there might be a next quest. Ahimbri looks at the egg in his hand and asks whether he knows what it actually is, because whenever they explored regions inhabited by mutated monsters, they kept finding these. A contagion stone. And now everything makes sense. Our boy puts a hand over his mouth because that is why those two were circling him. The contagion stone is an important item tied to the main quest. They wanted to be certain that if other participants in the main quest turned up, it would not affect their own progress later. He suspected the quest was a setup. He never guessed it was the main quest. Then Ahimbri apologizes, because he did think this might be too difficult for him. And sooner or later, every adventurer stands in front of something they cannot name. The point of it was measuring what he is made of. So, is the protagonist prepared to fight the contagion? Our boy privately notes the willpower framing and declines to comment, because taking part in the main quest line is a unique opportunity, so he slaps his knee and swears on his soul and his body. Ahimbri tells him to be quiet and stop rushing. The protagonist asks what. The NPC folds his arms and points out that he understands perfectly well how strong those monsters are, and does not believe in setting impossible tasks for a promising newcomer, which lands badly, because is his level genuinely too low to continue the main quest. He starts to object and Ahimbri cuts across him again. However, if he were to say, "Oh great mage, Ahimbri, please take me as your apprentice," then perhaps he might agree to train him. A while later, the door slams behind our boy. The system reports the quest egg from the nest complete. He receives the title Apprentice of Ahimbri, and a new task, Training with Ahimbri, Part 2. And the protagonist decides that this man is a genuine idiot. Sometime later, a group of adventurers finishes off their monster and starts celebrating because the battle is over, and it is finally done and anybody needing healing should come forward. One of them goes to the captain and says the guild has finally achieved something worthwhile. The captain bumps his fist and agrees, and tells him to gather everybody up for some rest. Then he runs forward and thanks somebody enormously, because he is even stronger than they thought. The man in glasses wipes his hands, adjusts them and says it was nothing special, and that they did most of the work themselves. The captain says that is not true at all, because without his direction at least 5 of them would have died, and thanks to him they got through without a single loss. He admits he was skeptical about hired helpers who volunteer to raid a boss for money, and now he is extremely glad he took one on. Then he hands over a bag and says there's not much in it, but he wants him to have it. The man in glasses says that is not what was agreed. The captain says of course it is simply an extra fee. And the man says firmly that he is against breaking an agreement, then adjusts his glasses and holds a completely flat expression. The captain mutters an apology, while privately wondering what exactly is wrong with earning a little extra, since surely that is the entire reason helpers take work at all. It is also strange for a ranker of that level to be on a low-grade raid. And what kind of behavior is this, anyway? Then the man walks past and says he will take whatever he wants out of the nest. As agreed, the captain calls after him that there's probably nothing valuable in there. He keeps walking. Privately, he considers himself lucky because the chance to take the infection stone presented itself cleanly. When he learned the swamp dragon had respawned, he started worrying that the Ha-Ho Mask idiot might complete the quest. But the dragon is still alive, so the man clearly failed. Because obviously you cannot beat a boss monster using nothing but summons. He smiles, crouches down in the nest, and says he will be taking the stone of infection and that Ha-Ho Mask is never completing this quest. And just like that, he is looking at an empty nest, and swears loudly. Meanwhile, the protagonist is sitting on the floor looking at his phone, and saying that the time has finally come. He holds his own head, remembering how much he has suffered, and confirms to himself that if he holds out a little longer, everything will be fine. And now it is time to end the suffering. He closes his fist and declares that he is doing it. He is ordering himself beef, because he has been saving as hard as he possibly can on food, and he has already cleared the main quest, so everything is going to be fine. He also earned some money, which means he can afford a small reward. Still smiling, he looks at the phone and announces it is time to convert his earnings into real currency, checks the transfer history and says how much he loves this. Time to eat meat. Sadly, the notifications start arriving, one after another. He looks at what is left of his balance, then grabs the phone and shouts at the machine because there's not even enough left for food. He sinks down onto the floor and admits, with some embarrassment, that he has been spinning like a squirrel in a wheel and still has nothing. At which point a new message arrives. Romani asks whether he is alive over there, and whether he has quit DoopTube. Our boy mutters that he forgot to tell her what is going on because he cannot film right now, since he is being hunted. Still, he stops. Should he genuinely be afraid of a few idiots while he is barely making ends meet? What exactly is his crime here? He is a player enjoying the game's mechanics. He does not care about any of them. He does whatever he wants. A while later, he appears in a dark location with his skeletons, and the system reports that he has entered the forest of death. The protagonist puts both hands in his pockets and says that no matter how many times he comes here, it is exactly as unsettling as the first time. Although it is probably the best experience in the game right now, and that atmosphere is perfect for a video. Then he turns to the skeletons and says it is time to prepare for the hunt. But first, introductions, because they have a new addition. The others look at the skeleton in robes with open surprise. The protagonist explains that magic is part of their strategy from now on, so they had better start getting along with him. Skeleton Mage is the skill he got out of the Ahimbri Swindler, and the higher his mastery, the more advanced the spells become. He puts a hand to his head and notes that it is a very cool skill, and it is draining his mana at a frightening rate. Anyway, they are hunting here today. Then a bony hand comes up out of the ground. An entire level 33 skeletons start rising after it. His own skeletons stand there looking at them. The MC announces that the enemy has arrived, then glances over and asks what they are standing around for, because they should go and hit them. Meanwhile, the enemy advances, and the protagonist notes that they are about to discover that the undead are not the same as ordinary monsters. Then he notices his skeletons have started hiding, some behind gravestones, some behind trees. He asks what they are doing, puts a hand to his head and tells them to stop wasting time, because there is far too much to get through, so get to work. Then he snaps his fingers. One of them lunges out and lands a heavy strike straight ahead. It cuts an enemy skeleton in half, and the remaining hand starts reaching for it. Naturally, it jumps backward in fear, and the protagonist says, right, normal attacks do not work here, which means he summons a rare mage hammer, strength plus 35. Then he swings it and starts scattering skeleton bones across the entire clearing, sets his feet and announces that was a home run. Then he turns around and asks whether they saw that, because you take the heads off, and then he notices his own skeletons are holding onto their skulls in fear, and asks what is wrong with them. So he states the objective instead, 100 skeletons in 100 minutes. Fail, and he leaves all of them here to rot. He smiles while saying it, and they go straight into the fight. A while later, skulls are flying in every direction, and level up notifications are stacking up, and the protagonist puts the hammer over his shoulder and says this is excellent. Privately, he expected them to need far longer to adjust to a weapon they have never used, and they are outperforming that. Then he smiles and says the battle of bones and sticks was genuinely spectacular, and all that is left is contacting Romani. The next second he stops because there is an enormous armored skeleton standing directly in front of him. A level 35 skeleton warrior, a rare monster that spawns at random. He charges and shouts for them to take it, because this is the beginning of the beef and should he fry the steaks or bake them, although honestly a stew is fine too. He closes and lands a heavy blow, jumps back and says how frightening that was, because it has not even done anything yet, and he is almost dead. Good thing he went for the arm first. The bone shatters, and the protagonist announces they are now trying the pelvic crusher, and charges in again. Then he looks around at his skeletons and asks whether everybody is safe, because that was easier than expected. At which point the enormous skeleton standing behind him swings. The MC smiles at it and asks why it is so impatient and whether that was not enough for it. Then the skeleton mage casts, and a stream of fire goes straight into the monster. The system reports the skeleton warrior killed, experience received. Our boy exhales and says this video should pull at least 10,000 views, and admits his appetite is now genuinely working, and it would honestly be better grilled. Then the system reports that the location boss has sensed the death of its subordinate. The protagonist asks what? Intruders detected, says the system. Danger! Something down there is waking up, and it owns this place. An enormous magical symbol opens in front of them, and a golden lich comes out of it. Level 40 boss monster? The MC looks at it and shouts one word, because the golden lich is the boss of the Forest of Death. A first-class magic unit that erases everything living with magic, and it is famous specifically as the bane of beginners. And thinking about it, the awakening condition for that thing was killing a large number of skeletons, which had not occurred to him at any point. There is no guarantee he can beat this. If it works, it is a jackpot. And he does have a plan, broadly, because if he uses his skeletons to the absolute maximum, anything is possible. So he turns around and shouts for them. The space behind him is full of smoke. What our boy does not know yet is exactly how expensive that mage has been. The system reports that the summoned creatures have been recalled due to insufficient mana. The protagonist's mouth opens. Then he grabs his head and screams. Then he admits that was completely obvious, because he summoned 4 skeletons and then had the mage casting spells. So of course the mana went. He sighs and says there is no choice. Then he looks at the monster, adjusts his war watch, and says it is time for him to get out there and dance before he rusts solid. Equipment on. A heavy aura closes over his body. He says go and charges the boss. The lich throws several fire attacks out of the symbols behind it, and our boy notes that a single hit would put him down and it is laying them out one after another, which is exactly why it is the terror of beginners. At this rate he does not even have a path to winning. More symbols open around him, pouring fire. The protagonist pushes off the ground, shouts that all that remains is stopping it, and swings the enormous hammer. He gets to the monster's hands and shatters the lich's bones with one blow, lands beside it, and points out that without hands it cannot cast, so he will simply tear them off. Then the system says something new. It is contemplating him. It is measuring what he can do, and it has revised its estimate, and the monster's hands form new symbols. The MC asks what that is supposed to mean. Purple energy gathers in the lich's hands and comes straight at him. He throws himself the other way and demands to know what the hell that was, glances back, and realizes it is alive and following him. Another burst goes off behind him. He rolls and asks what kind of behavior this is, and swears he would remember something like that, however hard he had to think. So what is the catch? Does the Golden Lich have hidden abilities? Or was this a balance patch? He sighs and admits he does not know and cannot remember. Then he grips the weapon and calls the whole situation garbage, because he has no skeletons and no useful knowledge of this boss's behavior. So how exactly is he supposed to kill it? He stands in front of the monster while another stream of energy comes at him. Fine. He will simply do his best. He zigzags through the attacks, dodging everyone, and works out that he knows this pattern. So evasion is manageable. The problem is he does not have enough time inside it to build a real counterattack. He needs the boss's weak point. Then the Lich takes hold of him with a bony hand, lifts him high, brings that skull in close, and roars into his face. The MC laughs and asks how many new behavior patterns this thing has. An enormous magic symbol opens in front of him, and the protagonist tells it that he is not exactly harmless either. Curse casting. He puts dark energy out of his hand and into the monster, and the system reports Demon Curse, target stats reduced by 13%. He gets out of the hand holding him and goes straight for the skull, because he has been hunting and opening this entire fight, and there it is. He puts everything into one strike directly into the skull. The explosion throws bone fragments across the whole clearing, and the protagonist smiles and says boss defeated. And just like that, the monster starts to come down. The system reports the Golden Lich killed. Experience received, 97,963 gold received. Title received, Skeleton Slayer. Level up. The MC smiles and calls that excellent, although it was close. The system removes his equipment and he pulls up his status and finds he is already level 36. He closes both fists, delighted, and says that at this rate he becomes genuinely dangerous. Then he sees the other number. Mana, 141. That is a problem, because he put the absolute minimum into it. Up to now he has been carried by knowledge and fast leveling. Now he has more skills, which means he needs more mana. He has trained those skeletons well, and none of that matters if he cannot keep them summoned. The protagonist crouches, holds his head, and works through it, because he has already taken every knowledge and mana bonus available to him, which leaves gear, and he does not have the money. Naturally. Whatever. What now? For now he sends the video to Romani and focuses on reaching level 40. Then he jumps up and tells the beef to hold on, because he is coming. A while later, Romani pauses that video and sighs at her monitor, then hits a stuffed animal and announces that this man is going to drive her insane, because he did not only beat a boss above his level, he did it without taking a single hit. She starts bouncing around the room asking how he managed that with no practice whatsoever, and what kind of talent this is. Then she sits back down and says the raw footage is already incredible and barely needs editing at all, so she will format it slightly and send it. Then she starts on the title, thinking out loud, Skeletal Athlete, crushing the server solo. Then she has it, and types it with total confidence, King of Solo Leveling. Sometime later, at the Raiders Association branch in Banzu Castle, the protagonist walks into Ahimbri's office and announces he is back and stronger, exactly as promised. Ahimbri turns around, says there he is, and then asks what is going on and which lair he crawled out of. The MC decides the man genuinely may not know, laughs lightly, and asks for the reward please. Ahimbri waves his fingers and produces it, and a book appears. The system reports the Ahimbri training mission complete. Skill book received. Skeletonist. Our boy is stunned, because Skeletonist is a super rare necromancer skill that cannot be bought for any amount of money. The window lists it. Mastery level F. All stats of summoned skeletons increased by 5%. Mana cost for summoning and maintaining skeletons reduced by 10%. One additional skeleton available for summoning, which is exactly what he needed, because the mana cost has come down. He shouts his thanks. Then Ahimbri puts a hand out and says there is one more thing. He built a ring out of that stone of contagion, and the contagion inside it can work for this man for a while. Grade unique. 2 points onto the unique class stat, 9 onto everything else. Wear it together with the necklace of contagion and the whole thing climbs to 21. The protagonist stops breathing for a second because that is the rarest ring in the game, the one handed to the first players to finish the main quest line. He reaches for it and shouts his thanks, and Ahimbri closes his hand around it and pulls it back. Our boy freezes. The NPC says that on reflection he probably cannot simply hand this over. Then he turns sharply and says he has to catch it, if he can. The protagonist, now barely holding in the laughter, asks why any of this needs to be difficult. Then he gathers energy into his body, shouts that the man had better run or he is dead, and goes straight after him. A while later he stops to catch his breath, looks at the ring on his finger, and asks what exactly is wrong with that crazy old man, because he would have finished him already if he were an ordinary NPC. The important thing is that he walked away with both the ring and the next quest. because shortly before that, a Himbri sat down on the table and mentioned that he has suddenly lost contact with an agent named Miji and thinks a visit to Suryu Castle is warranted. The MC closed his fist and said he would let him off this once. Going into a low-level castle is not ideal, so he will presumably have to level on the way there. Still, he stops, because there is a notification on his interface. A message from Romani. Breaking news, she has just put the Lich video onto YouTube, and she thinks he should see this for himself. Meanwhile, the protagonist opens it. The comments are nothing but praise, and the donations have started arriving. He says one confused syllable. Then he goes down onto the floor and counts out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8 zeros, and a menu starts scrolling behind his eyes. Ribeye and tomahawk, filet mignon, strip loin, sliced, rolled, spare ribs and T-bone, brisket, tartare, cutlets. He says quietly that there is so much to try now. His eyes have genuinely lit up. Because is this the jackpot? He knew that video would do well. He did not expect it to do that. Then he says now is not the time and he needs to log out. At which point a message arrives. A letter from the Thunder Hunters Guild's recruitment manager, which is to say Hirkin of the Haho Mask channel, who has already written to him several times before. The invitation says the guild wants to formally take him into its ranks. The protagonist goes completely still. They want to take him into the Thunder Hunters. Seriously, that is the exact structure Ceolian sits at the top of, and in his past life, they were a permanent thorn in his side. So is history simply repeating itself? He shouts at them to go to hell, because he is not joining the Thunder Hunters, not over his own corpse. Then it occurs to him that he said precisely the same thing last time, because a while before all of this, he sighed heavily and complained about how annoying it was, and asked with his arms spread why they keep coming back with offers after that many rejections, since he is already in a guild. The guy beside him laughed and said honestly that is quite cool, because Thunder Hunters is one of the best guilds around and sits in the top 30. The leader is a girl from a wealthy family, so joining them guarantees a serious salary. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. Another player added that it is entirely logical for them to recruit talent like Jaeyeon, because he is absurdly good at this game, and every video they upload is wall-to-wall praise for him. Honestly, he is too good for his current guild. The MC cut all of it off. He is not joining Thunder Hunters. They will build their own fortune and make their own name, so why would he walk away halfway? If he is going to work, he works for his own guild. The player laughed, nodded, and said he was right. Back in the present, our boy puts a hand to his head and asks himself whether getting involved with those people was ever worth it, and whether it would simply have backfired anyway. Then he slaps himself across both cheeks, because he is definitely not here for money now. He has a goal, and celebrating small victories is a waste. He stands up and says he will use this money because his aims are considerably larger than this. Then he summons his skeletons, and they nod at him, apparently asking about the boss. The MC confirms he finished it alone, which means they need more training, because they have to get better and they should take that one under the ribs, since it cannot happen again. The skeletons nod in unison, because a while earlier one of his guild members came to him and quietly said everybody is tired, so maybe they could relax a little, and another added that surely this much is not necessary, and apologized because they are not like him. The protagonist stopped for a second, then nodded. This time everything is different. He smiles and shouts for them to go, because they are becoming the strongest. Then he turns back to the skeletons and confirms the plan. Next objective, Suryu Castle. They train on the way. The skeletons nod in unison. The MC laughs and explains that the training itself is very simple, because they run the entire distance to that castle, and whoever falls behind collects the bones. Within seconds, the skeletons leave immediately. The protagonist runs after them, waving a club and shouting at them not to run away. Meanwhile, Ceolian is sitting on a mountain of corpses. Hichi comes over, checks whether he is addressing Ms. Sil, adjusts his hood and mentions the meeting is coming up. He belongs to the Thunder Hunters. She jumps down off the pile and asks how the investigation into the infection quest is going. Hichi spreads his arms and says nothing new because they still have not found the key to the next quest. Ceolian says she cannot believe Hydra opened the main quest line before they did. It is humiliating. Hichi says everything will be fine shortly, and reminds her they are still going to a meeting of the top 30 guild leaders. Ceolian walks past him and says a meeting with losers is a dubious achievement. He turns and tells her to be careful out there. Guild leader. A while later, the protagonist drops a bag of money onto a table and says he has brought it, and there is enough here for the principal plus interest, all in cash. As far as he is concerned, they are settled. He hands the bills over and privately notes that the debt is gone, and the next step is buying rare skill books. Then he says that he is broke again. Balance, 0-1. A while after that, the MC sits down on a rock, looks at the skill books, and sighs, because he thought he was ready for this, and looking at that balance was almost physically painful. He should take a moment and learn what he just bought. He puts a hand on the first book, and the system reports he has mastered dermal grafting, mastery level F, a passive skill that strengthens him by attaching monster remains to his skin. Repeated impact damage means the material has to be replaced. The protagonist is surprised and delighted, because that is a defensive skill and he cannot wait to try it. Then the system asks whether he wants to use the skeleton warrior's horn for the reinforcement. He does. The system reports that Hirkin gains the abilities of a skeleton warrior, defense +5. Our boy looks at his own hand, pulls out a weapon, and hits the hand with it. Then says that is amazing, and better than he expected. He puts a hand on the next book and calls for the next one. The system reports Curse of Sloth. Mastery level F. The curse reduces a target's movement speed. Bigger, quicker, and tougher targets cost more mana to slow and stay slowed for less time. The protagonist says, thoughtfully, slowing things down. Then he looks at the skeletons, who shrug. He looks at another one and decides this could be extremely useful in a fight. Then he reaches for the last book and says, right, final skill. The system reports he has mastered Golem Summoning, which is the one he wanted most, and it was not easy to get. The ground in front of him cracks open. The MC announces that he has finally summoned his golem, and an enormous golem is standing in front of them. He notes that even for a necromancer, a golem is essential, because this thing will outperform any tank in the game. Then he shouts, Golem Copy Mode. The golem starts concentrating energy in one hand, and the protagonist explains that copy mode lets him synchronize their movement. So combining a golem's power with his own motion can be devastating. He throws a punch out in front of him, and just like that, the golem does not move. The protagonist demands to know why it is not working, and whether this is a bug. Sadly, the golem finally extends one hand forward. Our boy asks whether that is genuinely its maximum speed. Then he laughs, puts a hand to his head, and asks what he is supposed to do with this, and concludes that this is a terrible game. Then he sinks to his knees holding his head. A while later, Nurgle, leader of the Ares Guild, decides everybody is present and asks whether they should begin, and thanks them all for making time despite their schedules. Across from him sits Shev, leader of the Red Bulls, arms folded, laughing about how these are all familiar faces. Berg, leader of the Green Guild, looks around, and then the Thunder Queen appears beside him, because Ceolian leads the Thunder Hunters. Berg asks whether 29 people were invited and 4 turned up, which is unexpected. Shev says in his opinion more people showed up than strictly needed. Nurgle notes, it is genuinely unusual for all 30 to gather at all, because the top 30 guilds in Warlord do not normally compete against each other. So a meeting on this scale is not usually necessary. The reason it is necessary is that the Hydra Guild has identified the infected count, and they are planning a boss raid within a month. Chev calls that insane, because no other guild has come close to working it out, and if it is true, Hydra runs that raid on an enormous scale. Then Berg slams a fist on the table and says, it is over for everybody if Hydra reaches the count, because the main storyline goes to them immediately and every content deal and outside sponsor follows it. Ceolian cuts him off and says that if he is that frightened of competition, he should go and bury himself quietly in the sand rather than irritating her. He asks whether the Queen of Thunder wants to die and starts gathering energy into his hand. Chev tells everybody to calm down since they did not come here to fight. Nurgle agrees, because infighting only helps Hydra, which is exactly why he proposes they all unite against them. The 4 guilds present today agree to a non-aggression pact until the storyline of the infected count is finished, and they share every piece of information about that quest that reaches them. Any objections? Chev says he is not a fan of arrangements like this, and the choice is limited. Berg laughs and says that if nobody gets in their way, nobody has a problem. So it is decided. Naturally, a while later, Ceolian is standing in the shower thinking about how shameful this is, because they cannot handle a first chapter boss without help and are being forced to band together. There is nothing to be done about it now, because if the main plot gets completed ahead of them, the guild is in a bad position. They bite down on it and wait for the right moment. Then she puts on a robe, picks up her phone, and issues orders. Every guild member watches Hydra and reports everything they do. The infected count belongs to them, whatever it costs. Sometime later, the MC is standing in the Raiders Association branch in Banzu Castle, asking what exactly the man just said. The man folds his arms and repeats it. He has to go to the Bobaru forest, because Agent Miji disappeared in there and somebody needs to circle that area and look for traces. The protagonist starts to object, because that forest is packed with level 70 monsters. It is extremely dangerous, and he dies the moment he walks in. The man sighs and says that is precisely why they came to him, as a Himbree's apprentice. He goes into that forest. If he refuses, he loses his corruption seeker status. Our boy asks, what? Sometime later, he is sitting by the fountain in the town square holding his head and biting his lip and cursing his own quests. A system window sits in front of him. Search for Miji. The agent who was tracking corruption stones has gone missing. Locate him and take over what he was doing. Reward, 500 gold plus a bonus. Penalty, loss of corruption seeker status if the mission is not completed on time. Time remaining, 29 days, 9 hours, 33 minutes. The MC points out that losing corruption seeker means being thrown out of the main storyline entirely, and asks why any of this has to be this complicated. Then he frowns and admits he may have jumped in well over his head when he decided to get onto the main route, because it has produced nothing except trouble. Normally a newbie could not complete any of these quests, and somehow he has completed them anyway. And now he is looking at a level 60 quest with an elimination condition attached. So what is he supposed to do? He cannot abandon the main quest, and walking into that forest is an equally insane idea. Nearby some players are talking, and one asks whether she thinks the Hydra Guild will finish the main storyline, because they will do the same thing to every guild. She says the other top guilds have trouble even starting that line. He tells her to wait and asks what happens to everybody else's main story quests, once the infected count takes effect, and the protagonist concludes he is going to have to drag himself to Bobaru after all. Meanwhile, Philip looks through his binoculars and reports everything quiet, and says their mission is nearly over, and that sitting here every day watching a castle for hours is genuinely maddening, and asks whether the other man agrees. Noodle, 8th commander of the Hydra Guild, is sitting beside him. Then Philip wonders aloud what the bounty on the Count's head will be, and whether Hydra takes first in the rankings. Noodle tells him not to get ahead of himself, because the work is not finished. For now they do their part and watch the Count's castle, and they cannot drop their guard and let information leak. A professional stays a professional, at which point Kims comes running up waving and shouting that there he is, Noodle of Hydra. Noodle says one startled syllable. Kim's Red Bulls Guild, rank 3. He gives a thumbs up, Grin says it has been a long time, puts a hand out and asks what the Red Bulls are doing here. Noodle says he came to deal with the boss of this mountain, since it is a decent level, and asks whether that is not why they are here too. Kim says well, sort of. Then he leans in and wonders why that face is so sour, and asks whether he has ruined the man's mood, or whether this is simply business. Noodle shouts that it is nothing of the sort. Kim says fine, that is respectable, and that he has already left and will not bother him. Noodle shouts indignantly that he said no, and it is not like that, and that he has to come back. Meanwhile, Philip physically holds him in place, and Kim says there is a Hydra commander loitering out here, so the tip looks confirmed. On the other end of the line, Shev makes an impressed noise, because an anonymous tip arrived about the location of the infected Count. Yell says she is certain it is an ordinary scam, since information that important arrived anonymously and free of charge. So what exactly is anybody trying to achieve? Shev says thoughtfully that who knows, because maybe there is a rat inside Hydra itself. Then Kims points out that they are in no position to be picky right now, since Hydra can take everything from them, and offers to engage and buy them some time. Chev calmly says there is no need, because should that castle actually belong to the infected Count, Hydra will have the bulk of its strength sitting on top of it, and losing an elite fighter right now is not something they can absorb. Kim says he is flattered, and that even without him the Red Bulls will manage perfectly well. What Kims does not know is that a third party has been listening to this entire conversation. The next second something extremely heavy lands in the ground beside him. Shev hears it and shouts his name, and Kims, looking at the gun currently pointed at him, puts both hands up and says it appears they were not the only people who got that tip, because the crazy Chihuahua is here, otherwise known as the Princess of the Thunder Hunters. Hahui of the Thunder Hunters keeps that gun exactly where it is, and tells him to hand over everything he knows or he is a dead man. Meanwhile, somewhere considerably less dramatic, a bear is beating a golem to death. The thing takes a heavy blow and covers itself with both hands, trying to defend. Then it winds up for a counterattack, and every part of that motion happens very, very slowly. The bear runs out of patience and hits it again. The skeletons stand there watching this, and the protagonist sits on a tree branch looking at a system window and asking why it is so quiet. He is certain he sent that scam out properly, so why has nobody responded? Because the only route out of his problem is getting Bobaru Forest handled by somebody else. The main storyline of Warlord runs across many chapters. The first chapter is currently open, and the infected Count is the key figure inside it. Beat him, and the chapter closes automatically. All of it is wired together. He puts a hand to his head and sighs, because even if he could somehow beat that boss personally, there is no version of this where he finishes inside the time limit. Better to skip the chapter entirely, which is why he quietly distributed that information to several guilds at once. Somebody has to walk in there and finish the Count off. So why is nobody answering? At which point a notification arrives because the official Hydra Guild channel is going live. At that exact moment, the golem's arm hits the ground with a crash, and the bear lands another crushing blow. The MC drops down, puts a heavy strike into the monster's head, lands beside it, dusts off his hands and announces that he is watching a stream and would prefer not to be disturbed. Then he opens it, and a voice comes out of it welcoming viewers on behalf of the Hydra Guild. They were first to uncover the Count's identity, and they are now planning a raid on that boss. The date is already set. The protagonist begs silently for it not to be a month. The player says 3 days. Our boy smiles and repeats it back. 3 days. Faster than he expected, although he is not remotely surprised, because everything is going exactly according to plan. Excellent. Sometime later, the bear and the golem are still going at it, and the protagonist watches them and says it again. 3 days. That is soon. Which tells him they are under pressure, since he unquestionably sent that information to the other guilds as well. Not that Hydra is anything to worry about. There is a reason they are further along the main story than everybody else, and that reason is a roster full of experienced players. The second that quest is done, his headaches end. 3 days, and he breathes freely. Sometime later, the system reports that every member of the Hydra Guild has been defeated. Naturally, the MC stares at his phone screen, then throws the device onto the floor and shouts that they must be joking, and calls it nonsense. Then he points at the phone and demands to know that if they were so desperate to finish that quest at speed, they might at least have prepared for it properly. Why walk in there at all if the entire guild is going to be lying in heaps within the hour? He sinks to the floor and asks himself whether he genuinely overestimated them, and whether he now has to go looking for other options. At which point another notification arrives, because Red Bulls have started a broadcast. The protagonist thinks about it, because Red Bulls is Chev's guild. Seriously. On screen, Chev is standing beside the location and pointing out that the area is regenerating, which means Hydra's raid failed. Then he smiles and asks his scouts what exactly they saw. They are facing a powerful enemy, powerful enough to erase the Hydra guild outright. Their own resources are extremely limited, and the odds are poor. And even so, he slams a fist into the ground and shouts that Red Bulls accept the challenge, and the entire guild roars the name back at him. Our boy watches this and asks whether they want to start immediately, and whether, strong as they are, they have any real idea how they intend to handle it. Then Chev says there is somebody they would like to present, an ally who raids alongside them this time, which turns out to be Syl, the Thunder Queen, who happens to run the Thunder Hunters. She walks into frame, and the protagonist thinks one astonished word. Seolian, because a while before that, back at the camp, Chev folded his arms and remarked that this was unexpected, since he would never have guessed the Thunder Queen herself would come looking for a meeting. Seolian sat down opposite him. He asked whether she intends to declare war on him. She crossed her legs and said, obviously not, since they are allies now. Chev said, really, because he heard one of his people got beaten fairly badly. Seolian said no, that is simply how they greet one another. Then she suggested getting to business, because word is, he has information on the corrupted count. Chev asked thoughtfully, what information, since he has no idea what she is talking about. Seolian said she does not have time for games. She knows several people inside the top 30 guilds received information about the corrupted count's location, and given how far removed those people are from this entire thread, only an idiot would fail to see where it points. Chev admitted she has him cornered, and that it is true. They have no idea who handed them that tip. None whatsoever. Seolian said fine. Next question. Does he think the Hydra Guild can handle it? He admitted he could not say. She could. They fail. Being first mattered enough to them that they rushed the raid. And a first story boss does not go down easily, whoever is swinging at him. Their odds improve considerably if they let the other guilds test themselves first and collect the information that falls out of it. Chev pointed out that she did not come here to speculate about Hydra's chances, so what does she actually want? She smiled, drove her sword into the table, and asked how he feels about combining forces for the Count raid. She will concede the victory. Chev looked at her genuinely surprised and privately admitted he had expected a bluff. Instead, it turns out she knows exactly how to negotiate, which is how it comes to be that Seolian carves through everything standing between her and the throne room until the infected Count himself is in front of her. Chapter 1 ends here, or it does not end at all. The boss laughs and gathers energy into one hand, and says that is not bad for scum this pathetic, and that he will grind them into dust. Then he sends that energy forward and a wall of monsters comes with it. The guilds go in, and players are shouting that the monsters are simply pouring out and have to be dealt with. Chev looks to the side and works out that they are almost at their limit. In that case, Seolian says there is no end to them. The next second, Chev jumps in front of her and shouts for the Queen of Thunder, because he will open the road for her, and she has to be the one who kills him. Seolian goes forward, and the infected Count roars about how dare they. She avoids every blow, then pushes off the ground, swings in the air and says it is over. The next second, her eyes open in confusion, because several long appendages have come out of the boss's body and gone straight through her. Somebody screams for the Queen. Seolian cuts the tentacles apart at lightning speed and drives one enormous blow down, splitting the Count's body in two. Chev smiles and says, really, because it appears she is even more frightening than he thought. The system reports that Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters have defeated the infected Count. The MC processes this with some surprise because Seolian beat the boss. Then he bites his lip and decides it does not matter, since all he wanted was for somebody to take that thing down, and he never specified who. Let her enjoy the win while it lasts, because this boss is the last one she gets. And who takes the grand prize at the end of all this? Him, obviously. And soon enough he is in the Balkas Mountains, cheerfully bouncing across the rocks with his skeletons. His name is Jaeyon, in-game nickname Hirkan, a warlord player who somehow miraculously regressed, dreaming of becoming the strongest in the game and taking revenge on every idiot who cheated him. So why does something strange happen to him every single day? Because right now an entire pack of boars is chasing them. Several hours before any of that, they arrived at a wall of squares standing across the only way into the range, which is what a blocked area looks like from the outside. The skeleton warrior had no idea what it was looking at, and the protagonist explained that nobody walks through one of those until its opening condition has been satisfied. He flicked the barrier with one finger, and of course it did not let him through. He already knew it would not, because chapter 2 of the main story starts inside these mountains, so the barrier drops itself the instant chapter 1 is closed and the road opens on its own. He walks through it without difficulty, and the system congratulates him on a new title, Pioneer of the Balkas Mountains. 2 points to every stat and 1 to every class stat. Our boy is delighted, because exactly as he thought, no human being has ever set foot in here. He tells the skeletons to follow because it is his time to shine, and within roughly 1 step of saying that, they are surrounded by a pack of level 60 wild boars. Ferocious monsters that prefer to hunt in groups, and Jaehyun, who is level 41, naturally panics and backs away. Which brings us to the running, and to the monsters not stopping, and to him wondering what kind of attack this even is, because only he could walk a handful of paces into an entire mountain range and immediately find the boars. Somebody out there has probably already worked out that this blocked area opened, so he cannot afford to waste any more time in here. The odds are poor. He tries anyway. He turns around and orders the skeletons to put their helmets on, and they charge. The boars scatter every one of them with their tusks, and the MC is forced to fall back. The system informs him that a skeleton warrior has been destroyed after taking significant damage, and he wonders whether it genuinely died to a single hit. Except that was bait, because the boars run straight into a trap and drop under the curse of sloth. They now move for about 5 seconds, and 5 seconds is considerably more than he needs. He draws his sword and charges, wanting revenge for what they did to his skeletons. Then he steps on a banana peel that has appeared there out of absolutely nowhere and naturally slips and goes face first into the ground. He is deeply ashamed. His spectacular attack has failed. They are laughing at him, because sitting in a nearby tree is a level 50 armored monkey, which threw that peel. Monsters famous specifically for their love of bullying other creatures. The monkey points at him and laughs very loudly. Our boy smirks with irritation, gets straight back up and orders it to come down here right now. At which exact second the curse expires and the boars attack him as a crowd. Luckily somebody helps. A whistle goes through the air, an arrow crosses it at high speed and one boar dies. Jae-hyun stares in shock at whatever is left of that boar, and then an unknown hunter hidden in a tree puts a couple more crossbow bolts out and kills the rest. The MC is stunned, because how do you put those things on their backs with a single arrow? Then the hunter comes down and asks whether he is injured. Jae-hyun turns around, sees a familiar face, and is extremely surprised. Meanwhile, at Suryu Castle, 2 players walk past an alley, spot a particular man, and notice his full set of white mamba armor, which is very expensive gear. They keep whispering about him, convinced he is a ranker. He meanwhile asks his assistant Michelle whether she has identified the person who distributed that information to the guilds. She steps out of the darkness and tells him that none of them knows who it was, which is understandable given the man in question worked out who the infected count was and then gave that away deliberately, asking nothing for it. How would anybody find someone like that? He asks whether anything points to Haho Mask. She says he only uploads ordinary videos about hunting giant bears, and that there is no way a newbie who only just started the main story is behind any of this. He still suspects him. She asks who he intends to help now. He says he will join the guild and clean up, and she remarks with a heavy sigh that peace is something they can only dream about. He says she should concentrate on her own end of it and locate the person they are hunting. He does not know who this man is. He does know that upsetting the balance of this world requires an answer. Meanwhile, the hunter takes Jae-hyun back to his hut, pours him hot tea, and asks whether he is an apprentice of a Himbri. He confirms it with a smile and privately notes how staggeringly lucky he is, because he never expected to run into Maung himself, a key NPC of the second chapter of the main story. Maung says it was fortunate that he happened to be doing his rounds, and our boy considers what he knows about the man, because although he is highly experienced and once served as the prince's fencing teacher, an accident got him thrown out of the palace, after which he became captain of the rangers protecting the Balkaz Mountains. This is precisely the NPC he was hoping to meet. It saves him an enormous amount of time. What our boy does not know is that this conversation is about to go somewhere he did not plan for, because Maung says he should go back, which catches him slightly off guard. He does not know what brought this young man here, but there is nothing in this place except monsters, so he should return wherever he came from before something worse finds him. The MC laughs quietly and says the infected count is dead. The man tenses immediately, and the protagonist privately notes that there was no need to work this hard for what he wanted, because he already knows a route into the Chapter 2 bonuses. He says that despite the count's death, infected monsters are still moving around this area. He wants to know why, and his investigation brought him here. Does the man know anything about it? Maung is mildly surprised, thinks about it, and says he does have one idea, although no proof yet. Does he suppose this young man could help him gather some? Those words are the trigger, because the system immediately informs Jae-hyun that he is the first to meet the ranger of the Balkaz Mountains. He receives the title Initiator. All stats increased by 14. Our boy is overjoyed because he likes this questline immediately and jumps up from the table announcing that he will absolutely help. And where do they start? Maung asks him to calm down first, then gives him the opening task. Before anything else, he needs to study the monsters in this area. 50 monsters killed, reward 500 gold and Maung's trust. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun leaves the house thinking that he was about to go leveling anyway, although he will leave the high-level material, the wild boars and the bear warriors, until later. Better to begin with something easier. And of course his first target is that repulsive monkey, the one that laughed at him and put him in an undignified position. He flexes both fists and sets out to find it, already planning what he takes off that monkey first. Meanwhile, the monkey is still mocking, although now it has moved on to other players who have just come up into the mountains. They slip on banana peels and go down repeatedly, and one of them manages to crack their head on the rocks. The monkey enjoys this enormously and cannot stop laughing. Then another player catches its eye, and it lines up a peel with a grin, and Jae-hyun appears directly behind it and says he found it. What the monkey does not know is who has been looking for it all morning. It turns around very slowly. He runs one finger across his own throat, and tells it this is the end. And so what follows is a wild chase. The MC is furious and wants this animal gone as fast as possible, and it keeps infuriating him further by dodging everything he throws and laughing about it. It flips through the air, lands on a branch, and moves on to the next tree. Jaehyun goes after it thinking about how genuinely annoying this is, because the thing is fast and the trees are in the way, so he cannot attack properly. So he changes approach, he stops on a branch, winds up and throws the sword, which the monkey clearly did not expect, and obviously cannot dodge in mid-jump. It is already frightened, and the sword goes into the tree trunk, right beside its hand. So it laughs at him again. At which point the protagonist signals his subordinates, calls the monkey an idiot, and explains that the sword was only ever a distraction. An enormous golem hits that trunk immediately, throwing the monkey aside along with several trees, and Jaehyun looks over his work. The monkey is lying unconscious on the ground, and the system informs him he is the first to defeat the armored monkey. He smiles, puts his mask on, and thinks about how he can now go and kill the other monkeys. Meanwhile, Shev and Sil have been sent out to give an interview about the recent quest, and an entire crowd of journalists has gathered photographing everything and congratulating them on a successful raid against the boss of Chapter 1. One of the reporters runs up to the Thunder Queen and asks her for a few words. She smiles and says they were extremely lucky this time and that they will keep working hard to produce good results in future. The moment the interview ends, that smile is gone, and what is underneath it is anger. Then Ha-Hui runs up and tells her she really is the best, because Ha-Hui was certain they were finished when that last wave came in, and then her guild leader went ahead of everybody and handled the infected count personally. Seolian tells her it was luck and nothing else, since without the Red Bulls none of it happens. If she wants genuine absolute superiority, she needs what Ha-Ho Mask can do. Then she covers her face with one hand, exhausted, and asks Ha-Hui to get hold of Heichi, which immediately infuriates the girl, who wants to know what anybody needs that loser for. Seolian, looking thoroughly grim, says she has a job for him. Meanwhile, the protagonist finishes off another monkey, and his sword breaks. He looks at the remains and concludes the thing has reached its limit, and he should probably buy something new. The only obstacle being that he has no money for it, which leaves gems. Now, monster gems are crystals with an extremely low chance of dropping. They go into crafting, and they hand equipment additional effects depending on which monster produced them. And gems out of armored monkeys happen to be excellent crafting material. So he decides to get to work, laughs in a manner that can only be described as evil, and announces that he intends to exterminate every last monkey in these mountains. Even his skeletons find this unsettling. Naturally, 9 hours later, he has killed an enormous quantity of monkeys, and not one gem has dropped. He is genuinely upset about it, reaching a hand toward yet another small dead monkey, wondering whether he is only one more away from that stone. What our boy does not know is that his fame has already produced its first genuine casualty, because some man in beautiful red armor calls over to him and says he must be Ha-Ho Mask. Jaehyun looks at him with total exhaustion and wonders who on earth this is. Expensive dragon armor, full set, an orc hero sword. The gear says level 70 at minimum. So is this seriously one of those idiots? The man announces that his name is Kyote, performs several pretentious movements, settles into an extremely impressive pose, and declares that he is challenging him to a duel. The MC does not even know what reaction is appropriate here. Kyote explains that he heard about his popularity on DupeYouTube, which means beating him produces the same popularity by transfer. Jaehyun classifies him as an ordinary attention-starved loser and tells him to leave, and Kyote asks him to wait. Our boy ignores that because his mood was already bad on account of the gems refusing to drop, and now this lunatic has attached himself. So Kyote starts begging, and eventually promises him 5,000 gold simply for agreeing to fight. At which point the MC stops mid-step, runs cheerfully back over and tells him it is a deal, because he adores people like this. Now this extremely impressive man Kyote happens to be a hero of justice. Thanks to his talents, he has always been the center of attention, whatever game he happened to be playing. At least that was the arrangement before, because in Warlord nobody pays him any attention whatsoever. He kept trying to attract some and grew a little confused when every single person ignored him and talked instead about Ha-Ho Mask and his excellent videos. He was deeply offended and profoundly sad, because that horrible Ha-Ho took his fame away from him. They started uploading at roughly the same time, and now nobody cares about him at all. The man is lower level with worse equipment, so why does everybody like him this much? And somewhere inside all that suffering and constant crying, he failed to notice that he had walked into the mountains. And when he finally pulled himself together, he wondered where exactly he was. Then he heard a loud and sinister laugh off to one side, and Ha-Ho Mask was standing in front of him. He hid in the bushes and asked himself whether that man is hunting in here, given the area was blocked. And then he had an idea, because a video of himself defeating that man would take all of the glory across to him. Which brings us back to the present where Kyote has stripped naked and is offering Jaehyun a fight for 5,000 gold. The MC is outraged by the state of him having not expected any of this and asks why the man is now standing there in his underwear. Kyote explains that it is for fairness, obviously. He heard the man's weapon broke and he cannot fight properly, and what he wants is a fair duel. 1 against 1 because otherwise people will say he only won on gear. Both of them give everything. Jaehyun has no interest in fighting anybody under those conditions and refuses, asking what happens if things start falling out of the man's shorts. Kyote considers the conversation concluded and charges. He lands the first strike. Our boy slips the fist and asks, with genuine indignation, whether the man listens to anything that gets said to him. He keeps dodging and moving off to the side, and Kyote clicks his tongue in annoyance and asks him to fight normally. To which he replies at volume that fighting in underwear is not normal, and that trousers would be a reasonable starting point. He dodges another series, and the irritation finally tips over. So Kyoto uses a skill called Stimulator. An enormous fiery fist goes straight at Jaehyun's face. He tries to block it, gets thrown sideways into a tree, and the tree breaks. Because that was a warrior's signature skill, which instantly raises the speed and power of every movement. The man may present as a complete jerk, and he is unquestionably above his level. A direct clash gives him nothing, so he does something else. He stands up, and Kyoto is delighted that he has finally decided to take this seriously, and asks him to show everything he is capable of, because beating him at full strength proves to everybody watching that Kyoto is the best. He charges again, uses the skill again, and this time the MC simply throws dirt into his face, and while he is blind, kicks his leg out from under him. Down he goes rolling along the ground, and Jaehyun walks over and points out that since the man's stats are higher, he will be relying on superiority and skill instead. Then he kicks him in the head, puts a fist into his lower jaw, and throws him into a tree. Shaking with pain, Kyoto asks whether that is what this man calls skill, since he is simply a coward. Our boy asks who exactly cares about honor, once survival is the question on the table. The man lost for one reason. He put his own principles above the win. Then he uses dermal grafting, selects the skin of an armored monkey, and stitching appears along his arm, as though that hide has been sewn directly onto him. Kyoto is now extremely frightened, because taking that blow means dying. The MC points out that the man started this himself, so denying it now is not an option, and Kyoto waves both hands frantically and asks him to wait. Jaehyun gets closer with every second, the man bursts into tears and shouts that he surrenders, and then the MC throws the punch. Fortunately, he misses on purpose. The blow is genuinely enormous, because one fist takes down an entire tree trunk. Kyoto is shaking with fear, and it is frightening enough that he briefly forgets he is inside a game. Jaehyun smirks, and asks whether that means he won, and requests his 5,000 gold, which beats not playing for a couple of days after dying. Kyoto could not possibly care less about the money, because the only thing occupying him now is how impossibly cool that was. He takes off his helmet, his eyes shining with delight, and announces that this man is so strong he cannot believe it. Then he puts the helmet into his inventory, and the MC stands there wondering what precisely is wrong with this person. Then Kyoto pulls out a bag of gold and says he acknowledges complete defeat. Here is the gold he promised, and his sword. Jaehyun is genuinely startled, because that is the orc hero sword. 66 points to strength and endurance, 9% armor ignoring, something like 15,000 at auction, and he is handing it over. Realizing he has become slightly too excited, our boy calmly repeats the question, and the man says it is a token of his appreciation. He was too blinded by his thirst for glory and completely forgot he was supposed to be getting stronger himself, and this man made him understand that, which is why he asks him to take the sword. He is genuinely worthy of being acknowledged as his brother. The MC is stunned because the sword is being handed over for a reason this idiotic. The man may present as a complete jerk, and there is something incredible about him. He discards that thought immediately, kicks him between the legs, tells him to get out of here, and orders his skeletons to handle it. They surround poor, terrified Kyoto, and then there is a loud scream. By the end of it, they have beaten him, constructed a cross out of wood, and tied him to it, and the last thing he shouts is a full name, Don Kyoto, who promises to come back the day he has earned the right to be called this man's brother. He looks forward to their next meeting. Jaehyun walks off muttering that the man is an insane psychopath, then smirks and admits it looks like he is having an absolute blast in this game, and honestly, good for him. He also came away with an excellent sword, which means no further armored monkey hunting is required. That should be enough to move on to the next task. Then he stops, turns sharply to his skeletons, and asks with mounting excitement whether he should perhaps kill 100 more armored monkeys, because he feels like this time something definitely drops. The skeletons, correctly reading where this ends, physically hover around him and refuse to let him back into the forest. Gambling addiction is a disease. When he comes back to Mound to turn the quest in, the man praises him properly. 950 armored monkeys, 104 saber-toothed wolves, 76 poisonous lizards, excellent work, and thanks to him the investigation is moving smoothly. Incidentally, what is wrong with his face? The MC currently has the expression of a man dreaming about what to spend his hard-earned money on, and he admits this honestly. Mound declines to dwell on it and hands him the next mission. He lays a map on the table and says this task is going to be especially dangerous. Then he points at a spot near the mountain peak, where a bear warrior has been sighted, a monster roughly 4 meters tall, equipped with armor the same way a human being would be. Working out where those creatures are getting their equipment would be an enormous help to the investigation. Jaehyun stands up and clarifies. In other words, kill one and bring back its gear. Maung asks with some worry whether he can manage that alone, because even rangers struggle with those solo, and suggests asking somebody for help. Our boy tells him he can handle it, since he already knows how they go down. Then he sets off toward the marked spot, navigating by the map. Then, having confirmed it is close, he simply throws the map away and says with a grin that it is time to have some fun. Because he opens the auction window, where players compete for equipment. At his current level, the best thing available to him is a snake skeleton set. So he takes the complete set, which cuts mana consumption by 10%, at a cost of roughly 38,000 gold. Overjoyed with the new armor, he laughs and starts literally spinning on his head, shouting that this is the taste of money. With whatever is left, he buys skill books available at his level. Spirit of Decay, Blind, Muscle Modification, False Heart, Bone Bomb, Hardening, he is still not genuinely up to the standard of a bear warrior, and with those in hand combat is not going to be a problem. Then a skeleton points at him, and he turns around to find all of them looking at him with enormous hope, wondering what happens for them. He realizes he forgot about them entirely and goes to look at what might suit them, and discovers he does not have the funds, which shocks him, because he genuinely did not see that coming. When he turns back and nervously explains the situation, their attitude changes instantly and their displeasure is expressed in every available manner. He promises to buy them something the moment money exists. Then there is grunting behind him. He points at the boars and observes that money can be earned by hunting those. The skeletons charge immediately, fighting ferociously for their future equipment, while the MC reflects on how conveniently timed those boars were. They were somehow jealous of his gear. Sometime later, there is exactly one boar left, the last survivor cornered by those vile skeletons. The poor thing bursts into terrified tears. The skeleton warrior mimes licking its blade to frighten it further, and Jaehyun asks what they are waiting for because they should kill it faster, and he will buy the equipment on the way. They turn to him in delight, and as they move to finish the job, somebody's arrow goes through the boar, and the MC spins around asking what that was. 3 men walk up and ask who he thinks he is, hunting here without permission, since this zone belongs to the Apollo Guild. Jaehyun identifies them immediately, because this is simply another batch of troublemakers. The tall thin one is Li Chang. The one with the hair is Wang Chang. The short round one is Il Chang. Together, the great trio of the Apollo Guild. The MC smiles and says he understands everything, then finishes all 3 of them off very quickly, and asks why anybody picks fights with skills this meager. He walks back to his skeletons, deliberately stepping on one of the men on the way, and asks whether he is some sort of magnet for evil spirits. He should honestly go and see a priest. This is a waste of his time, and so they leave and those 3 stay on the ground. Then Wang Chang presses the button on his watch with the last of his strength, and asks how anybody dares to touch members of the guild. He will regret it. Meanwhile, the guild master receives word that somebody attacked their brothers, and did so even after hearing his name. Every one of his subjects bows in front of him. He throws a gold bar to the man who brought the news and orders that this person be delivered here at any cost, because this one pays for disrespecting him. Meanwhile, Jaehyun arrives at the bear warrior spawn zone. He turns to the skeletons with a smile to ask whether they are ready, finds them standing in impressive poses showing off their new equipment, and asks what exactly they think they are doing. Then he hits all of them and tells them to stop playing dumb, because today they are hunting a bear. Level 70, 3 phases, which means preparation starts now. And once it is dead, they beat the entire top 30 on the main quest. Failure is not acceptable. Is that understood? Their entire posture confirms that it is, and the MC tells them everything happens exactly as practiced. What Jaehyun does not know is how little of this plan survives the first 10 seconds. Because heavy footsteps land behind him, and he turns around with some irritation and notes that it has arrived, while the skeleton is already delighted with its opponent. An enormous bear warrior walks up to them. Jaehyun activates another equipment slot, changes his gear, and says with a smirk that he takes this main quest alone. Meanwhile, Hichi has just arrived in the Balkis Mountains, hoping Haho Mask is somewhere in here. He came straight from watching that armored monkey video. Then he stops, thinks, rests his head against a tree trunk, and asks with a heavy sigh why he is permanently running errands. He is an important person inside that guild, so why is he the one sent to catch assorted idiots? And on top of everything else, this is punishment for simple insubordination. Is that a crime? At which point the king of the wild boars leaps at him from behind. The instant he hears the monster, he puts an enormous stream of flame into it without turning around, and once the boar has finished burning, he sighs heavily and wonders whether he ought to get away from those things. He very much hopes Haho Mask surfaces soon. This man is 5th in the rankings of Thunder Hunters. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is standing in front of a formidable monster. New equipment on. The fight begins, because when he and his guild went at this beast in his past life, it took 6 attempts. Fail here and somebody else takes the main quest for certain. Wounding a bear warrior effectively means destroying its armor first, and that means aiming at the joints, which he can do since he acquired new skills specifically for this. The bear charges. He warns the skeletons to move on his signals, then throws himself forward and decides to use his new passive, muscle modification. He strengthens his legs and pushes off so hard that he does not entirely register having jumped clean over the animal, which makes him extremely nervous. He glances down at the bear. The bear looks back at him in complete bewilderment. Then it sweeps every one of his skeletons away with one paw. The MC curses that bear and everything it stands for, wishing fleas upon it, while the system helpfully explains that muscle modification strengthens the legs, increasing jumping power and speed. Jaehyun says they might have mentioned that before, launching him toward the moon, then pulls himself together and decides to use the speed offensively. He lands on a nearby rock, pushes off it, and goes at the bear, and the speed is high enough that he has no time to strike at all, and simply slams headfirst into its skull. The bear looks at him strangely, and our boy, having already made peace with his circumstances, decides to enjoy the animal's soft fur one final time. Then the bear throws him aside in a rage. He hits a rock with his back and works out that this thing is too hard for him and he cannot manage it. Although he did break the armor on one side, which does not cheer him up. Especially, he leans on his sword to stand and asks with a heavy sigh what he is supposed to do, because a skill that useless does not let him hit the spot that matters. At that moment the bear runs at him with its shield up. The MC barely gets out of the way, then decides on another skill, Bone Bomb, which produces a magical explosion. He throws it. There is an explosion and a burst of purple flame. Then the bear comes out of it growling menacingly. Jae-hyun immediately covers both ears and calls it an idiot with considerable irritation. He understands now that plain strikes are not taking this thing down, so he restores his skeletons with mana and decides to handle the enemy like a necromancer. The skeletons head toward the bear, and then all of them simultaneously turn around and look at him with visible distrust. He assures them everything will be fine, and this time it works, and the previous one was a fluke. He also summons the golem, so it does not sit idle, and an enormous pile of stone comes up out of the ground and collides with the bear. The beast strikes and its blade lodges between the stones, and the MC smirks and says it is caught. Then he uses hardening to strengthen the golem's body exactly where that sword is stuck, and sends the skeletons in, saying he continues from here without a sword, since there is no getting it out of the stone. The skeleton jumps, and both of them drive their hands into the bear, opening a large number of cuts across its body, and it growls with irritation. Jae-hyun asks the beast not to lose its temper yet, because he has one more card. Then an enormous stream of flame hits him in the back on its way to the bear, and both of them take it. There is a pause. He looks at the burning bear, then turns to the skeleton mage and demands to know whether it can throw fire on command, because the plan was that it steps back first and then fires. Did it want him dead? The poor skeleton feels somewhat ashamed, while the bear uses its battle cry, restores 50% of its health, and immediately jumps him. He sighs heavily, decides to send this entire strategy to hell, and crush this idiot with bones instead, after which he starts throwing bombs at the unfortunate bear. The skeletons simply stand off to one side listening to the explosions and to their master laughing very loudly, which is how, a few minutes later, the bear is finally finished. Killing it hands Jae-hyun a great deal of experience and 100,000 gold, and completes the quest. He looks at his own hand with a smile, because he just killed alone the monster that trampled his guild 6 times before the regression. And he was not lying when he said he could handle it. He jumps down off the body and praises the skeletons for excellent work. They go back to Maung with a report and take the next quest, since the bear hunt is finally complete. Instead of the expected delight, the skeletons begin whispering among themselves about how mean and dishonest all of that was, and he irritably orders them to shut their jaws, because in a fair fight every one of them becomes fertilizer 6 times over. Meanwhile, Heichi has come to the western tavern near the mountains to rest. He sighs heavily, holds his head, and accepts that he is finished, because this man is nowhere to be found. He has been checking every inch of those mountains for days, and thanks to that recent video the place is crowded, which makes the search considerably harder. If he comes back empty-handed, Syl kills him. And what was she expecting? Sending him out to search alone. He curses the entire Thunder Hunters Guild with a smirk, and then sees an active call from Syl. He jumps out of his chair in shock and starts making excuses, terrified that she heard every word of that, and she does not give him a chance to say anything at all before thanking him for his hard work, because she has thought about it and decided she puts too much pressure on him. Searching an entire mountain range alone must be extremely difficult even for somebody like him, and he is probably tired. The man is so moved by this that he nearly bursts into tears and assures her everything is fine, so he can come back, and she says she has already sent Ha-hui out to help him. Immediately after which there is a crash behind him, as somebody comes through the tavern wall and into the room, and Syl says they work as a team and find the man. Heichi turns around very nervously, and Ha-hui irritably calls him a fool, and points out that thanks to him she is the one taking the blame for this now, because the Thunder Princess Ha-hui, nicknamed Psycho, does not like Heichi. He is not remotely happy about the prospect of working with her, and manages only a crooked smile, privately concluding that this is the end. Time passes and the MC walks up to the local camp and notes how many people are in these mountains now, which is understandable, since it is far too obvious that this is where the main quest continues. He decides to hurry to Maung and moves through the trees toward the hut, with considerable skill, and so 3 men come running toward him, and they remind him far too strongly of the 3 losers he killed recently. He assumes they are here for revenge and starts preparing for a fight. They run straight past him screaming for help. He turns around in confusion, not understanding any of this, and then somebody's spell goes past his face and hits those men. Ha-hui remarks that begging your enemy for help is genuinely pathetic. He turns immediately and sees 2 players down there, and their uniforms identify them as Thunder Hunters instantly. Ha-hui points her sword at him and asks whether he is Ha-ho Mask. Now she is number 2 in the Thunder Hunters, nicknamed the Thunder Princess, and also a psycho, a jealous hysteric who will unquestionably descend into the literal depths of hell if Syl instructs her to. Heichi is number 3, nicknamed Ballista, a genius mage whose target has never once escaped. Both of them were extremely annoying in his past life as well. He cannot believe their paths have crossed a second time, and since they are looking for Ha-ho Mask, what they want is to recruit him. If it were possible, he would kill both of them right now. It is not. So he jumps down out of the tree and asks what mask they are talking about, and who exactly this is. Then he picks his nose, projecting the specific impression of a man with no connection to anything, and limited intelligence generally, because what can they do without proof? Except Ha-hui is not that easy to fool, and she walks over and tells him, threateningly, not to lie to her. How does a person standing in the Balkas Mountains not know about Ha-ho Mask? He already has 20 million views. Is that not strange? And his cloak is exactly the same, so perhaps he is Ha-ho Mask. Jae-hyun gets nervous. Luckily, Heichi steps in, walks over to her and tells her to stop, because that is the least of her problems at this moment. Her largest problem being that she is an idiot. He points a finger at her forehead and shouts that she went and destroyed a tavern and killed a pile of people for no reason whatsoever. So how are they supposed to clean this up now? Then he grabs her by both shoulders and starts shaking her convulsively, shouting that theirs is a famous guild and there is no walking away from something like this. She apologizes to those people before the guild's reputation takes the damage. She asks with visible displeasure why she should apologize to anybody. The MC begins to feel distinctly uncomfortable and wonders whether they were always like this, because this is somewhat unexpected. Hahui irritably asks everybody present for forgiveness and asks whether he is happy now. Then she leaves and he shouts after her about what kind of attitude that is supposed to be. Then he bows to Jaehyun, asks his forgiveness, and goes. Our boy breathes out with relief, delighted that they are gone, at which point somebody's fist appears directly in front of his face. He sees it. He does not have time to block it. He gets thrown sideways into a tree with a crash. Hahui punches very hard. Hichi panics, screams again, grabs her and demands to know what the hell she is doing. She explains, confused, that she assumed he would dodge. Meanwhile, Jaehyun points out that simply attacking a player out of nowhere is not acceptable behavior. Hichi becomes nervous. The MC puts on a pair of glasses in order to look considerably smarter, and announces that an official complaint is going in against both of them, with a community post to match. Thunder Hunters, a vicious guild that attacks newbies for entertainment. Hichi apologizes immediately and promises to compensate him for absolutely everything as long as no complaint gets filed. He hands over a bag containing 1,000 gold. Jaehyun takes it and says fine. This time he forgives them. The man bows, thanks him for it, then grabs the girl by the hand and runs off with her, announcing that they are leaving. Does she ever think with her brain? She shouts back indignantly that she already understands everything. And the MC watches them go and privately admits that this made him genuinely angry, and for now this is the best he can do. Attracting even more of their attention would be a mistake. He waits for his moment. Meanwhile, Hechi irritably asks why she causes trouble in every single place they go. Does she not understand that a guild their size has to maintain a reputation? She asks thoughtfully whether players do not instinctively dodge when they are attacked. He turns to her and asks whether she means to suggest that his failure to dodge her attack is somehow his own fault. She says that is not it. That man. He should have seen the way his face twisted before she struck. His entire appearance said what an enormous nuisance this whole business was. Something is clearly wrong with those two. Hichi has already started begging her not to cause them any more trouble, and she orders him to shut up and stop telling her what to do. Poor Heichi is going completely gray with her. Meanwhile, Jaehyun arrives at Maung's and lays out what he stripped off that bear warrior, and the man turns each piece over carefully and cannot make sense of what is happening out there. He thanks him because without him a great many bad things would have happened. Then, noticing him biting his nails with a slightly deranged expression, he asks whether everything is alright. Our boy confirms that it is while silently begging him to speed up, because slowing down means the top 30 overtakes him without difficulty. Finally, Maung produces the reward. He puts a chest on the table, opens it, and tells him to choose one, which is a map of the monster dungeons he visited across all his years working the Balkans Mountains. The MC is delighted, because that is a treasure map with every reward-bearing dungeon marked on it. And before he can take it, the man says he wants one request fulfilled in exchange. Jaehyun turns around immediately wearing an extremely dissatisfied face. Of course there is a request. Nothing in this world is free. Maung says armored monsters have been appearing in these mountains regularly, and he wants that investigated properly. He takes the map and replies casually that he understands everything. So where exactly is he investigating? The man tells him he needs to go to the Perong forest, and then watching that face twist asks whether something is wrong. He says everything is fine, takes a deep breath and calms himself down. He leaves the house in a profoundly depressed state because the Perong forest is a level 90 zone, which means leveling again and overworking again, all of which irritates him enormously. The ideal hunting ground for his situation is Sura Canyon, where the level 75 demons live, and he handled the armored bear somehow, so those things should not be a problem. It is time for him to get up off his knees. Except that when he arrives at the canyon he becomes extremely nervous, because Chev the Matador is already there waiting. Meanwhile, Heichi calls Seolian in tears and says he cannot take any more of this, because that girl is uncontrollable. Hahui immediately runs over and shakes a fist at him, while Seolian laughs and thanks both of them for their hard work. Heichi wipes his nose and clarifies that this is not him slacking. Since the Red Bulls have already taken Sura Canyon, perhaps they might focus on the main quest as well. Why chase a man who does not want to join their guild? She thinks about it and says they can stop looking for him and concentrate on the quest. Heichi is extremely grateful, and once the call ends she leans back on the couch and says dreamily that the strongest inevitably meet. She will see exactly how long he manages to avoid her. Sometime before that, wearing the identity of Haho mask, he killed a level 75 demon goat. Once his skeletons finish it off, he hits level 62, which pleases him enormously, and he tells them they are moving on. They keep this up, and going to the Perong forest stops being embarrassing. What our boy does not notice is the group of players coming up behind him. Every one of them is delighted, because standing in front of them is the famous, adored, popular, and extremely cool Haho mask. They all start hugging and kissing him and asking him for one single look and confessing their love to him, which begins to irritate him severely. So he runs, telling them to leave him alone, and they run after him. How did any of this happen? Simple. That bear warrior kill went up, became a hit within hours, and fame as always arrived with problems attached to it. Wherever he goes now, players pester him. He simply cannot concentrate on hunting, because they come in crowds. So he takes the mask off and tells the skeletons the plan has changed, and they are going to Sura Canyon immediately, because the monsters there are high level, and those idiots will not follow. And then he sees Chev. He slows down instantly and the man smiles, and says it has been a long time. The MC is deeply upset. Where has this one come from again? Chev gives him a friendly slap on the back and asks whether he is that guy from the newbie area, and he is aware how awkward things got for the man after he walked off without a word. And as he can see, the man leveled fairly fast, because a couple of months ago he was a beginner and now he has made it as far as the canyon. Jae-hyun looks away and asks what brings him out here, since this hardly seems like a suitable place for a ranker. He smiles and asks whether he has not heard the news. The Red Bulls took control of Sura Canyon yesterday, since basing themselves near the main quest area struck them as a good idea. The MC immediately understands that they have made progress on the storyline too. Then Chev adds that he also hoped to meet Haho Mask out here, which surprises Jae-hyun greatly, and he asks whether the man watched his bear warrior raid. Apparently he is somewhere in this area, which is why Chev is waiting since he is a big fan. And he does not care who the man is. They could look for him together. The MC leaves at speed, shouting that he has no idea who that is. And when he finally finds a relatively safe place with no monsters and no people, he stops to catch his breath and asks why every one of them is ganging up on him. First Seolian, now Chev, 2 guilds out of the top 30 already hunting him. What is going on? At this rate he cannot level, never mind complete a quest. So what now? Look for another location. Except there is nothing suitable nearby, and this is the only place giving more experience than anywhere else. And then a thought arrives because he almost forgot about the map Maun gave him. If he remembers correctly, there is a rare dungeon somewhere around here. Naturally, he opens the map and confirms it is indeed here. Rare dungeons tend to hide in places that are hard to reach, like this one by the lake with the waterfall. It will not be easy, and the risk unquestionably pays. He takes a deep breath, dives under with the skeletons, and swims for the bottom. The system warns him that underwater breathing is limited, and he has 20 seconds. He thinks that if the map is accurate, the dungeon is hidden somewhere around here, and hopes he arrives in time. He swims into an underwater cave. 11 seconds left. Then he sees light ahead and immediately swims for the surface. 5 seconds. He decides it is too far, and he has to make it anyway. Time keeps going a little bit more, and at the last possible second he breaks the surface and takes an enormous breath. The system informs him that he is inside the dungeon, and hands him a title for discovering and exploring the place. He is in a cave full of glowing crystals, and he climbs out of the water thinking that this is simply wonderful. If people bother you, go where the people are not. He walks forward through the cave wondering what sort of monsters live in here, because a secret dungeon implies strong ones. What our boy does not know is how thoroughly this dungeon intends to insult him first, because a strange sound arrives, and the monster's eyes flash, and Jae-hyun turns toward it nervously. It is a slime. The MC tilts his head to one side in confusion, having expected something rather more, and nothing whatsoever happens. Then he points a finger at it in anger, and demands to know whether they are joking, because he did not drag himself in here to beat up that. And then a fire appears inside that innocent little monster, and he wonders whether it is an attribute monster. Now, attribute monsters are a very rare enemy type. Items dropped by them enchant equipment with the corresponding element, which makes them extremely popular. In other words, these things can make him filthy rich. He sends the skeletons in immediately with orders to kill every last one, and the poor slime is so frightened that it calls another monster for help. The entire cave shakes, Jae-hyun becomes nervous, and an enormous level 70 salamander crawls out of a hole behind the slime, a mid-ranking fire-type monster. The MC clearly did not expect that, and the salamander fires a fireball at them, and they scatter. He glances at the trail it leaves and swears, then comes out of cover deciding there is no choice. He uses it before this monster becomes a genuine problem. He equips the skeleton warrior with the helm of madness and bone armor, and then decides to use the black ogre skull for further reinforcement, which makes it not a skeleton warrior anymore, but a full knight. Its new appearance makes both the slime and the salamander slightly nervous. The knight swings once, and with a single thrust every monster present is instantly dispatched. Jae-hyun is extremely pleased with his reinforced skeleton, after which an entire flock of salamanders begins to advance. An unequal battle against a crowd, the salamanders hissing to frighten their opponents off, and the MC sends his trusted skeleton knight in. As expected, it handles them quickly as well. Jae-hyun collects experience for the whole pack, while the knight starts showing off and every other skeleton admires it. He is very happy because automatic combat is simply magnificent. Now that the skeletons are leveled, they hunt on their own, and given that salamander essence is worth more than he thought, he covers his losses easily. He continues this process until every skeleton is leveled. He tells them to keep going exactly like this until they beat the boss, and then they head to the Perong forest. And exactly 1 hour later he runs into problems, which is precisely what he expected, because everything had been going far too well. Because he has discovered an instance dungeon, a throne room. He grabs his head and asks whether this thing is still here. He is afraid to go inside because there's no crawling back out of one of those, and dying in there means no logging in for 2 entire days. 2 days being considerably more than either of those guilds needs to pass him on the storyline, except there is nowhere decent to level in this area either. So it appears he has no choice. Since that is how things stand, he decides to entrust the entire matter to luck and walks confidently into the throne room. What he walks into is a long corridor, and both walls are lined with knight statues that have no heads, all of which suggests an abandoned temple of some description. Blade marks are clearly visible across those statues, which suggests things are bad. He reaches the end of the corridor where the local ruler sits on his throne. What Jae-hyun does not know is that this room has been waiting for somebody exactly his level. He suspects something is wrong, and he is entirely correct, because flame breaks out where that dead man's head should be. He calls the skeletons immediately and orders a defensive stance. Before they can form one, the enemy decapitates all of them in a single swing, and Jae-hyun barely gets out of the way. The system informs him that his skeletons took too much damage and have been destroyed. He grinds his teeth nervously and calls it a setup. Who could have known that this monster would be in here? Because that is a level 80 knight spirit, and the artificial intelligence driving one of those is frankly excessive. He met one before the regression at roughly this level, with his whole guild standing behind him. Every one of them was killed without a chance, and back then he could simply retreat. Retreating now is an unaffordable luxury. He summons the skeletons again and orders them to hit with everything from the opening second, and goes in alongside them. The knight spirit sets itself, then swings its sword from top to bottom and kills one of them. The MC jumps it together with the knight, and the third skeleton decides to come at the enemy from behind and puts a sword straight through it. When the knight spirit freezes in place, that skeleton peers out from behind it, waiting for its owner's reaction, and Jae-hyun calls it an idiot and tells it to run. Immediately after which the monster deals with that skeleton, and both of them are thrown back by a powerful explosion, and the system informs him that another skeleton has been destroyed. He notes that a strike to the heart is not critical against a knight spirit, and asks himself what he is supposed to do. Ordinary skeletons will not help here, and neither will a golem, so he has no chance. And then a memory arrives. Because after he killed that monster, Dong-su came over and asked whether he was insane, and why he took on something 4 times his own size. He looked away and said he did not know. If the reason genuinely interested him, his thinking ran approximately as follows. No food until that idiot is dead. Dong-su looked at him differently and asked whether he was stupid. Jae-hyun charges now, and announces that discussing strategy was never his style in the slightest. If critical hits will not land, he simply hits it with normal attacks until it loses its pulse. He starts throwing punches, all of it is working, and he is happy, thinking he simply has to keep going. Except the knight spirit does not stand still either, and it accelerates and appears to run him through with its sword. The MC coughs blood, then freezes for several seconds. Then suddenly he smirks and says it is caught, because it turns out he managed to block those blows and was only pretending to be wounded. And at that exact moment, the skeleton knight jumps the monster from behind and cuts off the hand holding that sword. After which both of them fall back, and Jae-hyun praises his knight, then points his sword at the enemy and explains that he does not get to eat until it is dead, so it should not take any of this personally. Meanwhile, Shev arrives at the Sura Canyon village and notices that the camp is thoroughly busy, which he had not expected. Yell says of course everything here is fine, since they were responsible for the arrangements. The supply routes and the distribution channels are already laid out. He is surprised and smiles and asks whether that means Haho Mask might come through here too. She slaps herself in the face because she is so utterly sick of Haho Mask. She tells him he is obsessed with this person, and that she does not understand him even slightly, because the man is a low-level monster hunter and nothing else. He smiles and says that to them, those monsters are low-level, and to that man they are not. In a game where you feel every bit of the pain, only 2 kinds of people go at monsters many times stronger than they are. Madmen and natural-born warriors. And Haho Mask is both of those in one bottle. Meanwhile, back in the throne room, the knight spirit grows a new arm, and this one is made of fire, which is to say the fight our boy thought he was winning has just moved somewhere else entirely. The MC grins nervously and asks whether losing an arm was genuinely that minor an inconvenience. The thing is driving him insane. He takes a deep breath to calm down, then charges. The spirit swings that new arm, breaks straight through the floor and covers everything in flame, and both of them go flying. Jae-hyun recovers fast and climbs onto a chunk of rubble, saying that this idiot is seriously attempting to bury him alive. He and his knight go back at their opponent, running around it from both sides and striking simultaneously, then start circling it. The MC smiles, pleased that this is working, because he simply keeps damaging it and the win is his. The spirit has been defending the entire time, and then half of that green burning head turns orange, and the whole thing bursts into flame. It swings its sword and creates a ring of fire to keep them away, and Jae-hyun swears because it appears to have gotten stronger. The knight spirit jumps him. He barely blocks the strike, and he understands immediately that the attack pattern has changed. He has had enough of all of this, so he blocks the sword and starts telling his knight they are moving to the next step. Before he can finish, the opponent hits him with a crossbow that throws him several meters and puts him on the ground. He grinds his teeth and works out that he has been concentrating too hard on controlling the skeletons, which is bad. The Night Spirit closes on him fast, and when he is genuinely on the edge of death, his loyal knight suddenly jumps in front of him and takes the entire blow. The MC stares at it in shock, and the knight turns to him one final time, gives him a thumbs up, and disappears. In the end, it sacrificed itself so that he would survive, which makes Jaehan absolutely furious. He charges immediately and throws several bombs at the enemy, and none of them do anything to it, blocking the follow-up. The MC thinks about how he is only a little bit closer. He throws a few more, producing an enormous explosion, and that is still not enough. Before he can do anything else, the Spirit Knight comes running out of the purple flames and he is briefly frightened. Then he smiles and says he knew perfectly well that spirit monsters are not afraid of magic damage. Does it genuinely believe he wasted those bone bombs for nothing? Because he added a skeleton fragment to every one of them, which means this fight is already over. He snaps his fingers, and a heap of skeletons grows out of those fragments and fastens onto the Spirit Knight's legs, holding it where it stands. Then Jaeyan goes forward and puts the finishing blow through it, ending a genuinely difficult opponent. The system informs him that he has killed the Night Spirit and receives 450,000 gold, and the title Night Slayer. Of course, he also receives fragmented Night Spirit armor, and his level goes up. The MC switches back to a regular slot, remembering how his guild members shouted at him after they lost in this room. They said he dragged them into it and signed their death warrants. The Skeleton Knight is currently helping the others up. Then it notices its master's mood and gives him a thumbs up, which makes him smile, because everything really is different now. He praises all of them for excellent work, and they are delighted, since their master has finally said something nice. Jaehyun looks around and asks why they have not been teleported out, and whether there is genuinely another boss in here. Then a secret passage opens behind the throne. He hears the heavy door creak and turns around. Inside there is a chest standing on a pedestal, and he wonders whether that is how a reward room announces itself. He runs straight over there thanking every god whose name he knows, and starts wondering what he is about to receive. Gold, possibly, a weapon, or perhaps a hidden skill book, although honestly none of it matters, because anything at all suits him. Sadly, what he receives is a battered book, a tome of ancient power studies, which is part of the main plot, and which he read so many times in his past life that he knows it by heart. He grabs his head and screams about why the reward room is this much of a garbage dump, since money or an impressive weapon would have been the obvious choice. Then a book on the shelf beside him quietly catches fire, which he notices immediately, and which improves his opinion of this room considerably. And so straight out of the dungeon, they head for the Perong Forest. The MC surveys the area from the top of a cliff and decides he has leveled enough, so the main quest continues. He turns to the skeletons, because after a fight that hard, they receive rewards as well. New extremely fancy gear. They are so happy they cannot stop striking poses and showing the armor off, and Jaehyun finds this unsurprising. Who could have guessed there would be a reward room down there? He picked up an advanced skill that lets him equip summoned creatures with gear and weapons, which means he can upgrade skeletons now regardless of his own level. Buying the equipment will still be expensive, obviously. He tells all of them to make an effort to justify his expenses, or he tears their ribs out, at which moment 3 men come out of the forest. Their captain applauds and tells Haho Mask that this was impressive, and that the rumors about him are true. Then all 3 of them announce in unison, wearing enticing grins, that romance is what they live for and romance is what they intend to die for. Meet the Romantic Bandits, otherwise the Altu family. Naturally, the MC is briefly overcome by an urge to destroy this entire game, because there are only lunatics inside it. He ignores them and keeps walking, and the captain of the Romantic Bandits remarks on how fast he moves, which is only to be expected from a man of his caliber. Jaehyun starts getting annoyed and they laugh and ask him to wait, because they cannot keep up. Eventually he cannot stand it and orders them to leave him alone, and their captain notes that he never actually answered them. He should join them. He asks whether they genuinely believe he would join anybody like them. So now they decide to introduce themselves formally. They are the Altu family, currently training here in order to reach level 100. Except the local monsters are far too strong for them, and creatures that ferocious are not something they can handle alone, so they wander the area looking for allies. And nobody, for reasons they cannot work out at all, ever wants to join. The MC wonders whether they are serious. Then the captain of the Romantic Bandits grabs his hand and asks him, with a completely serious face, to join them and help protect their romance. He physically flinches and tells this weirdo to leave him alone. A few minutes later, he has laid all 3 of them out on the ground, and explained that he does not care about their romance and he is not working with anybody. Is that understood? If they ever bother him again, he kills them. Then he leaves, and the captain gets up scratching his head in confusion and asks whether they have been rejected again. He was their last hope. The problem is nobody ever does. His friend suggests they simply give up and leave the forest, and then the third one receives a message. He turns to the captain and asks whether he remembers the Toon family they met recently. He smiles and clarifies whether that means the ones who threw them up a tree for being weirdos. The man says that right now, those people are asking them for help, which is genuinely surprising. Which brings us to Jaehyun and his skeletons running into an enormous monster. He orders all of them in at once, then goes in himself and takes the creature's head off. The system informs him that he killed the Black Ogre, and receives experience for it. Apparently that is 55 of them now, because ever since the Night Spirit died, the rest of the monsters have been dust under his feet, far too predictable, which is for the best since it let him level fast. He checks the task again, locate whatever the armed monsters have left behind in this forest, then bring the findings back to Maung, and he wonders how it is that he has not run into a single armored monster yet. No progress on the main quest at all. He cannot afford to waste time because he is certain the top 30 have already started the main storyline, and it is only a matter of time before they catch him. Perhaps he should join those All-2 people simply to learn something. Then their image surfaces in his head, and he discards the idea instantly, because he would rather die than work with them. And then there is a loud explosion, and he turns around and wonders what they are doing over there, because every monster in the area comes running toward noise like that. Who are they fighting to produce that kind of racket? Luckily, his sharp eyes find the thing he has been looking for all this time, and he runs toward it smiling. Meanwhile, All-2 is facing a serious problem in the form of an entire horde of armed ogres. What All-2 does not know is that the man who turned them down an hour ago is already on his way. The captain blocks an attack and works out that all of them are fully armored, which makes proper attacking nearly impossible. They are also holding a formation, so there's no hitting them all at once. He does not remember monsters like this living in this zone, and the one standing behind them is presumably their leader. A monster intelligent enough to command an army. They let their guard down, and this is beyond what they can do. His comrades come to help, one of them putting a wall of fire between him and the monsters, then running over and asking whether he is all right. The tunes are already exhausted and will not last much longer. Perhaps they simply run before it is too late. Or do they get crushed here? The captain grinds his teeth nervously and admits the man is right, because their chances of winning this are somewhere near zero. And then he remembers how the three of them were ignored every single time they asked for help, cursed at and generally beaten. He presses his lips together and tells the others, with a serious face, to spend whatever mana they have left opening a safe escape route for themselves and for those players. Being abandoned at the hardest moment is something they are used to. That is exactly why they do not do it to anybody else. His words land, so he breaks through the wall of flames straight at the monsters and says he will hold them, and the others should help the people. He lands several blows shouting that nothing gets through here, then attacks again with a furious shout, thinking it is working, and he simply has to hold on. Except the monster is stronger, and it hits him and throws him aside, and he coughs blood, and looks up at the thing about to crush him, and understands that this was not enough. Naturally, right as he is about to die, the MC arrives and tells him to stop acting tough. The captain is extremely surprised by him, and he says bluntly that he is not here to help anybody, so they should leave his prey alone. Then he summons his skeletons and goes into the fight alongside them. They strike and parry at speed, and the captain watches this and concludes, with astonishment, that it is simply impossible. How can they genuinely do that? Necromancers are not usually capable of anything like this. And who exactly is this Haho mask? The monster that just took a hit roars, and then the skeletons put every one of them on the ground and finish them. Jaehyun collects the experience and breathes out, saying the small fry are handled. He points his sword at their leader and asks, with a smirk, whether it is sad that its dogs are dead. It should not worry, because it rejoins them shortly. He glances at the captain and tells the skeletons to move that one since he is in the way. What Jaehyun does not know is that he has been talking to the smaller half of this problem, because the monster growls and then stamps one foot, and Jaehyun is briefly dumbfounded. Because when the thing straightens up over him, it turns out to be an incredibly enormous creature. A level 80 armored ogre. The captain of the romantic bandits says this is genuinely creepy and hopes the mask can handle it. And somebody nearby says he thinks this boss is difficult even for that man. The captain is surprised, because this one is a knight. The knight answers by simply looking at the ogre's eyes. They are black and red, which makes it an infected monster tied to the main storyline. Monsters like that are 3 times stronger than the versions everybody is used to. Even for the mask, this is going to be hard. At which point the thing starts roaring, and Jaehyun is thrown aside. He remarks on what a tough guy this is and concludes it must be considerably more powerful than its minions. Then the knight starts shouting that nobody should let it get any closer. The monster advances on him and pounces, and the boy says, frightened, that this is bad and even a mask cannot handle something like that. At which point Jaehyun decides to act, uses his magical power to jump the monster with a smile, and asks whether it wants to try blocking this, overgrown as it is. A moment later, there is a bright flash of light, and the monster has a sword through it. When he lands, he turns to watch the enormous body of that ogre come down onto the ground, motionless. To nobody's surprise, every person watching is stunned with horror and astonished that he won. The system reports that he killed the armored ogre, receives golden experience, and levels up. That was easy, and he now holds an ogre helmet fragment, which satisfies the quest requirements. Which is why he checks his watch and decides it is time to go back to Maung and keep the story moving. First though, he needs to work out how the loot gets divided. 20 black ogres and 1 armored leader, and he is certain the rare monster is worth a fortune. The problem being that only the player who attacked a monster first gets to decide how loot is split. And did he not do every part of the work here? Which is precisely why he waited until all of them were dead. Then the captain smiles and says that being abandoned at the hardest moments is something they are used to. Jaehyun turns around in surprise and realizes that the instant he heard those words, his body moved on its own. The captain thanks him and says they survived because of him, and Jaehyun says at least they are grateful. Then the captain says he does not think they can simply let him walk away, which Jaehyun takes as confirmation of what he always knew, because once money enters the conversation, nothing else matters. At which moment the men start arguing with each other and asking each other not to push because they want a photograph. Still, Jaehyun watches this in confusion, and the captain blurts out that they want selfies with him as proof they were present at the raid. Jaehyun asks again whether they seriously do not want to divide the loot. The captain asks back, divide. Then he turns to the knight and asks whether he needs any items. He says of course. And then the captain puts a hand on his shoulder and cuts him off, because he absolutely refuses to behave like a shameless jerk and take loot when all of them owe this man their lives. The knight says no, of course not, let him take all of it. The captain says he heard him, and the mask should take everything, with love. Jae-hyun wonders what kind of love these people are running on, and understands none of it. A while later, he and the skeletons go deeper into the forest, and he remembers the captain asking whether he is certain he does not want to join them. Obviously with their skills, they are no help to him whatsoever, and they are always ready to put a shoulder under him when he needs it. Idiots as they look, playing this game with them would honestly not be so bad, and agreeing means he never becomes the best version of himself. So he smiles and says that is right, since he intends to go up against the top 30 guilds. Then he tells the skeletons to move a little faster, because they finish this damn quest and start the next one. A moment later, a bear monster is dead on the ground. Seolian climbs directly on top of the creature, and people are shouting about how she did it, and the gatherers can take it from here. Seolian finds it too easy, and then Hahui waves at her and shouts for the Queen of Thunder. She was as cool as always, and finished it off so elegantly. Seolian asks what the matter is, and her people report that some information has come in. Hichi says the two guilds who started that war are Thruing and Grin. It began when Berg, who leads Grin, picked a fight with a Thruing member when the two of them ran into each other on a raid, and since then neither guild has spared a single resource on it. Grin is having a hard time of it. Seolian asks whether they genuinely started a war with the main quest on the table, and calls it stupid. Hichi replies that she is absolutely right and he hopes they kill each other, and asks what the next item is. Hichi says it appears the mask defeated the armored ogre. For some reason when it comes to the main storyline, that man is permanently one step ahead. It does not take long. Seolian is dumbfounded when she hears it, and then she smiles. Hichi is surprised by the smile, having expected fury. Hahui hugs her, and Seolian says she thinks they should speed up a little as well. They take the next quest from Maung, because Thunder Hunters are obligated to complete Chapter 2 of the storyline. And so, sometime later in Banzu, a Himbri shouts that it has been a while, and asks why this man is here again. Maung has told him that he did excellent work on every task assigned to him, and asked that he be given this, since he is competent enough for it, which is a ring of the secret order. Unique, all stats increased by 77. Health and mana regeneration up 20%. Class stats increased by 22. Jae-hyun becomes angry, thinking about how well everything had been going up to this exact point, because earlier back at Maung's, he had happily announced that this was excellent, since he is now a member of the Secret Order. Maung replied no, and that he needs to think about this carefully, because a member of the Secret Order has to be prepared to put his life on the line. Jae-hyun said that is not even a question, since he is not afraid to risk his life fighting evil, while privately thinking about joining a secret order and receiving a ring that raises his stats that dramatically. What is there to think about? Maung stood up and said he understands, in which case the man should go and find his teacher. Hearing this, Jae-hyun was dumbfounded and shouted one question. Why? Maung replied that his teacher is also a member of the Secret Order, and should be the one to hand over the emblem. At which point Jae-hyun was seized by genuine terror, because that particular jerk was never going to hand a ring over for nothing. And sure enough, a Himbri instructs him to say that he begs his kind teacher to please give him the ring. Our boy shouts that if the man genuinely believes that, and a Himbri tenses up. Then Jae-hyun concludes that he will always obediently tolerate this man's antics. So yes, he is right, and please let him have the ring. And just like that, with shaking hands, he sinks to the ground and bows. He smiles with tears in his eyes because the reward is far too good to refuse. And the moment he has the ring in his hand, he becomes furious, and concludes that every single one of them is a freak. A Himbri grins and says he is now a member of a secret order, and he will graciously hand over the next task. A mission that makes him stronger. He goes straight to the war zone, at which point a system window opens above his face, and Jae-hyun repeats it back. War zone, which has to mean the battlefield. And just like that, he is standing in front of the gate, stunned, because there is an endless stream of monsters coming from beyond those castle walls. Even so, the monsters keep burrowing through for some time, which makes everything considerably more dangerous than an ordinary raid. The reward, however, scales with the number of monsters killed, which means there is serious money in this. Sometime later on the battlefield, the task is putting down monsters coming from beyond the castle walls. Reward and rank both depend on how many go down. He wanted to come here before the regression as well, and it never happened, because his guild members did not want to leave, which means he is genuinely looking forward to this. First though, there is preparation to do, and at that exact moment a girl is watching him from behind a wall, hiding, silently taking in every part of it. Naturally, she informs her master that she believes she has found the mask. Sometime later, a large number of people are lying in pools of their own blood, destroyed by an enormous tiger monster currently attacking the last one still alive. The man is shaking too hard to move. He begs for mercy. And at that moment, Guildmaster Apollo tells them they are fools who could not handle one single newbie and came back empty-handed. And just like that, a bright light flashes on his belt and the man on the ground shouts the word pig, and Apollo asks what. He shouts back that he meant it in a different sense, because Thunder Hunters turned up out of nowhere and he could not do anything, since they are deliberately trying to lure that man into their guild. Apollo is furious that this cunning jerk swaggers around purely because he thinks the top 30 are covering for him. In that case, he uses exactly that against him, At which point an officer of the Big Smile Guild named Heavybin, a top 30 player, receives a notification from Apollo, which surprises him. He does not understand what this complete idiot wants this time. He asks what is wrong and Apollo says he wants a favor. He needs somebody to teach a player called Haho Mask a lesson. Heavybin asks whether he means that newbie who has become popular lately, and why on earth he would do that. Apollo replies that this jerk dared to insult his guild, and did not even apologize for it. In other words, he made a fool of him. When he shouts that part, Heavybin is genuinely surprised and asks what being made a fool of is supposed to mean. Apollo says that part is not especially important. Sadly, Heavybin puts a hand over his face and says he apologizes, and does not think he can do this, since a guild as famous as Big Smile should not be getting involved in matters like that. Apollo replies that in that case he leaves him no choice, because as of today, he stopped sponsoring Big Smile. Was it not his sponsorship that got them into the top 30 in the first place? Hearing this, Heavybin is horrified, and Apollo continues, pointing out that a guild incapable of fulfilling even a request this small is not worth sponsoring. Heavybin honestly concludes that this man is a freak. Then he slams a fist onto the table and shouts that now he thinks about it, that Mask really is a freak, and he will take care of this immediately. Apollo does not get to finish thanking him, because Heavybin says he will be in touch as soon as it is sorted and hangs up. At which point he grabs his own head and screams obscenities, because refusing means they pay dearly for it, and attacking the Mask destroys their guild's image. Why is everybody determined to make an already difficult life harder? He is a human being too. What Heavybin does not know is that the solution to his problem is about to walk through the door and make everything considerably worse, because somebody comes into his room and asks whether he needs help. He is surprised by the girl who came in, because that is Warren, a reserve member of the guild, wearing an enormous smile. She asks whether all she needs to do is kill the Mask. He works out that if Warren does it, given she is not yet an official member, it does not touch them. And does she genuinely think she can handle it? Warren bows and asks him to leave it entirely to her. She owes him her life, and in order to repay that, she will certainly kill him. At which point the knights start shouting for all participants to line up immediately in front of the palace gates. Once everybody has done as instructed, he announces that the gates are about to open and they should get ready. The captain of the castle walls is Bagel. Our boy identifies him as the main NPC, because beyond those walls is a lawless zone where monsters move freely. The castle gates reopen after 144 hours. Their reward depends on how many monsters they destroy inside that time. The gates do not open before then, and they should keep that firmly in mind. In addition, he gives all of them a special mission, a blue giant. They must defeat the mutant blue giant that appears out there, and the reward is a unique skill book. The MC is genuinely stunned when he sees it, because a unique skill book is an item that hands a person a unique rank skill. He saw one perhaps twice across his entire past life, and they are handing it out as a prize. Is that not an extremely unique skill book? Everybody around him is angry at everybody else and discussing among themselves that this is exactly what they needed. Then one of them says the competition has to be removed, because Jaeyon is the strongest man present. Every eye turns to him, and he does not consider his ability to kill a blue giant especially relevant, which means everybody should get ready, because the gates are opening. Naturally, our boy goes through those gates first and understands that this time all he has to do is stay ahead of everybody. He breaks into a run while the others try to catch up, shouting that he appears to have worked something out, and they need to close the gap. Meanwhile, Warren tells all of them to wait because she has ideas. Why do they not team up? They turn to her in confusion and ask whether she is not simply a newbie. Who does she think she is, telling them what to do? They can handle the mask themselves, so she can leave. To nobody's surprise, Warren smiles and destroys the one who said it, flipping him over several times with a single hand. He collapses into a pool of his own blood, and she moves on asking why all of them are shaking this badly. Presumably the unique skill book which does not genuinely interest her. All she needs is the mask dead. So how about this? They listen to her, and she gives them the book. They were never getting it with skills like theirs anyway, so she considers this a good deal for them. A while later, every one of them is following her, and the MC looks over at that and notes that they are seriously forming an alliance purely to kill him. Why does this world contain this many irritating jerks? He grabs his head and says he is not a pain to anybody, and he was going to be busy hunting monsters, and now he has to deal with them as well. He has no choice but to use it. Then he smiles, and Warren decides she was lucky to gather this many people, since she doubts even the mask holds out against a force that size. What will she do once he is dead? Because once she is finished, Heavybin acknowledges her, and she officially joins Big Smile. And then she has subordinates of her own, and when that happens they bring her tea, and she thanks them for it, and she is completely comfortable. She has as much furniture as she wants. Right away somebody shouts her name and says monsters are approaching. She freezes, then yells for everybody to form up, because they handle them one at a time. The knights shout that something is wrong, because there are far too many of these compared to a normal wave. The monsters really are attacking from several directions at once, and eventually the whole group is surrounded. Warren wonders whether they can even hold formation like this, and what the hell is going on. Please, nobody tell her it is Jae-yeon. Meanwhile, our boy is standing on top of one of the monsters, asking whether she was trying to unite everybody against him. Then he shouts at volume that this is not going to be happening. Warren works out that this man has genuinely lost himself among the monsters, because he starts celebrating and shouting. A moment later, a great many people have been destroyed and killed by those terrifying monsters. The knights shout at Warren that they cannot hold any longer and beg her to order a retreat. Warren understands that their plan failed completely, because they intended to attack the mask while he was distracted, and instead they got attacked. So she shouts at them to hold out here, as long as they can, since the moment this wave disappears they leave. The knight asks what she means, and before he can finish, Warren answers accurately. She takes care of the mask. While this small fry works as bait for the monsters, she kills him herself. Within seconds, she has moved sharply from one monster to another and closed on Jae-yeon, who is currently telling his skeletons that their attacks lack soul and they should invest some feeling into them. Then he looks ahead with a question on his face and sees Warren advancing. What Warren does not know is that he has been waiting for exactly this since the wave started. She appears in front of him and says she is challenging him to a duel. The MC smiles and says that, as he thought, he managed to lure her out. Then he asks whether she is the one commanding this so-called alliance of theirs, and asks his own question first. Does he know her? Because no matter how long he thinks about it, he cannot place that face, and it is strange for somebody to be trying this hard to kill him. Warren decides to reveal nothing connected to Heavybin, and says she simply wanted the competition for that unique skill book removed in advance. Jae-yeon asks whether that is so, then he shouts that no, actually nothing about her says she cares even slightly about a skill book. A fight breaks out, and Warren asks how he could possibly know that. They start trading sword work, and our boy works out that she is honestly good. So how about this? He uses Bone Bomb, and Warren is terrified when she sees it in front of her. Of course, a moment later there is a bright explosion that throws stone in every direction, and Jae-yeon asks whether that is why she came back. Because somebody that skilled is not nothing. So which guild is she from? Warren says who knows, and if he is interested he can find out for himself. Then she uses her weaponry skills and a great many green sparks appear around her. Jae-yeon asks, without hesitation, whether that is a weaponry, because she is going all out. Killing her means never asking where she is from, and handing her a head start is far too dangerous. What kind of nuisance is this? In that case, let her attack him. Warren says that from this moment she is serious, and at that exact moment a mass of skeletons appears around her and closes in. Warren turns around and asks what the hell this is. Jae-yeon tells her not to worry about them, because he instructed them not to interfere. She asks why. The MC scratches his head and points out that she challenged him to a duel. So why would he need summoned creatures in a fight that is 1 against 1? Warren decides he is simply a reckless clown, and more naive than she thought. This idiot dies today precisely because of that naivety. So she attacks mentally, saying goodbye to the mask, and Jae-yeon raises his sword and blocks it, remarking that her attacks are in no way different from the previous ones. Then Warren moves sharply from behind him, which surprises Jae-yeon, and his blood goes across the ground. He is surprised that her speed just increased, and Warren replies that she is not finished. She turns toward him horrifyingly, looks him directly in the eyes, and puts several more small cuts across his entire body. Our boy screams in pain, starts coughing blood, and goes down covered in it. Warren blushes and remarks on how cute it is that he is kneeling, and mentions she would like to use him as a chair. Then she swings her arm sharply and shouts at him to die, cursing herself for ever crossing Heavybin. Luckily at that exact second, a skeleton trips her, and Warren goes down wondering what the hell is happening. The MC smiles and repeats it back. Heavybin. So she is big smile. Then he swings his sword at her, and Warren realizes she is in serious trouble. A moment later he has struck her and tied her to a tree. When Jae-yeon comes closer, he asks, smiling, why Big Smile is hunting him. Warren asks what he thinks since that is exactly what she told him. He gets nothing out of her. Our boy asks whether her name is Warren, and whether she is Heavybin's subordinate out of Smile. She stays silent, then says no, and her face makes the lie obvious, which obviously means he was right. Warren screams and asks how the hell he knows any of that. Because before the regression, this girl was the most notorious mockingbird Heavybin owned, and placing her took him a moment, given the two of them never once had to fight back then. He smiles and says he has his sources, and asks again why Big Smile is hunting him. Not in this life. This time he wanted nothing to do with her at all. Warren screams that she does not know and he should simply kill her already. He replies that he cannot do that because he cannot let somebody die for no reason. Then he stands up with a smile on his face and walks away, thinking that killing her only means she resurrects in 2 days regardless, so tying her up and leaving her to rot slowly is the better option. Incidentally, he just spawned alongside a blue giant. So he is leaving, and if she tries anything, he genuinely will kill her. Warren works out that he did not merely see through her plan, he overpowered her completely. And he said something along the lines of not being able to let somebody die that easily. How dare he flirt with her? He has never once done that. A while later, Warren calls Heavybin and apologizes because she failed to deal with the mask. He is upset and replies that she tried hard and should rest. Warren says yes, then hangs up. In the end, Heavybin stares silently at the system, then grabs his head and screams that he actually believed in it. No, he needs to think positively. Apollo does not know about this yet, so he tries again. At which exact moment Apollo calls him and says he hears they failed against the mask. Big smile, a top 30 guild lost to the mask. What happens if that particular fact comes to light? Heavybin is horrified and says in a trembling voice that all of this is because of that damned mask. Meanwhile, the MC scratches his ear and asks whether somebody is talking about him. The skeletons look at him with questions on their faces and keep following their master, the king of solo leveling in previous chapters, and once again Jae-hyun has gotten rid of a crazy girl. He learned that she ranks inside the top 30. Big smile. He still does not know why they want him dead. He wanted to interrogate her further and there was no time for it, because he decided to hunt the event monster, the blue giant. So what adventure is waiting for them next? Which finds our boy lying on the ground, absolutely exhausted, trying to catch his breath. He says they finally killed a level 85 blue giant, and asks why its health pool looked like a level 100 monster's, because even fighting at full strength, that took him half an hour. It is fortunate those men died fooling around, otherwise they would have taken it off him. Should he thank them? No. What exactly would he be thanking them for? How dare they hunt him at all? He hopes every one of them burns in hell. Later, he remembers the conversation with Warren and understands that Big Smile is hunting him, and cannot work out why. In this life, he has no connection to them whatsoever, because before the regression, word suddenly spread inside the guild, and the top 30 formed an alliance and tried to crush them. And standing at the center of all that was Seolian of the Thunder Hunters. Could this be her doing again? Still, he decides something is wrong here, and closes his eyes. Then he grabs his head and starts screaming that this is not right for him. They take it easy. Anybody who gets in his way dies. That is how this goes. He has roughly 138 hours left, so now they go and make money. When that time runs out, the gates open and an enormous number of people rush inside the fence, and one of them shouts that this battlefield event was a complete disaster. His partner says they should never have messed with the mask. He replies that all of this happened because that one said they needed to listen to Warren. The other asks whether this is somehow his fault. At which point the MC tells them to stop fighting because why fight on a day this pleasant? He is being carried along on an enormous chair by several skeletons, holding a very large amount of money in both hands. The men look at him with questions on their faces, and Jaehyun asks why they look so strange. Do not tell him they were played and earned nothing. Seriously. Then he keeps waving the money in their faces, which makes them angry. And Jaehyun says exactly, they are jerks, and they should not have bothered him. Meanwhile, Warren keeps watching him from the side and decides that next time she definitely does it. In Warren's eyes, he looks incredibly sweet, and she says entirely in love that she will absolutely infect him and make him hers. Then she covers her face with both hands and says she will kill him. She will definitely kill him. Our boy suddenly feels uneasy for reasons he cannot identify, at which point Bagel announces the best hunter of the mission, the necromancer Jaehyun. He should come to the office. Naturally, our boy is delighted because it has finally happened. When he enters the man's office, Bagel reports that this was impressive, since he killed the most monsters and a blue giant on top of it, and thanks him for his efforts. Lately, more and more strange monsters have started appearing, monsters with blue skin and a draining cold, and nobody here has ever seen anything like them. Exactly like the blue giant he just defeated. It appears they are coming from the snowy mountains. He mentions that when they get the chance, they should cross those and scout the area. Is he even listening? The MC confidently says yes, while privately turning over what he has heard about the place past the combat zone, the one people call the Frozen Kingdom, or some name close to it. He already knows about it, so he would prefer not to go into detail, and so they move to the matter of the quest reward. Bagel says his face makes the priority clear enough, and before that his master sent a message. He is asked to go to the Urgel Mountain Range, where the Secret Order's quest begins. He travels to the ridge and meets Ulf at the forge to learn about the next mission. Reward unknown. He thinks about it because the ridge is Urgel, a place absolutely full of high-ranking monsters. No wonder that bastard sent him to a war zone first, or perhaps he sent him here purely for entertainment. Knowing the man entirely possible. Anyway, time for the promised reward. He receives an unnamed skill book of unique rank. Bagel gives it to him and nobody else, so he should handle it carefully. Our boy says no, not again, and kisses the book. What skill is it going to give him? Although with a unique skill he would be glad of anything, still let it be strong and cool and awesome. When he puts his palm on the book, the system reports that an unnamed skill book has been used. Would he like to acquire the clayworking skill? Our boy is stunned and does not understand any of it. Clayworking. Meanwhile, Seolian looks ahead and asks who the hell that is. Hichi turns to her and asks her please to calm down, at which point she becomes angry and starts swinging her sword. By the time she has set a good portion of the forest on fire, Heichi is frightened and privately notes how terrifying she is. She says they simply appeared out of nowhere, and nobody was even allowed to be fighting yet. They killed a monster belonging to the main quest, and it was not a monster those people were hunting. Who are these bastards who dare do that? Hichi replies that they did not look like top 30, and judging by how neatly they slip surveillance, they must be high-ranking players. Seolian gets angry and orders profiles written up and a bounty set on them, and instructs that nobody be allowed anywhere near that boss spawn until tomorrow. Naturally, Heichi shouts yes, after which her hand starts shaking and she asks how anybody, whoever they are, dares to steal her loot. Just let them fall into her hands. Then she simply kills them. A while later, the man playing chess wonders whether this is not somewhat excessive, stealing a Thunder Hunter's target. How does anybody hand out a mission that dangerous? He nearly died. His companion replies that they had no choice, because the Thunder Hunters were on course to finish the main quest faster than anybody expected. He asks what comes next and calls the whole thing nerve-wracking, and asks whether they cannot simply kill all of them. The girl tells him to calm down, because doing that exposes their identities and puts them in trouble, and he answers accurately. Their mission is balancing this game from the shadows, which is why they must never forget what the Ruka Guild is for. Those words belong to Single of the Ruka Guild. Richard confirms them. Michael replies that they understand everything. Weaver also says something in his own language. Then Momo raises a hand and asks about the mask, because ever since he failed, that man has been completing the main quest extremely fast. He thinks for a moment and says their primary task right now is slowing down the main quests of the guilds and of the top 30, after which he takes responsibility for his own failure. Momo replies that this is very boring, and Mikkel says fine, enough talking, time to move to the next mission. All of it for their master. And just like that, they head into battle. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is examining a system window reporting that clay sculpting is an F-level skill. In practice, a golem becomes a monster if he feeds monster byproducts into it as an offering. Raise the skill, and whatever comes out lands nearer the stats of whichever creature supplied the material. Materials used are consumed. So clay sculpting means turning a golem into a different monster, which makes things like flight and combat use possible. Right, time to try it, and he uses the blue giant's tooth, clay sculpting. When he casts it, everything around him lights up brightly, and he covers his face against the glare, surprised. He understands that he is about to have an extremely cool giant pet, and he wants to see it immediately. Sadly, a moment later, a small stone golem appears in front of him. Our boy stares at the creature, dumbfounded, with a question all over his face. The system reports that both his skill level and his language are low, so effectiveness falls below 50%. He smiles and asks what this is. Then he shouts furiously about what a stupid game this is. The king of solo leveling starts with difficulties. Again, sometime later in the Urgal village, the protagonist grinds his teeth and admits the blame is entirely his, since he expected far too much. Even before the regression, a pet was a rare thing, so of course it was never going to be simple. Fine, perhaps he raises the clay sculpting gradually, and for now the main story quest takes priority. He looks at the system and finds the beginning of the secret order. He goes into the mountains and meets the blacksmith Ulf for information about the next quest. He knows this blacksmith extremely well, because the man belongs to a secret organization, and is on top of that the single most famous smith among the NPCs. A great many epic items with incredible stats were born in those hands. Outside the main story he simply never appears, so our boy has never actually seen him. This time though, perhaps a good weapon comes out of it. Sometime later, our boy arrives and apologizes on the way in. And when he enters the room, there is nothing there. He is surprised that nobody is present, then feels something is wrong, and turns to find the blacksmith attacking him. The man puts a bright beam of light into the wall, shattering stone into fragments. The MC screams in pain and terror, and the system reports lost health. He wonders what the hell is happening, and who exactly attacks a person inside an NPC zone. A moment later, the old man asks whether that is genuinely all, because the rookies these days really are weak. Then he slams his weapon into the ground and says that in his time they were considerably stronger. Jaehyun looks at him in silence. They exchange looks, then the protagonist asks whether his name is Ulf. He says yes. Our boy asks why the man just hit him. Ulf picks his nose and explains that a rookie gets tested, and strength is what gets tested, because a secret order is not named that for decoration, assuming any of this is getting through. Jaehyun angrily asks whether the man is joking, since he attacked out of nowhere and is calling it a challenge. What kind of garbage NPC is this? The system reports that he received the title of first to speak with Ulf. Job-related stats increased by 25. He also received the title of first to survive an encounter with Ulf. Health increased by 25%, which is when the MC realizes he is getting 2 titles out of this with bonuses that good. Ulf asks whether he is unhappy about something, since rookies these days have no patience at all, and things were different back then. Then he notices an entirely different expression on Jaehyun's face and asks what, because Jaehyun, gazing at him lovingly, says he loves him. Ulf, please, let this man use him in whatever way he wants. He can clean. He can do laundry. Perhaps he should lick his boots. Ulf screams and asks what the hell is wrong with him, and whether he is insane. Jaehyun screams that he loves him too, his dear Ulf, the love of his life. Ulf is frightened and does not understand what is happening, and yells at him to get out, hitting him in the face with a bag. Deliver it to the forest. And with those words he kicks Jaehyun out of his room. Naturally, our boy goes face first into the ground at the bottom of the stairs, and getting up, decides that this is exactly it. So let the man scold him and beat him. Now that he knows titles like that get handed out, he is prepared to go through anything. The people walking past decide he must be out of his mind. The system reports a new task registered. Deliver a bag to the inhabitants of the forest. Reward Ulf's recognition. The MC thinks about it. The forest is Behaim, and the only people he meets there are elves. He smiles, and then realizes there is possibly one problem, because elves are normally hostile to humans, so they hid themselves in that forest quickly, and finding them is harder still since they move constantly. In his past life, certain people made maps to help locate them, and he doubts those even exist anymore. He does not understand why anybody is this obsessed with elves, and works out that he has exactly one option left. Which is how, a while later, he ends up in the Urgal village square, shouting that he is buying information about the forest. Price negotiable. He will go up to 100,000 gold depending on what the information is. People around him ask whether that is Jae-yeon and what he is doing here. The protagonist feels slightly ashamed, and this is honestly the best he can do, because posting an official request to buy information risks the top 30 finding him. Better a little shame than an entire day walking those mountains, although this is genuinely too much. What Jae-yeon does not know is that the answer he is shouting for has already been standing in this square for months, because an unknown man steps onto the ground, and everybody turns to look at him. Our boy is stunned as well, because standing in front of him is a man with an enormous monster looming above him. He mutters that this must be Haho Mask. The protagonist realizes it is Pitbull. Everybody around them starts screaming about whether it could really be him, one of the top 100. What is a man like that doing in a place like this? Is he planning to fight Jae-yeon? When the protagonist thinks about it, he fought this man once in a past life, and he came out of it the winner. And he was an incredibly strong fighter. He cannot guarantee a win if he has to fight him right now, and he is fairly confident. The people around him start saying the man is pretty strong. One of them says he is nicknamed Pitbull because he runs his enemies down and destroys them, and besides, his level is far higher. The girl confirms he is probably right, and that Jae-yeon is nothing against him. Not only that, the man would simply destroy him. He beats Haho Mask with his left hand alone. When Jae-yeon hears that, he becomes genuinely angry and shouts at that idiot to shut up, because he can hear every word they are saying. Do they want him to fight them? At which point Pitbull says he hears the man is buying information about the forest. The MC is frankly dumbfounded when Pitbull appears in front of him and says he will tell him everything about that forest. The protagonist asks whether he knows about the Baham forest and privately wonders whether this is some kind of trap. Then he asks the price, and Pitbull says yes, after which everybody present waits in anticipation. He says he wants to confess his love. When Jae-yeon hears this, he looks at him with an enormous question on his face, entirely dumbfounded. Everybody around them is embarrassed and does not understand what just happened, since the man is confessing his love to Jae-yeon. So our boy bows and asks how any of this came about. Pitbull tells him to catch his breath and calm down first, and Jae-yeon shouts that he genuinely thinks he can calm down. And whose fault is any of this anyway? Because a confession blurted out like that produced an uproar across the entire square. So they had to hurry off to the nearby forest. Jae-yeon apologizes and says men are not his type, so he rejects the confession. To nobody's surprise, an awkward silence settles between them, and Pitbull asks what on earth he has been talking about this whole time. Because the man is talking nonsense, given he never confessed his love to him. Jae-yeon asks what that is supposed to mean. It happened a few months ago, when he was hunting out this way as usual, and he turned around and saw a cute rabbit, and was surprised, and wondered whether it was a monster. There was a girl beside it who told him he could not go alone. He met her entirely by chance, and she was more beautiful than any creature he has ever seen. Then she ran, and hid herself, and that was the last of her, which is why the man has been standing around in that exact spot for several months. Jae-yeon looks at him with a question on his face, and Pitbull says he also gathered every piece of information about the elves from the local NPCs. Jae-yeon asks whether that is not simply stalking. Pitbull says that even after checking every place the locals supposedly saw elves, he had no success at all, and right as he was about to give up, he noticed this man and his interest in the forest, and the elves, which is why he decided to ask for help. The MC understands now why the man behaved like that back there. No, he should never have said anything about declaring love. He should simply have said it straight. It appears he has gotten involved with a genuinely tiresome person. Except the quest has to be finished fast, and this man has at least some leads on the elves. Fine, let him lead the way to wherever a meeting is most likely. Pitbull understands and they approach the waterfall. He remarks that, judging by the villagers' accounts, the sightings cluster around Bekong Falls. Meanwhile, our boy looks around and Pitbull announces that next up are 10 votes for a spot under an enormous oak and then the entrance to the village. Jae-yeon replies that he understands. And that is enough, you idiot. This is disgusting. Then he asks whether the villagers means monsters live here. Pitbull confirms it because large monsters appear here frequently and they need to be careful. Jae-yeon smiles and says that is how it is. Then, Pitbull asks whether he has any theories. The protagonist suggests they proceed as normal for now, starting with hunting monsters. A level 90 tree snake appears in front of them. Pitbull says fine then, and before he can finish, Jae-yeon says no, he handles this one himself. Pitbull asks whether he is certain, because a tree snake is fairly high level and not something he manages easily. Jae-yeon asks, smiling, who exactly the man thinks he is talking to, because he is Haho Mask. What Pitbull does not know is that this fight was never the point, because our boy charges and when the snake starts growling loudly at him, he simply smiles. The monster notices this and is dumbfounded, and Jae-yeon keeps smiling, right up until a powerful attack throws him aside a moment later. In the end, he is in a terrible position and thoroughly beaten, and Pitbull looks at him with a question on his face. He did not expect that, and Jae-yeon screams that it genuinely hurt, because he hit his nose. The monster and Pitbull both look at him with surprise from a distance, and Jae-yeon keeps screaming that he is being killed and it is incredibly painful. Pitbull asks what exactly he is doing. The snake starts growling loudly at him, and Pitbull screams at him to come back, because there is a snake right there. Jae-hyun, with tears in his eyes, screams that he is dying. Luckily, before it can eat him, a bright arrow goes straight through that snake. More arrows start landing across different parts of its body, and Pitbull is genuinely surprised by what is happening. Our boy smiles and explains that NPCs, meaning the local residents, are not like players. When they run into a monster, they do not hunt it. They run. Most likely those residents were running from monsters and ended up in a dead end, which is exactly when they surfaced. It was them, the elves. Pitbull asks whether he read all of that from the beginning. Jae-hyun replies with something along the lines of asking whether their kind, most gracious elves have deigned to appear. Then he greets them properly. His name is Jae-hyun, and he comes to them with a message from Mr. Ulf. This is a very important mission, so he would like an invitation to their village. At which point the elf girl gets angry and puts an arrow at his forehead and tells him that this means they were deceived. Another girl screams that she said it was better not to help humans. Jae-hyun screams that humans are vile, dirty, greedy creatures. The girls say that Lord Ulf would never entrust a mission to a swindler like him. Jae-hyun understands. Fine, let him through already, because this is far too much. What is he supposed to do? Force his way in? No, because then the quest stalls. At which point Pitbull drops to his knees, and Jae-hyun has no idea what this man is doing. Pitbull apologizes for the deception because he simply had to meet her. He met her once before in this forest, and he fell in love at first sight. Then he offers the girl his hand and asks whether she will give him a chance to get to know her better. Jae-hyun privately wonders what this idiot thinks he is doing, because they already hate humans and now he wants to be labeled a stalker on top of it. And then the girl says yes, fine. Our boy is genuinely surprised. Another girl asks what, and then says so that is what this was, and if it is out of love, then nothing can be done about it. The girls start laughing and discussing the situation among themselves. One of them turns to Celine and says she has gone and picked up a human man. Fine, let him come with them. The village is that way. Pitbull walks off alongside the girls, and Jae-hyun smiles and screams, clutching his head about what a damned game this is. He is in panic and horror, and at that exact moment the quest to meet the elves completes. As they follow the group into the forest, Jae-hyun asks whether this is a dating simulator with attractive women, and why everything turned out this way. Pitbull replies that he is so happy he could die right now. The protagonist tells him he is messing this up, because they nearly died at those hands, and he is standing there grinning, because his confession got accepted. He should be careful, because beautiful girls are the craziest ones. Pitbull is deeply embarrassed and the MC blurts out that he knows a girl prettier than any of them, and she's a complete psychopath. And Pitbull suddenly replies that he does not love her for her beauty. Jae-hyun looks at him in surprise and Pitbull says he does not like elves simply because they are beautiful, although they are beautiful. To him, elves are a symbol of fantasy. Jae-hyun asks with surprise what, because this man is a genuine pervert. He exclaims that all of that is wrong, because everything he loved as a child, the games, the novels, the manga, put elves on the page as fantasy itself. Wandering a fantasy world and going on adventures with companions like that has been his lifelong dream. Jae-hyun does not understand what nonsense the man is talking or how any of it relates to declaring love to an elf. He asks whether it is not the same way for him. Jae-hyun looks at him in confusion, and Pitbull asks whether he is not playing this game to fulfill a dream. Jae-hyun replies that he does not have strange dreams like that. For example, becoming the strongest in this game and trampling the jerks who treated him badly. If that can be called a dream, then that is his. He gets goosebumps simply imagining it. He wonders when it happens. Pitbull says sadly that in the end he becomes the same thing as the people who despised him. When Jae-hyun hears that, he laughs quietly and asks, so what? The law of the jungle is the real world. Pitbull says the weak get weeded out, so what happened to him is also entirely natural. Happiness achieved through humiliation. And at that moment the two of them get into a fight, and the girls notice the dust their struggle is throwing up. Our boy grabs him by the shirt and asks what exactly this man knows. A dream. Happiness. This is nonsense, and only people who have everything get to say it. Does he have any idea what surviving day after day is like? When even the little you had gets taken away in a single instant? Does he have the first idea what that is like? He doesn't care if this man's head is full of flowers. He needs to stop preaching. Naturally, Pitbull is dumbfounded when he hears it, and the girls ask both of them to be quiet. At which point one of them announces that they have arrived at the village. The elder lives in the tallest tree. Our boy asks them to take him there and goes on ahead alone. Celine asks Pitbull whether he had a fight with his companion. Pitbull looks at her in silence and does not answer. A moment later, Celine announces to the elder G-Ray that she has brought people, and that they say they are here on an errand from Mr. Ulf. Meanwhile, our boy grabs his head and realizes he started talking and without noticing it happening, lost his grip. He should forget about it, since he is never seeing that idiot again anyway. The main quest is what matters. At which point the elder approaches and asks whether they are here on assignment from Mr. Ulf. Then, apparently this is connected to a secret order. The MC confirms it and hands the bag over, and Dara looks at it in confusion. The system reports that Ulf's item has been delivered to the Baheim tribe and that Ulf's assignment is complete. Dra examines it, and the MC suddenly realizes it is an epic item that removes every negative debuff. The Diadem of Purification. So that is what Ulf had him carrying. No wonder the man sealed it. Which means the next quest is purifying the fallen elves and finding out who is behind the second main quest. And then the purification comes to him as a reward. At which point Dra says they should be leaving now, and Jaeon says one confused word. Wait, are there genuinely no other assignments for him? For example, using this item to save somebody. The elder replies, no, there are no further tasks for him, because he is not ready to be trusted with anything, being too weak. Naturally, our boy swears because those are level restrictions, abandoning the main quest. Like this is not something he can do, and pushing forward at his level is simply impossible. Our boy closes his fist and says he understands, and he will be back when he is stronger. Damn it, he cannot do anything. Meanwhile, he is killing monsters again, thinking about how the Thunder Hunters are making the fastest progress on the main quest. She took down an enormous number of monsters recently, so by now she is probably in the Urgel Mountains, which means they never even needed the battlefield. He has been far too relaxed lately. He should have slept less, and reached level 100 a long time ago. Does he have the time? One of the skeletons turns sharply, and Jae-hyun remembers what Pitbull told him, that what happened to him was also entirely natural. Why should he listen to anything like that? He keeps destroying his opponents with incredible anger while that conversation runs through his head. The monsters keep attacking, and our boy realizes he is very tired. And when the monsters come at him, he does not move. Meanwhile, Celine is sitting in the forest with a hare in her arms, right next to Pitbull, talking about what happened to their friend. He replies that he knows he interferes far too much in other people's business and does not know what to say next. Celine gets embarrassed and asks why he does not simply go and apologize sincerely. Pitbull tries to object, and Celine says perhaps all of it resolves more easily than he thinks. That is usually how it works, between friends, and at that exact moment it is Pitbull who saves Jae-hyun's life, destroying the opponents who attacked him a second earlier. He says he came to apologize and it appears he arrived at a useful time. The MC is genuinely dumbfounded to see him standing there. Once the attackers are handled, Pitbull says he has something to say. Jae-hyun asks who this man even is, appearing out of nowhere and then simply standing there, and tells him that if he is looking for trouble, he should get lost. Then he sends the skeleton straight at him, and Pitbull simply stands off to one side and does not move. He apologizes to Jae-hyun and raises a hand to stop the skeletons. They put their trembling swords against Pitbull's throat, and Pitbull says he said it out of worry and interfering when you know nothing is genuinely nothing more than lecturing. So he apologizes to him. Our boy quietly lowers his gaze and says that since the man is this sorry, he can help him with the hunt. Then he turns around sharply, and Pitbull asks whether that means his apology is accepted. Jae-hyun replies that he intends to wring this man dry down to the final drop, so there is nothing left to regret afterwards. Pitbull is dumbfounded by that expression and then smiles slightly. This apology is costing him dearly. Jae-hyun screams at the jerk because he actually accepted the apology, at which point another monster attacks them, and Pitbull and Jae-hyun close their fists and destroy that enemy with a combined effort. The monster goes down, experience arrives, and their levels rise. Once the attacking monsters are handled, both of them lie down on the ground. The MC says he has finally raised his level, because he is level 100 now. Pitbull says the schedule was simply insane, and Jae-hyun confirms that assessment, because he slept under 3 hours across 3 days. He will never sign up for anything like that again. Pitbull says in that case he is quitting this game. Jae-hyun privately works out that progressing the main quest at level 100 is easy enough, and doing it without this man's help takes considerably longer, which makes him angry and he stands up abruptly. He tries to say thank you and cannot and produces a curse instead. In the end, he manages to finish the sentence, and Pitbull calls him by name and asks him not to be embarrassed, because they are men and it looks disgusting. After those words, Pitbull dissolves into pixels, and Jae-hyun looks at the space where he was in bewilderment. He stays silent for a moment, then becomes furious and screams about what a bastard that man is. He grabs his sword in a rage, while the skeletons try to stop him. Still a while later, Jara says that somebody like him can be trusted to find this child. Most likely conversation is impossible in a state of corruption, so they will give him this. Was he even listening? Jae-hyun has become angry and is saying he kills that freak the next time he sees him, and finishes him immediately. The system reports that he has received the purification diadem for the quest only, and that the fallen elf quest is beginning. Our boy throws the diadem into the air above himself, delighted that it is a purification diadem. Jara remarks that the diadem's effect appears to be guaranteed, so they are counting on him. Jae-hyun shouts at them to let him do it, because he finishes these quests quickly, and claims that diadem, so where does he go now? They reply that they do not know, and Jae-hyun looks at them with an enormous question on his face. Dra says that if they knew, they would have taken him there themselves. The MC is honestly surprised and points out that they are relying entirely on him. The protagonist asks them to stop and at least give him a hint, and they silently close the doors. The protagonist is furious with this damned game and grips that diadem in both hands. Because how exactly does a person find one randomly appearing fallen elf on a map this size? He shouts about it while climbing a cliff, thinking that the level problem is solved and there is now simply one mountain after another. If that is how it is, there is nothing to be done, and they buy information again. Except that openly buying information is impossible, exactly like last time. Because revealing the words fallen elf out of the main quest brings everybody down on him like a pack of dogs. And who is he? He always has a plan. It is not widely known yet, and the fallen elf's actual role is creating an army of monsters, which is why enormous numbers of monsters appear around the elf's ground. So if he puts word out that he is buying the coordinates of those monsters, people who know nothing at all bring him the information. Then he assembles all of it and works out where the fallen elf is. Why is he this much of a genius? He is extremely pleased with himself. What Jae-hyun does not know is which particular fish this bait has attracted, because somebody walks up behind him and asks whether he is the one looking for information about monsters. Our boy is delighted, obviously, because that is the first fool on the hook. He says that is him, then turns around and notes with alarm that this man looks familiar. His name is Chev, and he asks what is going on. Because at the Red Bull's base a while earlier, Yell walked over and asked whether that anonymous tip about where the Count of Darkness was sitting still rings any bells. Chev said obviously it does, and she informed him a new message has arrived from the same source. He was dumbfounded, and the system announced that this person is buying the coordinates of recently created monsters, and bids are open. Yell asked with surprise, recently created monsters, and why anybody would suddenly need those. Chev explained that it is a smokescreen, because somebody holding information as important as the location of the Count of Darkness is not spending this stage on anything trivial. Yell replied that this is true, and Chev said searching for monsters is the excuse, and the actual goal is something else, which sounded fairly tempting, and Yell said that monopolizing a source of information like that would be excellent. Chev smiled and confirmed it, and said he was leaving now, because he needs this to get hold of the goose that lays the golden eggs. Which is why when he appears in front of Jaehyun, our boy is frightened and asks himself what is going on. He expected some guild's small fry to turn up, so he could collect a little more information and leave. So why has this monster appeared? Which means his plan is cancelled, and he needs to get out without arousing suspicion. At which point Chev asks whether he genuinely thought about running away from him. The MC is frightened and realizes what a clever bastard this is. Then he shouts at the skeleton to stop the attack, and Chev smiles and says that was wise, because attacking just now would already have made him dead, which is a shame for the protagonist, and it is also true, since there is no version of this where he wins. So perhaps he responds with something, because this man has the physical attributes of a newbie and knowledge exceeding a great many guilds. Who the hell is he? Jaehyun is stunned and tries to say something, and Chev grimaces and asks what. At which point Jaehyun grabs his head and starts screaming for help from any good people present. He is simply a newbie who knows nothing, and an enormous guild like Red Bull's is threatening a newbie. He keeps screaming with tears in his eyes, then stops and looks at Chev, who has not moved at all and is watching the entire performance. He keeps screaming that he only came to learn about monsters, and knows nothing, and a newbie is being murdered here. Chev frowns at him, and Jaehyun closes his fist to protect himself. Although what? He looks pathetic enough and not remotely suspicious. Please, let the man fall for it. Chev says he sees, and there has been a misunderstanding, and it appears he and the informant are two different people. Luckily our boy registers that it worked and happily says so it was a misunderstanding, and next time the man should be more careful. Chev says the advance was 5 billion, and it is now cancelled. On salary, benefits, and bonuses, he was planning to offer the best conditions in the industry. Nothing to be done about it. If this is not the man, then it is over. Jaehyun, who has dreamed of joining the Red Bulls since childhood, is thankful to everybody who ever loved the king of solo leveling. He is simply speechless. An advance of 5 billion. Seriously. He needs to abandon the idea that people can be bought with money. His face is saying otherwise. Damn. Perhaps he should join after all. 5 billion is so much beef. No, so many cows. Chev asks what about him, then Jaehyun, and whether he would like to join the Red Bulls on those same conditions. He is entirely serious about this. Jaehyun asks why, and says no, he does not want to. Chev asks whether that is genuinely his answer, even if he considers this man a rival, and says he kills him here if he refuses. Still, he stays silent, then replies that he does not want to. He becomes the strongest regardless of anybody, even if the man kills him right here and now, and he should be prepared for the fact that when he does become the strongest, they take the first blow back. At which point Chev turns sharply, looks down, and remarks that there is a very nice view from here. Jaehyun looks back at him in surprise, and asks what he is doing. Chev says the Red Lake, and the protagonist is dumbfounded. Chev continues saying their intelligence obtained this data, so the information is 100% certain. People are saying the number of new monsters has increased sharply. Jaehyun asks why he is telling him this, since he is their competitor. Chev smiles and asks competitor, and whether he genuinely believes they would treat a brat like him as one. He should not overestimate himself. The Red Bulls are the strongest and lose to nobody. And he handed over the tip because a desire to manage alone is commendable, so he should not worry about it. With those words he says goodbye, and Jaehyun suddenly shouts 2 words. Salt Mountain. Because since the elf does not have the key, it appears the Red Bulls are completing the main quest through the dwarves, which means what they are after is on Salt Mountain. So what now? Freak. Is he nervous? Who exactly was being called a brat? If you count gaming experience, he has been playing considerably longer than they have. Idiot. At which point Chev laughs loudly at all of it, and Jaehyun does not understand why. Chev says no, it is simply that people tell him he is an idiot fairly often. What a simpleton this man is. When the protagonist hears that, his eyes go bloodshot with anger, and through his teeth he asks who exactly the idiot is here. Then he turns sharply and heads deeper into the forest with his skeletons. Chev says yes, Yell. Recruiting him failed. The golden goose nearly tore its own belly open purely in order to refuse. He decided to retreat because he would certainly have died, and he was also curious about how far the man goes alone. In the end, all of it is for the best.
Right.
To nobody's surprise, Yel does not laugh at any of that and looks distinctly menacing. Chev says no, he did not mess it up, and it was his fault, and he is only asking her not to do this. Chev, having returned, ends up in a genuine fight after all of that. Meanwhile, Jaeyeon walks through the desert saying that when it comes to fools, where exactly would anybody find somebody as smart as him? The skeletons continue throwing water around while our boy angrily declares that these people are having fun without any idea what is happening in their master's heart. He yells at them to gather their wits. What is so remarkable about red water? Why is everybody this obsessed with red water? Because back then some man yelled that this was cool too, and told him to come and touch it. He said there was no time for games, since the place was full of medium and large level 120 bosses, so they needed to kill as many as possible and level up. They called him a boring nerd and covered him in scarlet water. He shouted angrily and asked whether they were tired of living, and told them to come here. Those memories surface suddenly, and Jaeyeon realizes that the Scarlet Lake, now he thinks about it, is a fairly familiar place. He tells the skeletons to stop fooling around and line up, and then notices something is off, and turns his attention to the side. Within seconds, several people run up to him, and he identifies one warrior, 2 mages and 1 priest. Is this an ambush? He shouts for the skeletons to act on his signal. 3, 2, 1, and they attack. At which point everybody stops in front of everybody else, and starts trembling. Jaehyun does not understand what is happening, because these people address him as Mr. Jaeyeon with tears in their eyes, and beg him to help them. Our boy works out who they are and asks whether they want him to help catch the fallen gray cockatrice and why they do not catch it themselves. The man blurts out that their raid group is the second herd under the Golden Brothers. Now, that guild is reasonably famous, and people talk about it as a rising star among the top 30. These 4 are the reserve string, nobody counts, and years of it have changed nothing. Before he can finish the sentence, Jaeyeon cuts him off and says that is too long, and he should reduce the information to 3 lines. The man looks at him in bewilderment and says that if they do not catch that cockatrice, they get thrown out of the guild, so he should help them. Jaehyun replies that he refuses, and the conversation is over. The people keep screaming and crying and begging Mr. Jaeyeon not to abandon them, because they have nowhere else to go. The protagonist tells them to let go of him, while they continue holding onto his legs and shouting apologies, and that they have money, they can give him money. Jaehyun says one word back. What? Then asks how much. The man guesses 20,000 gold coins. Our boy says that is not enough, and they should leave. The man exclaims that this is everything they have, and once the thing is caught he takes all of the loot, and please would he do it? Jaehyun tries to get away from them while holding his own head. He recognizes how lazy he is being, and he does intend to clear those monsters out anyway. An advance of 20,000 and every piece of the spoils, and they had better not change their tune. They ask in surprise whether he genuinely helps them and thank him, and say God bless him. Sadly, they fall to their knees and pray, until Jaeyeon tells them that is enough talking, and they should hand over the money. With those words he walks off into the distance, and what our boy does not know is what one of those men says after him, ominously thanking Mr. Jaehyun. Because sometime before that, they begged Mr. Apollo for a little more time and swore they would return everything. Those men were at Apollo's slave farm being whipped across the back with terrifying force until they bled, which is mostly where people who cannot repay their debts end up. Apollo asked whether that is so, and then said he would give them a chance. They kill Mr. Jaehyun. The men asked one another how anybody handles a player that strong. Apollo replied that he would loan them top-tier equipment, and they attack as a group and set a trap, and do whatever has to be done to finish him. Fail, and they rot down here alive. When those people pictured that, they became terrified and understood there is nowhere left to retreat. So while Jaehyun is distracted by a powerful monster, all of them attack at once and finish him. At which point, watching what he can actually do, one of them simply says that the monster is noisy, although let it show what it is capable of. Apollo tells everybody to get ready on the signal, and Jaehyun says he will strip the armor off it, and they can handle the rest. Naturally, the men shout that yes, they handle the rest. Our boy puts a hand into the scarlet water and casts the spell that strengthens his legs. Magic sparks come up around his body, handing him strength, and he suddenly launches and charges the monster. The men shield their faces against the wind and watch him running directly at the thing. Except the creature only behaves like that because of distance. Jaehyun weaves between its attacks, with a smile on his face, and comes at the creature from above. When the monster sees what is happening, it looks up with a question on its face, and Jaehyun says he remembers this creature being faster. Is it some sort of slow one? He attacks sharply, and a bright flash of light comes out of the explosion. Then he withdraws to the other side while the monster turns hard toward him, unable to follow his movement. The protagonist confirms his own belief that this monster is very slow, and destroys it completely. People are saying it cannot be true, because stripping armor off a monster like that is simply amazing. He did it incredibly easily, and Jaehyun says the torso is done and only the helmet remains. Then he says goodbye and calls the monster a chicken brain. And one of the slaves shouts to act now. The men build fiery flames and send them straight at Jaehyun, who turns around in surprise, understanding exactly how precarious their situation is. A moment later, there is a bright fiery explosion, and the man shouts for a second strike. They do it again, then decide on a third strike, and a fourth, and finally look through the thick dust and ask, with surprise, whether they finished him. And just like that, they did it, free of slavery. the people start celebrating. And Jae-hyun says he knew it, because everything about this was suspicious from the beginning. They pretended to be beggars while wearing top-of-the-line clothing, and they even sent his necromancers into the vanguard. Fortunately, he prepared in advance and activated the skin stitching skill, which adds 388 points of defense. He also activated False Heart, boiling his blood, which raised his recovery speed. Then he asks whether the Golden Brothers, or possibly the Rusty Brothers, are ready for the consequences, because now this ends for all of them. When he says that, the men become terrified, and shout that it is magic and they need their magic back immediately. He asks whether they are planning to shoot again, and whether they genuinely believe that works. Although it appears he is not simply going to stand there. Jae-hyun sends an enormous monster and several skeletons at them, and the people panic and ask whether the monster is joining in as well. The protagonist smiles and says that if they understand everything, they should prepare to die. What none of them knows is who has been standing in the trees watching this entire performance, because the system reports that a fallen elf has appeared nearby, and Jae-hyun wonders what that is, because the girl genuinely is nearby, watching him from behind a tree. She is moving side to side at incredible speed, and the system reports that the fallen elf is beginning to escape. He has 3 minutes to pursue her. Our boy realizes she came to check on the monster at this exact moment. Then he shouts at the Rusty Brothers that until he comes back, they are catching the monster and the skeletons. The men ask one confused word. Jae-hyun shouts that if they try to run, they should not expect an easy death. With very little time left, the protagonist recognizes his chance, because catching her right here shortens this quest enormously. Catching her is only a matter of time, and then he takes first place on this main quest. He goes in, pushing off a tree branch, reaching for the girl, and then understands that something is wrong. Because even with the slot and the boost active, the distance is not closing. He grinds his teeth in anger and screams for Bone Bomb. The girl uses her own spell and shields herself, and he realizes she came back out of even that. Of course, this game never hands anybody an easy way out, and he thought the quest was too simple. At which point he has 10 seconds left, and understands the time is going. What is he supposed to do? He will not make it, and failing the main quest right now is not something he can afford. Sadly, the protagonist screams that this cannot be happening. He throws a magic skull directly at the girl, and she dodges again. He tells her there is no point laughing, since he threw that bone bomb to gain speed. The elf is terrified when she sees him beside her, and when Jae-hyun takes hold of her shoulder, he knows she is caught. The girl is thrown aside and starts coughing blood. Jae-hyun looks at her with a question on his face, and she goes down onto the ground under a powerful blow. Jae-hyun screams and asks whether she genuinely just swallowed her own tongue. He looks into her face and shouts at her to get up, because what is he supposed to do if she dies? He needs to complete the main quest. In the end, the girl closes her eyes, and then bright sparks appear above her head. The system reports that purification has been used on the fallen elf. Everything around him fills with magical light, and Jae-hyun hopes it works. Then the elf hands him a piece of paper with a trembling hand, and he understands that this is her. The girl smiles and the system reports the fallen elf quest completing, and she disappears into space. Jae-hyun asks whether completing the quest means the suicide was written into the script from the start. What a vile plot. Wait. If that is true, then why the chase and the time limit at all? Exactly. He grips that paper in both hands and screams, absolutely furious. Honestly, what a dog of a game! Back at the lake, the men are still fighting in tears, begging the skeletons to help them because they cannot hold that monster alone. The swords will not hold much longer, and that is it. At which point Jae-hyun reappears and comes to their aid, summoning a golem and using his crush skill. They are delighted that he came back and helped. They tearfully explain that they were waiting for him and knew he would forgive them. Please, just spare them. Jae-hyun asks whether they are telling him the Apollo Guild sent them. The men reply that they had no choice because of their debts, and Jae-hyun works out that even setting aside the mercenary hiring, the items they are wearing are unique, top-tier things that do not even turn up at auction. Even with a lot of money, Apollo would struggle to assemble that. And a killer from Big Smile turned up recently. Could the people who hate him genuinely have formed an alliance? Well, if so, he takes action as well. He tells the men to stand up, and one of them shouts that he has finally forgiven them. Jae-hyun asks whether they are insane. They lay out everything they have and send him 1 million gold coins every week. If the money stops arriving, he comes and kills them. To nobody's surprise, the people conclude that he is worse than Apollo. Sometime later, inside the Big Smile Guild apartment, classical music is playing in the leader's office, where he is relaxing under a cucumber mask. He reflects that a moment of relaxation inside all this work, stress, is his one oasis. At which point a subordinate bursts in and shouts that there is trouble. He replies that he is on a break, and they should contact him later, and the subordinate says the Red Bulls are waging war. He jumps up and shouts one word, and asks why any of this is happening. The subordinate replies that they said it is payback for touching Jae-hyun. Heavybin realizes the two of them are connected somehow, and asks the man to convey that this was most likely a misunderstanding, and they would like to resolve it peacefully. Then he grabs his head, and another subordinate runs in shouting that something bad has happened, because the unique items they recently lent to the Apollo Guild are being auctioned off. When Heavybin hears that, he shouts even louder. The man says the price is above market as well, so buying them back is going to be difficult. He does not understand why those items are up there at all, or who is selling them. The subordinate says it is Jae-hyun, and the veins on Heavybin's face swell with rage. Of course, he starts shaking with incredible fury, and screams for Jaehyun to be cursed. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is cleaning his ears and wondering what exactly the skeletons playing beach volleyball have gotten themselves into. Our boy is already leaving the elf village, and his mood is very bad, because Draw had told him shortly before that the diadem of purification stays here, since it is far too dangerous to put in his hands. Naturally, he was not thrilled, and he is currently swearing and calling them petty. They will still be using it in the future after all. Is handing it over genuinely that painful for them? In any case, there is a new quest waiting. The elf's legacy. What it wants is the location that legacy points at, and whatever secret is sitting inside it. Reward, an inheritance belonging to somebody, which is most likely the note the fallen elf handed him. Where the eagle's gaze falls, blue clouds lie spread. Between them, a hidden village. After reading it, he starts swearing about how elves complicate absolutely everything, and how incomprehensible their clues are. Are these poems? He sighs heavily because there is nothing to be done, and he genuinely does not want to. And he will have to ask somebody who knows Elven well. Which is how he ends up at Pitbull's, who calmly greets him and asks how he ended up in his paradise. Because the man is currently surrounded by a group of extremely cute elves. The MC calls him the root of all evil and attacks him with a sword, which makes him uneasy since he did nothing. One of the elves hands Pitbull an apple and tells him to open wider, and another elf complains that he always spoils, Aisha specifically. Pitbull notices her immediately, lifts her face by the chin and tells her that he loves all of them. The girls squeal with delight, and Jaehyun immediately grabs him by his long hair and asks what the hell he thinks he is doing. Why exactly is he flirting with elves? He calmly replies that it simply happened, because staying longer in an elf village requires raising the residents' affection level. So he made an effort. The MC asks in shock whether this entire mess is a quest. The elves immediately defend their beloved man and point their weapons at him and order the ugly one to back away. How dare something with hands that filthy lay them on him? Pitbull calls them bunnies and asks them to calm down, because fighting is bad. They lower their weapons and the girl still objects, saying he was trying to hurt him, and then he raises a finger to her lips and asks who would ever dare hurt him. The girls squeal with delight again, and Jaehyun's eyes are starting to bleed, because while some people work on quests, this idiot runs a dating simulator with elves and files it under questing. Where is the fairness in a game like this? Finally, Pitbull turns to him and asks what brings him here. He is sorry, and looking at the man this long is making him sick. The MC punches him in the stomach immediately, hands him the note, and tells him to shut up and translate it. After reading it carefully, Pitbull says these words refer to the Blue Mist Forest. Jaehyun is surprised that he understood all of it instantly, and asks whether he genuinely specializes in the Elven language. He replies that everything here is written fairly simply, because where the eagle looks is presumably a high place, and the blue clouds are that forest's blue mist. Then he sighs heavily and asks whether perhaps the man should stop simply playing and start reading books. The way he does, the girls are delighted by the way he shames him and say that intellectual men are so beautiful. This genuinely angers the MC, and the entire time he is walking into that forest he cannot stop thinking about it. In the end he cannot hold it in and starts taking his anger out on the nearest tree, shouting about an intellectual man. Then, elves supposedly hate humans, so why are all of them losing their minds over him? His loyal skeleton friends come over to support him and tell him that being alone is fine too, which makes him angrier, and he demands to know whether they think he is reacting like this out of jealousy. He read a great many books as a child as well. He can start a harem too, if he wants. And then a Smogrian appears, a level 110 monster. The enormous blue worm screams loudly, releasing mist, and then attacks, and they get clear in time. Then Jaehyun jumps it alongside the skeletons in a rage, shouting that every single one of them takes him for a fool. He kills the worm in one blow and levels up, then wipes off the green liquid that came out of the monster's body and asks whether this is genuinely the right place. Worms are always crawling on him. Pitbull warned him that this forest belongs to the Cleaners, a top 30 guild. He heard that and prepared for it, and there is not so much as the shadow of a person out here. Never mind a guild. That idiot spun an enormous amount of nonsense purely to frighten him. Right away, a strange man comes out of the forest and orders him to state his affiliation. The MC glances at him and becomes wary, deciding this is one of the Cleaners. He replies that he has no affiliation, and the man pauses briefly, releases a powerful aura, and says that makes him an intruder. The location changes instantly, and everything goes dark, because the moon has covered the sun. The man says intruders are subject to elimination and starts toward him. Meanwhile, the system shows Jaehyun that this is a fallen hero, Avon level unknown, and he smiles, because that means main quest. The man lunges, blocking his attack, and notes the aura coming off him. Their blades tremble, and he parries the weapons and sends the skeletons in, and Avon immediately shatters one skull and then cuts up the rest. The system informs Jaehyun that his skeleton warriors have been destroyed, and then he jumps the man and lands several blows at once, demanding to know why he broke them. Avon clicks his tongue with annoyance and calls them weaklings. And then our boy sees something surprising, because the fatal wounds he put into Avon are healing rapidly, and physical attacks have stopped working entirely. The MC gets nervous and wonders whether they have genuinely shipped settings this obviously broken. Time for the skeleton mage, which has been hiding among the trees this entire time, Sensing the vibration of magic, Avon turns immediately, goes at it, and breaks that one as well. Jae-hyun laughs nervously. Physical attacks are not working. Magic is not landing, so how is he supposed to kill a monster like this? On top of which he never faced an opponent like this in his past life, so it feels like beating his head against a wall. He decides to throw everything he has at it, and summons the golem, which immediately throws the enemy into the air, with the skeletons behind it. He uses his skills and puts every piece of power he owns onto that enemy, and Avon removes his minions with single blows, the golem included, then bounces off the stone fragments and comes straight at Jae-hyun. Luckily, he blocks fast, strikes back, and swears, because skeletons were never going to be a match for this. So he decides to attack himself, closes, and lands several blows, all of which get parried. He works out that he needs exactly one blow, because landing one properly is enough to kill. Avon kicks him and sends him flying. He catches a tree trunk, pushes off it immediately, and launches a furious attack. At the same time, he summons the golem, which grabs Avon, so he cannot respond. The MC raises his sword overhead for the finishing blow, and his opponent somehow frees himself from that grip and puts a sword through his body. Blood comes out of his mouth, and this situation plays entirely into his hands, so he smirks. He uses his skills, and the curse effect paralyzes Avon temporarily, and he reminds him that he said he was throwing everything he had into this. Then he summons several mages at once, and all of them combine one spell into an enormous magic sphere. Then Jae-hyun points a finger at his opponent and says one word. Boom! And there is a powerful explosion. A second before it, the knight managed to pull him clear, and he catches his breath and says he nearly died. The explosion leaves a deep crater in the ground, and at the bottom of it, Avon is lying and burning. The system informs him that the quest The Elf's Legacy is complete, and he receives the title Destroyer of Corruption. He asks with displeasure what anybody was thinking, creating a monster immune to physical attacks. Good thing he killed it. He drinks a potion to restore health and then hears heavy footsteps, because Avon is still alive and heading straight for him. The MC gets nervous, draws his sword, and asks whether the thing is genuinely not dead yet, except he does not have the strength to fight him now. The man swings, then hits himself in the head and drops immediately to his knees. The sight frightens and surprises him at the same time. Still, Avon's mask shatters, and he asks the knight, in tears, to kill him before the power of corruption takes him again, because he was originally a member of a secret order, exactly like him, and while on a mission he was captured by the people behind the corruption. After the torture came the brainwashing, and since then he has been a monster, and he has killed a great many people. He joined the order to protect them. He killed them. He starts screaming and asks him to destroy the weak version of himself, the one who could not even keep his own oath. Jae-hyun comes closer, and Avon sees him as a savior standing in bright sunlight. He says this man is the strongest of everybody he has fought, so he must be a strong person. He wants to say that the one behind the corruption is the guilty party here, and covets servants. Is killing him not enough on its own? And if he uses the diadem of purification, this condition can be corrected. Avon is surprised because the man in front of him does not know what to say and is trying to support him anyway, which is why he laughs and says that he is a good person and he is glad of it. Then he takes hold of that blade, finishes it himself, and asks him to take care of the rest, after which he disappears, and where he was there is only a fragment of his mask and his sword. The system informs him that the hidden quest legacy is complete, and all of it has landed on him hard enough that he says what a vile game this is. Meanwhile, Seolian takes her anger and her resentment out on some unfortunate monsters, wondering why Haho Mask went to the Red Bulls after refusing her when she was prepared to give him everything. Hahui calls to her with concern, and Heichi frowns, because he previously assumed she simply wanted a valuable player in hand, and what she actually is obsessed with him. He has a bad feeling about all of this. He suggests they go back, and then Single appears directly in front of her and says he has something to discuss. Both of them draw their weapons immediately, wondering when he managed to get there, since neither of them sensed his presence at all. Seolian challenges him and asks why she would talk to somebody she does not know. He leans toward her ear and asks quietly whether she would like Haho Mask removed. The suggestion makes her smile instantly. In the end, the MC returns to Maung and brings him Avon's sword, and it turns out the two of them were good friends. Seeing his comrade's weapon, the man cannot hold back his tears and says he has been worried ever since contact was lost. He is grateful to him because at least now he knows the last news about his friend, and it is better that he keep this sword for himself. Jae-hyun declines since using somebody else's legacy does not strike him as especially appealing. And then a window with that sword's stats opens in front of him. The stats are simply enormous. Naturally, he cannot resist, and immediately takes those words back, saying that it cannot be helped, and he accepts it for Avon's sake. Maung thanks him with a distinct hint of hesitation, and when the MC comes out of that hut he punches the air joyfully and calls it a lottery win, and all of it courtesy of Avon, holding a blade that good means no new weapon purchase for a very long time. He licks his lips wondering what to do with the money he was saving for a sword. What our boy does not know is that his name went up on a list this morning, with a number attached to it, at which point somebody calls him Haho Mask, naturally lost in his own dreams. He answers immediately, which is a mistake, because he did not notice the crowd that has gathered near the hut, and now he is thoroughly confused. That entire crowd of players jumps him with clear intent to kill, and he is terrified, asking who they even are, and how they know he is Haho Mask, given he is not wearing one. At which moment a message arrives from Romani, telling him straight out that he is finished, because there is a bounty of 100 million gold on his head on the darknet. He certainly did not expect that, because sometime earlier, when Single came to Seolian, she asked him for a reason, and he replied that the man is a variable. Compared against chess, he is nothing more than a pawn and he behaves exactly as he pleases. An illegal player, a rule breaker. A creature like that has to be eliminated. Several top 30 guilds have already joined, and with Thunder Hunters added, removing him stops being a problem. She smiled, and he was already certain she had agreed. Then she took hold of his head, pushed him down onto the ground, put a foot on his chest and pressed hard enough that blood came out of his mouth, and asked whether he is in league with the people who stole her boss last time. So what should she do? Because she does not negotiate with thieves who steal her things. He understood that this was a refusal, drew his sword quickly, stood up and attacked her immediately. The moment she stepped back to avoid it, he broke into a run. Hahui wanted to chase him, and Seolian stopped her and said that chasing him is most likely useless, exactly like last time. Then she turned to Heichi and asked him to contact every guild in the top 30, and smirked and muttered quietly about how apparently she has a great deal of competition. And Haho mask is hers. Touch him, and she kills them. Tell them that, and just like that, Single runs as fast as he can. He contacts his superiors and reports that negotiations with Thunder Hunters failed, and he is prepared to accept any punishment. Perhaps the Haho mask problem gets solved by him personally. Right now, the man refuses immediately, because him acting any more openly than he already is would be undesirable, given he is their trump card. Measures have already been taken, so they wait calmly. In any case, time is on their side. Right now, he is watching events in the game across a wall of monitors, wondering what their pawn does next. Naturally, that means running away from the players pursuing him, while that man watches all of it with a smirk. Jaehyun says he is so tired of them because every time he escapes one, more of them turn up. Are they multiplying? Romani says they paid 100 million for him, so he is now a walking lottery ticket. Who exactly did he cross? He wants to tell her he is an innocent lamb, and then remembers that this is not remotely true. The most likely option is Chae Seolian, since she is rich and 100 million is nothing to her. Except knowing her character, she would have come herself, rather than working through other people. Romani says this infuriates her enormously. And what is he doing next, because playing like this is impossible. These days she works for nobody except him, so he can do her the courtesy of answering. Quit this game, and she curses his name. He mutters through his teeth about who exactly is quitting anything. Then he opens the auction window, buys a wyvern bone, turns sharply and announces that he will find out who did this, out of spite for every one of them. Luckily he summons his golem, which comes up out of the ground and blocks the player's path, and one of them tells everybody not to panic, because a golem is slow. First they handle Haho mask. Meanwhile the MC pours every point he has into sculpting, raising it to rank A, uses the wyvern bones, and the golem starts changing shape. Jaehyun activates another slot and observes that premium marbled beefsteak, lobster, gourmet sushi and everyone he had left to live on all disappeared into the purchase of one wyvern bone. His golem turns into an enormous dragon, and the MC riding it shouts in a rage asking which idiot wants to attack him first. Now Romani is Jaehyun's personal video editor. Lately she also runs the channel, sorts the mail, handles the sponsors, and a good deal beyond that, all of it under the same name. In short, she is acting as his manager. Realizing all of that, she screams at the sky and asks why any of this is her job, since she is simply a video editor. Although she does like the work because his videos are amazing. Meanwhile, the MC sighs heavily at how irritating this all is. He flies through the sky while players run along underneath, chasing him and shouting at him to come down immediately. He glances at them and notes that they are small fry, and they keep arriving. So playing normally has stopped being possible. They cling to him like leeches. He still needs the cause, and it appears there is only one way out. He throws his head back with a heavy sigh and writes to the one person who can end it. Sil of the Thunder Hunters, the Thunder Queen herself. What the message demands is a meeting, face to face. And very soon they meet in a dark forest lit only by butterflies. What our boy does not know is that she has been waiting for this message for weeks. He lands directly in front of her, and she says His Majesty has finally deigned to appear. He does not answer that at all, because the sight of her face alone puts his teeth together in irritation. She is the one who would not stop chasing him in the life before this, and the single largest reason his own comrades turned on him. He wants to kill her right now, and he cannot. He walks up to her and asks whether she put the bounty on him this time. She frowns immediately and asks whether that is what he came for. It was not her. He laughs and tells her not to make him laugh, since who else could possibly have pulled a stunt like that? Was she that irritated that he refused her and took all of it for himself? Then he starts shouting and asks whether she enjoys destroying people like this every single time. To nobody's surprise, Seolian says nothing. She looks at his fist shaking with rage, laughs quietly and asks whether her answer even matters, because he will not believe anything she says regardless. And then a moment from the past goes through Jaehyun's head, because she said that before as well, which surprises him slightly. She is apparently a little offended by his words, and she tells him an unknown ranker came to her recently, saying that this man is ruining the game and suggesting the top 30 expel him. The MC has heard that phrasing before, because she once told him she would have him excluded from the game. Perhaps something like that happened before the regression. He wants to ask something, and she says she turned the offer down. Does he genuinely think she would take part in something that petty? Judging by how thoroughly those people have been interfering with her own main quest, he is unlikely to be their only target. Jae-hyun thinks about it. Some rancor, nobody can name, strong enough to obstruct even the Thunder Hunters. That is definitely them. She smiles nervously and asks whether he actually believes any of that, since he never intended to listen to her at all. In the end, he goes back to his wyvern and tells her he half believes her, then scratches his head in confusion and concludes that she is not behind this. Before he leaves, she calls after him and invites him into the guild again. He turns to her immediately and says he is genuinely tired of her, since he already refused. She asks whether he hates her that much. She does not know the reasons, and there have always been plenty of people who hate her for none at all, except she is saying this for his sake. Does he honestly think he faces somebody who put 100 million gold on his head single-handedly? Only under her command can she officially protect him. She promises she will not force him into anything. He grinds his teeth in irritation, turns away from her, and says he would rather die than join her guild. She says this is not the moment to be stubborn, and he says he is joining no guild at all, because he becomes the strongest by his own strength. He made that promise to himself. She looks at him, dumbfounded, and after a short pause remarks on how childish it is to go around calling yourself the strongest. He asks indignantly what business it is of hers. She smiles and tells him to try harder, because she is also a contender for strongest, and he should be prepared for that. He climbs onto the wyvern and decides that this is creepy because she is insane, smiling and declaring war in the same breath. Within seconds he takes off, and Seolian waves goodbye. He looks back at her doubtfully, because in the life before this one she also came across as normal, at the start. So what changed? He does not know, and he finds out when he reaches the puppeteer. Then Romani contacts him and asks with surprise how he did it, because a reward of 100 million gold has appeared for whoever kills the person who kills Haho Mask. Which means everybody stays quiet for a while and watches. Did he find himself a sponsor? He works out immediately who did that, covers his face tiredly with one hand, and tells her it is not a sponsor, simply some crazy woman, and so he goes to Misandra Castle, where in some alley bandits are currently beating up the loser Jit and telling him to hand over the quest. He will not pass it anyway, so they do it instead, on his behalf. Jit says in a trembling voice that they are lying and they are taking everything away again. The bandit kicks him and says he is still snapping, then winds up and asks whether he wants a couple more hits to put his brain back where it belongs. And then somebody takes hold of that wrist, which is Jae-hyun. He turns to the beaten man and asks whether he is Jit, the quest man. He looks back in confusion and says that is indeed his name, and he is not a quest man. The MC rubs his neck in confusion and observes that he is not the quest man yet. Then, of course that changes nothing. He goes in with him. The bandit jumps him immediately, furiously demanding to know who he is to interfere in this. And Jae-hyun handles all of them in roughly 2 hits, throwing them into the air, and by the time they land none of them is in any condition to fight. The man is surprised by that, and the MC pompously adjusts his glasses and asks whether he is probably wondering who this is. Simply a good citizen passing by. Jit stands up and bows and thanks him excitedly for saving him. He was completely desperate, and without him they would certainly have taken everything. He bursts into tears and thanks him again. And Jae-hyun asks whether the quest he nearly lost is Ruined Dungeon Exploration, because clearing that one unlocks the field behind it. Jit smiles nervously, already starting to suspect something. Then the MC slaps him on the shoulder and tells him to hand the quest over. The poor boy grabs his own hair and privately screams that all of them are the same. They have to go there together, since the quest cannot be completed without Jit. Jae-hyun is extremely annoyed, because the man has been crying non-stop since the entrance. Through tears he stammers that he thought he would finally complete at least one quest, and now it is being taken away exactly like this. He wants to go home. The MC irritably tells him to shut up, and Jit covers his head in fear, expecting to be hit. He asks how much longer he intends to whine, because if he does not want things taken from him, he should defend them by force. Jit mumbles something, then suddenly shouts directly into his ear that it is useless. His ears are about to bleed and he is about to hit him, and the man shouts that he thinks he has not tried. He stops immediately, and Jit says he knows he looks pathetic, and what is the point of trying when nothing works? He genuinely is too weak. On raids he makes mistakes and gets insulted for it. Alone in the field he simply dies. So he abandoned all of it, and got by on small quests from the NPCs in the village. He fulfilled the conditions of a hidden quest, and that was the one thing he managed with difficulty. He was glad they were going to give him a title, because for the first time it felt like the game recognized that even somebody like him is good for something. Does he think he wants to hand a quest like that to anybody? And a man who gets beaten even by the Swing Guild is never going to be able to stop him. He does not even understand what he is feeling. Jae-hyun sighs heavily, drops him onto the floor and tells him to keep crying for the rest of his life, because he clears this dungeon whatever it takes. He walks on, then stops and says one last thing. If he is still weak, who exactly told him he has to live like this? The man watches him go in surprise and wonders what kind of nonsense that was, given he was behaving a minute ago like he would kill him over a quest. He is left alone in the corridor wondering what he does now, and whether the man genuinely left. Perhaps he simply logs out. He pushes that thought away instantly, because who knows what happens to him then. Nothing to be done. He goes to the dungeon entrance and waits quietly. What Jit does not know is that he is not alone in that corridor, because the moment he stands up, the face of an enormous insect is directly in front of him, looking straight at him, and the tears start. The MC hears loud screaming behind him, getting louder every second. Because Jit has caught up and jumped onto him in terror, he tries to pull him off and asks whether he has lost his mind and tells him to get off right now. The man clings to him tightly and shouts that there is a monster back there. The insect grabs him and he waves both arms in fear and screams that he is going to be eaten. Then Jaehyun handles the monster quickly, and the man runs away crying for help. Sadly, an hour later, once the MC has finally dealt with every monster, and catching his breath, he goes at Jit with his fists and demands to know whether he decided to make fun of him. He raises both hands asking forgiveness, because monsters really are very frightening. With a heavy sigh, Jaehyun lets go and heads toward the room, telling him to stay quiet, interfere while he is fighting the boss, and he kills him. The man is surprised that this is already the boss room, because he was running in such a panic that he never noticed where he was. He asks, doubtfully, whether he is genuinely sure he handles this alone, because this is the lair of the huge spider, famous specifically for being extremely difficult. The small spiders that keep appearing explode at the slightest touch, and the boss itself is covered in a shell as hard as metal, so bringing it down is not easy. He asks, so what, and whether the man helps him if he cannot manage alone. Jit apologizes immediately and wishes him luck, and the MC warms up and tells him to stop fussing this much, because avoiding the small ones makes the rest easy. He takes his sword and charges, avoiding the web carefully, and closes on the boss, which surprises the man enormously. The spider growls when it notices him, and Jaehyun puts several strikes into it, immediately cutting its limbs off. The monster screams in pain and the MC smirks and points his sword at it and says that is one. Then he charges again, and the man watches with an enormous smile, thinking about how incredible it is that he is pushing an enormous spider back this confidently. At this rate, they genuinely have a chance. The problem is the web already wrapping around his leg, and becomes nervous immediately. He feels 6 legs crawling slowly across his clothing, and then the spider explodes, and he goes down writhing in pain. His tears mix with blood, and he knows he has to run, and it is already too late because the small spiders have surrounded him, and there are so many that stepping on one is unavoidable. He hears the hissing, which means they are about to explode, and he understands that this is the end. Then Jaehyun reaches him and shields him from the explosion with his own body, and says the man is no use at all. Jit jumps up and asks him with surprise why he helped, and he tells him to shut up and run for the exit, because if the quest fails after all of this because of him, he kills him. The spiders climb onto his body and explode, and Jit stares at him in shock, then runs as fast as he can. He thinks about why he is this pathetic, causing nothing but trouble, and how the only thing he can do is run away. And he cannot even do that because he trips on a rock and goes down. He bursts into tears and asks why. Even in a situation like this, running is the only thing available to him. Except there is nothing to be done, since he is not capable of anything. He remembers other players telling him he is genuinely no use. Perhaps he simply deletes the game. He is a loser. All of it presses down on him, and he grabs his head and starts repeating an apology, and then Jaehyun's words arrive in his head. Go ahead and cry then. Do it for the rest of his life. He is weak. Fine. Who decided that means living like this forever? Those words make him think, and they change his mind. Meanwhile, the spiders have rolled Jaehyun into a cocoon, and he gets out of it easily and says this is genuinely starting to annoy him, because dying means the quest fails as well, so he has no choice. Seeing him, the little spiders become slightly nervous, and as the MC is about to summon skeletons and finish every one of them quickly, there is a loud scream from the exit, because Jit is standing there swinging a torch over his head and yelling at the spiders to come and look at him, shaking with fear the entire time, and doing it anyway. Jaehyun asks what he thinks he is doing. He says he will distract them and the man should beat the boss. The MC sighs heavily and tells him to simply leave, because if he dies the quest fails. The man shouts that he will not die, since he has been running excellently for years, so if he kills that boss they are even. He is frightened enough to burst into tears and he stays there regardless. The MC pauses for a moment, then runs back at the spider calling him insolent, because he has saved this man that many times, and he wants to settle it with one. Jit is confused and does not know what to say, since that is true. Then Jaehyun charges, saying it is still better than listening to him whine. Jit waves the torch and asks him to trust him, thinking about how his entire body is still shaking, and the monsters still frighten him, and he is still weak. One of the spiders jumps into his face and explodes, and he grinds his teeth and keeps waving that torch, thinking that for the first time the shaking feels good. In the end, the monster is finished. Jit drops to his knees in relief, and seeing the notification about the dungeon being successfully cleared, says happily that they did it. He cannot believe it genuinely happened, although he is almost ashamed to say he completed a dungeon, since he was only there as backup. And even so, it feels like he has grown at least a little. While he is celebrating, a couple of players come up behind him, and the MC hears strange voices at his back, because the bandit from that alley, the one he beat, has put a blade against the man's neck, and is saying he had doubts, and the two of them genuinely cleared it. Apparently they are not completely hopeless. Jaehyun asks what they want, and he laughs and says good things should be shared. hand over the title for removing the field blockade. He asks what happens if he refuses. The man licks his lips and remarks that this stupid person beside him simply dies. Before he can finish that sentence, Jit sinks his teeth into that arm with everything he has, then shouts that the title must never be handed over because they worked so hard to complete this quest, so there is no need for him to do that. The bandit hits him immediately and puts him on the ground, calls him a loser again, and asks whether he understands the situation at all. He should be on his knees begging, and instead he is snapping. Jit spits in his face and laughs and says it did not even hurt. Compared to those spiders, those fists are cotton wool. Still, the man is furious and about to finish him, and the MC announces that he will hand over the title. Jit is indignant, and Jaehyun has not finished, because he gives him the title only if the man defeats him. The bandit laughs and says every person here is insane. What is he going to do alone? Immediately after which several blades go through his comrades, and he turns around in shock and sees skeletons. Jit frowns, wondering where those came from, and the bandit laughs nervously, and says that is Haho Mask, the lone warrior with the skeletons, the one who carries the strength of an entire guild by himself. So why is a ranker like that in a place like this? The MC pats him on the shoulder and says that is none of his business, then holds out an open palm and asks him to hand over everything he has. And just like that, there's a loud scream. Jaehyun glances at the watch he took off the body, and once they are out of the dungeon he clicks his tongue with displeasure and observes that assorted small things are permanently attacking him. Jit stays silent the whole time, looking doubtfully at his back. He assumed this was simply a strong player, and it turns out to be a famous ranker. He calls to him awkwardly, then bows and thanks him for the rescue and for getting him through the dungeon. Without him he would never have made it, physically or mentally. He laughs awkwardly and starts to say goodbye, and Jaehyun tells him to take it. Naturally, he does not hear him, so he repeats it. Take the title for himself. The man is extremely upset and says he is unworthy, and he says that at least with those he gets beaten a little less. He is going to keep playing. Right. Jit is so moved that he bursts into tears again, and excitedly announces that he will try harder. The MC asks whether he is whining again. He says it is only snot, and the two of them go back to the city together. Meanwhile, the MC changes his clothes and stretches and notes that he still feels considerably calmer in these. He considered moving quietly to avoid attracting attention for the rewards, and that is useless now. He did not walk away empty-handed though, because a famous player specializing in rare quests, the quest man Jit, is going to be genuinely useful to him later. He remembers being thanked through tears and snot, and reflects that the man simply does not know yet whether he can become a real quest man. In any case, the ban is lifted, so it is time to get to work seriously. He heads for the thing he actually came for. The place Chapter 2 of the main quest truly begins. The Cursed Lands. And before long there is a crowd of players standing in the city of Riki, which sits inside the Cursed Lands. One of them looks around and says he has finally reached a newly opened location. The field unlocked minutes ago, and there are already enormous numbers of people here. A girl named Nupi from his team claps him on the shoulder and tells him to stop yawning and pull himself together, because everybody here is competition. She points at a group and tells him to look. The second squad of the top 30 Ares Guild, the first squad of the top 30 Threwing Guild, even Hydra, considered one of the main contenders for the main quest, is here. Word spread that the main quest runs through this place, and every one of them came running. The man lowers his head in disappointment and asks how their enormous guild survives somewhere like this. Then somebody walks up behind them and asks them to disperse. Of course they turn around and are surprised because standing in front of them is Haho Mask. All the players start whispering that he is the one who lifted the field lock. He always takes everything alone. Jaehyun walks to the center of the square, thinking about how many of them there are. They must have heard he lifted the lock and come running to see what could be plundered. Exactly like hyenas. And then he hears somebody say the admins are helping him. Because is playing like that genuinely possible on skill alone? There is definitely somebody behind him. Sadly for them, he smirks and privately invites them to chat as much as they want. Unfortunately, he got this far purely on skill, so they can carry on envying him. And then somebody says he is Che Seolian's pet. Hearing that, the MC stops immediately and listens. Apparently the Queen of Thunder said she kills anybody who touches her property. Another player asks whether he is Chev of the Red Bull's lover, because those two even started a fight over it recently, telling each other not to touch Haho Mask. Every word out of them is a blow to his reputation and to him personally. So both of them are fighting over him alone. That is so amazing. And how did he seduce them thoroughly enough that 2 of the top 30 lost their heads? He probably has some sort of seduction skill. Jaehyun jumps the one who said that, puts him on the floor and starts beating him, demanding to know what pet and what lover. There is nothing whatsoever like that between them. The player says the truth will prevail and he orders him to shut up. What idiot spreads vile rumors like this? And then somebody's crutch appears beside him, as an NPC puts it on his shoulder and tells him to stop, because there is no need for a scene before an important task. It is the NPC of the Secret Order, Sarabo, whose appearance confirms that the main quest genuinely does run through here. The MC lets the man go, and Sarabo says that since everybody has calmed down, he will begin. The place they are standing in is the Cursed Lands. This is where the one behind the corruption ran his experiments. The curse sits not only on the monsters but on the land itself. which means the first thing anybody does is lift it. Jae-hyun thinks that all of this is exactly as he heard before the regression. Now, in order to study this curse, he will order a voodoo chimera brought in, being a cursed monster. A voodoo chimera is a serious opponent, and killing one is perfectly possible for anybody who knows its spawn and its pattern. He smiles, waiting for the NPC to say it. He is certain it is a voodoo chimera, and to his surprise, the man names a different monster, Evil Eye. The players are startled, because that is a level 150 monster with an area curse as a passive skill. How does anybody even kill that? Sarabo says that obviously not everybody needs to catch it. Only 4 teams get a chance at this monster. The girl raises a hand and asks what happens to the ones who cannot take part in the hunt. He tells her that those people simply drop out of the plans entirely, and another player is indignant because that means no continuing the main quest. This is far too cruel. Sarabo smirks and says that if they are unhappy with something, they do not have to participate. In the end, he wishes them luck and leaves, after which the players exchange looks and run off to hunt. Only the MC stays where he is. One of the players bumps into Jae-hyun by accident and irritably tells him to get out of the way, then sees the expression on his face, the one that suggests he is about to destroy everything present, and apologizes and runs. Because right now the MC is asking himself how this happened. Whether the future changed, what the problem is, where he went wrong. What is wrong? Why did this happen? Does the future genuinely keep changing like this? Because then every piece of his knowledge is useless. Still, he closes his fist tightly, then slaps himself and takes a deep breath to calm down. It has already happened. First, he assesses the situation. He has 2 possibilities. The first is that the regression itself changes the future. The second is that the information he had in the past was wrong from the beginning. But which of those is true? Which of the 2? Meanwhile, Single has already reached the city and contacted the keeper of the main quest, reporting that he has just arrived in the cursed lands and intends to begin the main quest immediately. And once he is finished, he will certainly finish off Haho Mask. Time passes and several squads of players go out to destroy the chimera. That same man growls in a rage, then runs in first, avoiding blows, and turns to a group of mages asking how much longer they intend to stand there. Nupi tells him to hold out slightly longer, orders the mages to prepare a spell, then starts a countdown. The chimera chases the man, who is extremely frightened, and then a full bolt of lightning goes into the monster, and the electrical discharge runs through its entire body, and it dies. Nupi praises everybody and orders the mages to reform ranks and prepare for the next hunt. Then the man runs over, grabs her by both shoulders, starts shaking her and asks whether they can simply go home. He is so frightened because that is a voodoo chimera. This main quest was a bad idea from the beginning. So how do they beat top 30 guilds? She tells him to stop whining and points at a player nearby, and says that if he intends to whine, he should look over there first. Because right now Jaeyeon is fighting 3 chimeras at once. He jumps, goes at the beast, takes its arm off, then moves to the next one. He strikes every other monster, and when he lands, all of them come down dead. The man is astonished, because he is fighting 3 chimeras alone. The girl asks whether he saw all of that and whether anybody at all does this quest solo, so he should stop whining. He replies that this is Haho Mask and his level is higher. Then he finally turns to him and says he envies him. He wishes he could play as easily as that. 19 minutes remain on the chimera hunt. The MC kills monsters mercilessly, trying to be faster every time. And then, having killed the next set, he steps back and asks why the information he had changed. Who are these idiots hunting him? Without accurate information, can he even complete the main quest? He looks at his own trembling hand. A skeleton knight comes over with a vial of potion to heal his wounds, and he says he does not need it. He goes at the next monster, telling himself not to think about it, because the other guilds have at least 5 people each. Getting around them means being faster. He closes on the chimera. The monster lands several blows, which he does not even try to avoid, and he accelerates. He summons his skeletons, thinking that he should move faster still, and then together with his warriors puts one furious strike through it. It does not take long. The hunting time ends, and the NPC says this is simply astounding. He destroyed that many chimeras in that little time and hunted almost entirely alone. He tells the player he will report it to the association. What is his name? The man is about to say it, and then somebody breaks sharply nearby, throwing up dust, and Sarabo notes that number 2 has arrived by a narrow margin. Jae-hyun catches his breath and frowns, wondering whether he is in second place. Who arrived before him? Ares. Hydra. What kind of team is that strong? He looks at those 2 newcomers and wonders how they did it. And then a familiar voice arrives and it goes down his spine. He remembers the armored player immediately, and their first meeting, and Seolian's words about an unknown ranker who came to her recently. He understands instantly that this man is involved. Single walks up to him and says so it really was him and that he had of course guessed. Without letting him finish, the MC attacks, and he blocks it, and Jae-hyun shouts in a rage, asking who he is. Why on earth is this man permanently in his way? Single decides to speak plainly and declares that he is not the one in the way. Haho Mask is... Then he kicks him in the chest and throws him aside, and he hits a tree with a crash and coughs blood. Then he points a sword at him and says he is challenging him to a duel. 1 against 1, and if this man wins, he abandons the main quest here. Jaehyun becomes nervous, grinds his teeth, pushes that sword away from himself, stands up and accepts the challenge. Single smirks with satisfaction, and suggests they move, since there are far too many eyes here. They go to an open area in the middle of the ruins. Single looks at his opponent and thinks about how much shame this idiot has cost him. From their first meeting through to Momo's remarks about how badly he messed up. Today, he finishes him and washes all of it away. What Single does not know is that the fight he has been imagining for weeks is not the one about to happen. Because for some reason, the MC starts taking his trousers off. He asks what he is doing, and our boy asks whether the man cannot see, since he is getting ready for a fight. Single indignantly asks why anybody would remove clothing when a fight is about to start. Jaehyun scratches his head in confusion and asks whether he does not know about the watchman style, which is when you wear nothing but a watch on a naked body, hence the name. A barbaric method of dueling in which defense is abandoned entirely and everything rests on attack. Single nervously adjusts his glasses and tells him he has never heard of a dueling style that perverted, and the MC sharply calls him a fool. He should not dare insult a sacred method of dueling with vulgar language like that. This is a method designed for fighting purely on skill, with no adjustments coming from equipment, and it is also a declaration that you accept death if you lose. Did he challenge him without that willingness, or is he simply unsure he can win without his gear? Those words go straight into his pride, and he takes his clothes off immediately and asks who exactly said he was unsure. Jaehyun smiles and notes that at last the two of them understand each other, after which both of them set themselves in charge. Their blades cross, and the MC immediately feels an enormous pressure and wonders where this man gets that much strength. Single pushes forward and starts pressing him. Then Jaehyun breaks free and swings, and it is far too slow for his opponent. He appears behind him instantly and lands a blow that throws him sideways into the rubble. Single walks over and laughs quietly, and says a frightened dog barks the loudest, and that at a level like that he dares talk about readiness. The MC swears because this man exceeds him in level and in stats. His combat sense is excellent, and he reads movement. Pressure like that has only ever come off those particular idiots. Head on, he probably cannot beat him, which is why he activates his powers, jumps him, lands several blows, and tells him to shut up. He manages to wound him and is pleased that it worked, and hurries to put a curse onto him, and the man attacks back immediately, pinning him to the floor. He says this is so boring, because the man is trying to beat him with some pathetic debuff. Then he points a sword at him and says this is the end, and Jaehyun takes hold of the leg pinning him down and smirking, shows him the bomb, and says it is not over, after which the bone bomb lands. Single avoids it, thinking that this is presumably the last attempt, and entirely predictable, since the man intends to blind him and follow with a surprise attack. Between the dust and the smoke, seeing anything at all is nearly impossible. He makes out somebody's silhouette nearby and charges it, and it turns out to be a skeleton stealing his equipment. Naturally, he freezes in bewilderment. Then the skeleton scratches the back of its skull with an awkward smile and disappears, leaving him thoroughly confused. He looks around wondering what the hell is happening here. What he does not know is that several 100,000 people have been watching him this entire time, because his guild contacts him and asks what he is doing out there. He replies that he is fighting Haho Mask, and they tell him he has been played and he should check that man's Deputy channel immediately, because the MC has been live streaming this fight from the very beginning, capturing absolutely all of it. The undressing, the posing in underwear, the skeletons taking his gear while he noticed nothing. Meanwhile, Jaehyun is hiding behind a rock laughing, whispering that this man still has no idea. Every viewer is laughing with tears. Seeing all of that, Single becomes extremely nervous and confused and asks since when they have been broadcasting. The MC shrugs and tells him he started it at the very beginning. Does he genuinely think anybody is insane enough to go 1 against 1 with a ranker? He asks in confusion what about the Watchman style, because that is a fair fight. Jaehyun picks his nose and tells him mockingly that of course all of that was nonsense. Did he believe it? Right away he says goodbye and ends the broadcast, leaving him completely lost. Single whispers quietly that he will kill him, then shouts it at the top of his lungs in a rage. And the MC has already flown off on his wyvern. The man has now acquired a nickname, the Screaming Guy in Underwear. Romani is in tears laughing because he is such an idiot. Who could possibly believe that? She thought she was going to be sick while editing the video. When he suddenly told her he was turning the broadcast on, she was curious why, and she nearly died laughing. Jaehyun laughs nervously and asks whether she genuinely thinks so, because he did not expect it to work. A duel proposed by somebody with a higher level and better abilities. He was lucky the man swallowed the story about having nothing to lose. Without that lie, he would have died out there. She asks what now, and whether getting the obstacles out of the way means he completes the main quest. He says that before any of that, he needs to sell the equipment he acquired. She clarifies whether he means the equipment his skeleton took, and whether selling it is even possible. She does not think anybody buys that out of fear of what the underwear man will do. He tells her that in that case, it goes to somebody who is not afraid of him. For example, Shev the Matador. Time passes and they are at the Salt Mountain raid, which they have just completed successfully by killing the last monster. The Red Bulls celebrate and start chanting their guild name, and Shev takes off his helmet and smiles, enjoying the victory alongside everybody else. Yell comes over and praises him for excellent work, and says this mountain is finally behind them. That trade with Haho Mask worked out nicely as well. He thanks her because the man contacted them at exactly the right time, since they were short on equipment. She asks doubtfully whether he is certain he needs that particular equipment, because it could easily bring unnecessary problems. He laughs and says it is fine, since he has always enjoyed a little thrill. Sadly, somebody comes up behind him and lands a blow powerful enough to produce an explosion. Luckily, Yell draws her weapon immediately and calls to him with concern, and fortunately he reacted in time and blocked it. He raises a hand to indicate she should not interfere, and asks smiling, whether this is what being careful what you wish for looks like. He swings his sword and blocks her blade, and when she pulls back he asks what brings the Thunder Queen out here. Attacking that suddenly, how is he supposed to take it? Is she genuinely declaring war? She does not let him finish and tells him to hand it over. The equipment, Ha-Ho Mask, took off the Four Eyes Man. It was sold to him, was it not? Because equipment that expensive from a supplier that reliable was only ever going to be sold to one of the two of them. And nobody contacted her, so the man went to him. Correct. Her directness makes him slightly nervous, and he privately notes that she is quite smart. Naturally, he confirms it, and asks what exactly is wrong with that. She asks him to give the equipment up and stay out of it, because Thunder Hunters handle the exchange themselves. He scratches his head with an awkward smile and says he is sorry, and Ha-Ho Mask approached him specifically. It is hardly his fault that the man did not approach them. Seeing how frightening she looks when angry, he laughs and asks whether he hit a sore spot, and if it bothers her that much, she should go and ask the man to trade with her, instead of complaining at him. To nobody's surprise, she tells him she cannot. He looks at her in surprise and she lowers her gaze and says he does not like her, so it would not work. He did not like her help with the reward either, noticing exactly how much that cost her to say he cannot hold it in, and laughs out loud. Then she grabs him and tells him not to laugh or she kills him. He barely calms down and thanks her for letting him witness a moment that rare, and says he cannot give her the equipment, because he needs it too. She is about to say several unpleasant things to him, and he says he can help her a slightly different way. Soon after that, Jae-hein receives a gift from Shev, a set of skeleton armor. Of course, he is extremely happy about it, and Shev calls to tell him it was sent by an anonymous sponsor. He excitedly asks who that person is, who exactly hands him custom equipment for free. Shev tells him it is a secret. Anyway, there is something he would like to ask. What is his type? He is surprised and asks where questions like that suddenly come from. Shev says his sponsor is interested in this, and then our boy immediately says he is delighted to answer. He looks thoughtfully up at the sky and says he has honestly never thought about it. Perhaps his type is somebody who loves him. Shev is mildly surprised and remarks that in that case the odds are considerably better than expected. The MC does not understand why he said that, and he says goodbye quickly and ends the call. Jae-hyun does not see the point of any of that and calls it boring. Fine, it does not matter, since he sold all of the equipment, and now it is time for the main quest. He returns to the Cursed Lands, where 4 teams are already standing. Ha-Ho Mask on his own, the Nupi family, Hydra's dedicated main quest unit, and Thruing's first corps. Sarabo explains the next mission. They get rid of the evil eye, a mutant voodoo chimera. Whoever defeats it receives an item capable of destroying the curse. A curse protection amulet. With that in hand, they can enter anywhere inside the territory. The MC smiles because that means access to every place where main quest clues could be sitting. A free pass. He needs it whatever it costs, before anybody else takes it. Catching the evil eye himself is manageable. Getting there first is an entirely different proposition. He has to defeat the people who would beat him. He must reach the evil eye before any of them. In other words, practically impossible. In the end, Sarabo finishes the introduction, and the moment he announces the start, everybody scatters. Jae-hyun grinds his teeth nervously and wonders whether, since it has come to this, he genuinely has to use that method. Meanwhile, Nupi sighs heavily because they somehow ended up with the voodoo chimera, thanks to that man, Single. Do the two of them genuinely get the evil eye? The man suggests they simply end it here, and then the MC pats him on the shoulder and says, smiling, that it is far too early to give up and they should simply give him plenty of time. Some time passes and Hydra goes hunting. The squad leader tells all of them to listen carefully, because they are not letting somebody else take the evil eye like fools, the way Chapter 1 went. They complete this quest at any cost. Right now, they are heading for the evil eye's location, and if they spot competitors, those competitors get killed without mercy. He does not notice Jae-hyun coming up behind him, and at that exact moment, a man runs out of the forest screaming for help. He drops to his knees and shouts that he cannot take any more of this. The commander notes that these are the lucky newcomers to the guild. What is going on? Is a monster chasing them? He decides not to dwell on it and draws his sword, saying they are simply eliminating competition. Then Jae-hyun's voice arrives from beside him, observing that young people today have no willpower whatsoever, because he trained them a little and they are already running away. The commander turns a thoroughly puzzled look at him and asks whether that is right, after which screaming comes out of the trees. Meanwhile, Nupi helps her friend up and he wipes away tears and asks how they ended up involved with a person like that. She answers with resignation that all of it comes down to a fraudulent contract, because sometime earlier he gathered every one of them in the forest and told them his plan. Nupi asked with disbelief whether he was proposing an alliance. He asked whether all of them want to complete the main quest, except they do not have the strength to beat Evil Eye by themselves. He can kill it, and other competitors are in his way, so if they help him remove the other competitors, he kills Evil Eye for them. She became wary and asked how they are supposed to trust him. He asked what exactly they do if they choose not to. Do they have a better option? All of them stayed silent, thinking about it. Then Nupi stood up and observed that, exactly as he said, there are no other options. She held out a hand and asked him not to betray them. And he ignored the gesture, stood up, and asked them not to betray him. She asked how precisely they are supposed to help eliminate competitors, given they are unlikely to function as a serious fighting unit. He picked a stick up off the ground and told her not to worry about that. Then he charged them and said they will be bait. Naturally, all of them stared at him in shock, and did not have time to react before they were thoroughly beaten. A while later, they enter the cursed altar location, where Evil Eye is waiting. The MC breathes out with relief, because they finally found the place. They got here faster than he expected. In fact, he is right. He looks at the players lying exhausted across the floor and asks, indignantly, why the atmosphere is like this. Nupi points a finger at him and says all of it is because of him. He makes them charge at everybody and beat them up or settle things with rock paper scissors to the death or flee on Golem back while lobbing bombs behind them. How is any of that related to removing competition? He replies that it has nothing to do with eliminating them, and it was fun, and they did remove the people from the other guilds. Nupi is about to jump him, and her friend holds her back. He asks her to calm down, because it is over now and there are no competitors left. All that remains is waiting for Haho Mask to kill Evil Eye. Before any of them understands what is happening, they are standing in the golem's hand. It picks them up and throws them onto the altar, directly at the monster's feet. Recovering from a hard landing, Nupi shouts at the mask and asks what he is doing. Their agreement is already fulfilled, so now he fulfills his. Jae-hyun points at himself, pretending not to understand what she is talking about, and she shouts that she will absolutely kill him. Let him stand right there. She will be along shortly. What Nupi does not know is that this was the plan from the first minute, because she feels movement behind her, because Evil Eye has raised its weapon overhead, preparing to attack them, and she is frightened. Luckily, the instant Jae-hyun tells them to move left, all of them jump aside, and the blow misses. They are bewildered because their bodies simply did that on their own, and one of them says that for a second it felt like they were training again. Hearing that, Nupi understands everything and takes out her weapon and says they are killing that monster. Her friend objects, and she goes forward, ordering him to shut up and follow her. While she runs at the monster, she remembers the training. Haho Mask beat them up again and said all of this is a little strange, because dodging things like that is normal at their level. So why do they keep getting hit in the face? She asked indignantly why he cares. Because it infuriates him when somebody takes a hit they never even saw. He said the reason is that they get frightened and fidget. They should watch an attack all the way to the end and then move. Right now Nupi applies exactly that and avoids the monster's attack alongside everybody else, then goes at it with a furious roar. Together they put a couple of heavy blows into the monster, and it drops to the ground immediately and loses consciousness. The man looks at her in shock and asks whether they genuinely just did that. The MC walks over and says they can do anything at all if they want to. Nupi looks at him, dumbfounded, and asks whether he planned this from the very beginning. He tells her that the fact they even assembled here already says they have ability, although obviously he did not think it would actually work out. She lowers her head, afraid she will cry, and thanks him because they did not know and only complained. Then she grabs him by the collar and asks furiously whether he genuinely thought they would say that to him. Who gave a psychopath permission to do things like this at his own discretion? He promised to kill Evil Eye. He turns his gaze toward the monster and asks when exactly he broke that promise. She is angry because they already killed Evil Eye, and it turns out what they started a fight with was something else. What none of them knows is that the thing they just killed was never the boss, because the system notifies every player that the smell of the victim's blood is spreading. A tall column comes up through the middle of that altar, and the genuine Evil Eye is seated at the top of it, and roots burst up through the stone floor and wrap around that column. The players become nervous, and the MC slaps the girl on the shoulder and says he did not break his promise because this is his real opponent, Evil Eye, a monster of unknown level. So who exactly did they defeat a minute ago? The monster attacks immediately, the book in its hand ignites, and a magic circle opens in the sky, putting a demon curse onto the players. The appearance of fear. Right away all of them scream in terror. Nupi knows they need to run, and her body simply will not move. Numerous spiked tentacles reach for them, and Jae-hyun, who did not give in to that fear, cuts them off and says this is so boring, because its curse skills are too low rank to work on him. Evil Eye is bewildered. Now it is the MC's turn. He switches slots, puts on the armor, and charges. Avoiding every tentacle with considerable skill, he starts closing, and once they can no longer be dodged, he simply cuts them, carving a path straight through. The monster casts a spell and points at Jae-hyun, who smirks and calls it an idiot for being that loud. Does it think he falls for an attack that simple? The problem is something takes hold of his leg, because that leg has turned to stone through magic. It turns out the thing placed a magic circle along his path in advance. Evil Eye says something else, then raises a hand to the sky and a powerful magic sphere appears above it. The MC understands immediately that it wants his legs bound, so it can finish him with one enormous blow, and decides to repay that in kind. He gathers every piece of power he has into his sword, then throws it directly at that sphere, and the collision sends out a shockwave. The two forces push against each other, and for a moment it looks like the sword is going out. Then it goes through the sphere and through the monster's body, straight out the other side, and there is a powerful explosion. Nupi is shocked, because he genuinely defeated Evil Eye single-handedly. Who the hell is this man? The system reports that the master of the altar, Evil Eye, has been defeated, and his level rises. The hunt for Evil Eye quest is complete. Jaehyun closes his fist a few times, and notes that this bone armor is better than he thought. It seems he can perform roughly 70% of the moves he had in his past life, presumably because of the sheer quantity of additional options. With every piece equipped, class stats plus 132, all stats plus 150, skill cooldowns down 10%, skill mana cost down 10%. It feels like driving a sports car. He touches the accelerator and flies. With equipment like this, the main quest is not going to be a problem. Meanwhile, he starts dancing with joy and announces that he does not know who gave him this, and he could kiss them. Then he takes the armor off, hears loud, hurried footsteps behind him, and turns around to find a man flying toward him in tears. He hugs him tightly, along with the rest of the team, and says he thought they were all going to die. When he was petrified, he assumed that was the end. The MC calls him a psycho and tells him to leave him alone, and he keeps going, because he dodged every attack so impressively, and then put a sword full of mana straight through the monster. How does anybody fight like that? Like something out of a film. He was so cool. It appears he has become a fan, and since it has come to that, perhaps he trains them some more. He is ready to train for him. The MC starts getting nervous about all of this, calls him a pervert, and throws him off. Meanwhile, that mysterious man is watching the game's progress carefully. He contacts Single and tells him Haho Mask has just killed Evil Eye. What does he say to that? He apologizes, and the man reminds him that he stated clearly that interfering with the quest matters more than Haho Mask does. Does he even need to keep a tool that does not obey orders? He steps aside for a while. Single becomes extremely agitated and asks for another chance, and asks not to be set aside. The man asks with displeasure whether he is disobeying orders again. Sadly, he lowers his head immediately, apologizes, and leaves. Michelle asks what they do about Haho Mask. He says the first step is tightening surveillance, because the man is moving through the main quest far too quickly, and even allowing for talent, his actions are frighteningly effective. It is as though he already knows the scenario of this quest. She asks whether that is not impossible. He confirms that MIA, the super artificial intelligence, writes the main quest scenario live as it goes, feeding on data gathered from what every player does. So they dig deeper. What trick is he using? They find out. Meanwhile, Jaehyun starts exploring the newly opened location with everything he has. He breaks through the floor and climbs down into the catacombs, then covers his nose and says how dusty it is in here. Who exactly thought to put a map in a place like this? The system notifies him of 2 titles, Visitor to the Catacombs and Awakened from Sleep. He smirks and notes that he has finally arrived at the right place. The Catacombs. He tells the skeletons to follow, because the last stretch of the main quest starts here. Because a while before this, he went back to Sarabo, who produced the promised reward, an amulet that lets him cross the cursed lands safely. He was extremely happy with it since it means going anywhere he pleases. Sarabo told him this got finished because of him, given he is the one who brought down the Evil Eye. He is a good man, except the danger is not over. Because as already explained, this is the place where the Fallen One ran his various experiments, which means the probability that traces of him remain here is high. Perhaps those traces uncover the Fallen One's identity. Let him find them and bring them back. The system handed him a task. Investigate Haven Castle. Reward Sarabo's trust. The MC grinned, because he finally has it. He walked toward the NPC, who asked, confused, where he was going, since the entrance to the main castle is right here. He answered that he needs to go the other way, because the real clues are in the dungeon outside that castle, the catacombs. Right now he is sitting on a box watching his skeletons handle the local monsters, thinking about how he has finally reached the end of Chapter 2 of the main quest. Soon he arrives at the final part. He crosses the catacombs at speed, finishes Chapter 2 first, and overtakes Ceolian and Chev, and then nobody takes his place from him. His knight kills a skeleton wolf, and Jaehyun nods with satisfaction and praises it, and then the knight kills several more monsters in a single blow, which delights the MC and gets him cheering. It is like watching a boxing match live. Once the monsters are handled, he starts praising them and calling them good kids, because they can fight on their own now, and he is so proud of them. All that training was not for nothing. The skeletons are delighted, and they crowd around him with pleading eyes, hoping the praise continues. And then Jaehyun, smiling menacingly, says that since he taught them, they had better fight, even better than that, immediately after which they run on. And he remarks that at this speed, the catacombs go quickly, and how good that is. Naturally, he should not have said that, because 30 minutes later he feels something is wrong, and it turns out they have been walking in circles. An hour passes, and the MC has broken into a run out of pure nerves, and they are still going in circles inside this labyrinth. 3 hours pass, and they still have not found a way out. He starts taking his anger out on some wall, shouting about why there is no exit. How many hours has he been wandering in here? And what happens should another guild pass him while he is stuck down here? Why did he bother allying with those people to take the Evil Eye at all? He grabs his head and decides he should have brought them along, because with a mage he could have used detection magic. No, he still cannot share this with them. The skeleton warrior pokes him lightly in the shoulder with one finger to get his attention, because it turns out they have been throwing their equipment across the floor this entire time, so as not to get lost. Jaehyun asks furiously whether they think they are Hansel and Gretel. Pick every piece of it up immediately. Do they have any idea how much that costs? He does not eat, and he buys for them, and they throw all of it on the ground. Still, once they have collected the armor and put it back on, he finally calms down and says anger does not help, and they start over, step by step. The system notifies him of a new title, which surprises him, because he did not do anything. Except apparently he did, because the system has awarded him the title of topographic cretinism, purely to mock him, which makes him very angry. In the end they find the correct route and enter the boss room. An enormous skeleton in armor is waiting for them there. Seeing intruders, it walks toward them threateningly and asks who dares disturb the peace of this place. He is a fool, and he will regret coming here. The MC attacks it immediately, tells it to shut up, and knocks it onto its back. The skeleton asks him in confusion to wait, since it has not finished its speech. And then Jaeon slaps it and orders it to shut up. He starts beating it and announces that for making a map that's stupid, and thereby earning him the title of topographic cretinism, this thing dies today. The skeleton has no idea what he is talking about, and it is furious that anybody dared silence it. It bursts out with energy and orders him not to dare interrupt. Naturally, the MC withdraws immediately, and the skeleton stands up and asks how anybody dares cut off a man who carried the title of Legion Commander while he still lived. He is finished. Then it orders its subordinates to rise from the dead, and when an entire army of skeletons appears around it, it laughs and asks how he feels about that. Does he already want to run away in fear? Except Jihyun could not care less, and simply stands there picking his nose out of boredom. The monster is deeply indignant at that reaction, and he shrugs and says he assumed he was about to be shown something impressive, and it is simply summoning pawns. He can do that himself. Then he scatters a great many skeleton fragments across the floor, and summons his own army of the dead. Realizing he is not the only one, the Legion Commander gets angry, and the MC sends his army in. The skeletons collide, and after a few minutes of fighting the Legion Commander says in shock that this cannot be, because his army of the dead is losing. Jaehyun asks whether that is not entirely natural, because each of them copies his movements, which means all of them are trained to fight like the ranker he used to be. Their level is nothing against that. Pathetic losers who bring numbers and nothing else. The monster indignantly calls him insolent, and he asks whether it is sure about that, because it should have been watching its feet. Since his skeletons are currently climbing up its legs and leading the enemy along behind them, their commander orders them to detach themselves from him, and they do not listen. And the MC says the problem is that its army is simply too stupid, which makes it very angry. So it charges in personally, demanding to know how anybody dares speak like that, since removing him is easy. It swings a mace on a chain, and before it can close, the skeletons handle it and cut it into pieces. In the end, its head rolls to Jaeon's feet, and he praises his army for excellent work. All of them kneel in front of him, and on a note that pleasant, he ends the video and puts the fight up on his channel. The viewers are amazed by what he can do. So is Shev. Yel says, it is no wonder he plays solo, because with that many summons he does not need a guild. He notes that it is in fact better than a guild, because any guild, even the strongest, inevitably takes losses in battles on that scale. He carries no such risk. She saw the way his skeletons and the enemies both fastened onto the Guardian's legs. Haho Mask worked out that they run a primitive aggro system, simply following the enemy directly ahead of them, so attaching skeletons to the Guardian means the rest follow, and he used that to build an advantageous situation, all of it inside that little time. His eyes did not deceive him. Soon this man becomes somebody great. She asks why he is this proud of him, given the man is their competitor. He smiles and tells her that yes, as a competitor to the guild leader that is true, and personally the arrival of an opponent that worthy is genuinely exciting. He thinks for a second, staring at the ceiling, and she asks whether something happened. He tells her he simply remembered somebody who cares about this man even more than he does. Meanwhile, Seolian is watching his new videos and is very unhappy and upset that he did not wear the bone armor. Did he genuinely not like it? Because at Haho Mask's level there is no better equipment available right now. Meanwhile, Hechi calls her, and she declines instantly and wonders whether the man realized it came from her. And how did Shev manage to mess this up so badly? Although the more he hates it, the more often he should be wearing it. She asks nothing in return. Hechi calls again, and this time she answers, and he excitedly says he has finally reached her, because there are serious problems here. She says his name with displeasure, and says that this had better genuinely be urgent if he wants his head on his shoulders tomorrow. He goes silent and reflects that she is angry again, and he already wants to quit. Then he tells her a messenger from the Hydra Guild arrived saying they need help with the main quest. She tells him to refuse immediately, because they are presumably still angry about Chapter 1 being taken from them. So why are they suddenly asking for help? He replies that it struck him as strange too, and they promise to explain how to get through the final part of Chapter 2. Right away that news puts her out of bed, and she says doubtfully that the final part has not even opened yet. So where did they get that information? Does he genuinely mean to tell her Hydra has already reached the end? He glances at the man and tells her he does not know, because they did not go into details. They only said that the final part requires every guild in the top 30 to unite, which tells Seolian they have already contacted the others. Biting her lip nervously, she orders him to tell Hydra they accept the meeting. Meanwhile, Hydra receives her answer and gathers at headquarters to discuss it. One of them notes that the Queen of Thunder is not nearly as unapproachable as she pretends. Noodle says that is all for the best, because now they avenge the humiliation of having the main quest stolen in front of their eyes. Then he turns to the man standing in the shadows and expresses their gratitude, because his information gave them this chance. He says it was nothing, and after all, choosing Hydra was the correct decision. He remembers his comrades and says with a smirk that he will be watching how they take their revenge, which is Richard, What our boy does not know is that the object in his pocket is about to rearrange the entire chapter. Because Jaehyun goes back to Sarabo. He shows him the crest radiating darkness and asks whether this is what he was looking for. The NPC is extremely surprised and demands to know where he got that. He replies that he found it in the catacombs, where a monster was wearing armor bearing it. Sarabo grabs his hand immediately and asks him urgently not to tell anybody about this crest. Is that understood? Under no circumstances can anybody learn about it. The MC agrees, confused, and asks what kind of crest it is. He replies that the owner is the third prince of Heaven, His Highness Bayan Dean of Northland. The throne does not go to him, and respect does, since he has a gentle nature and cares constantly about the kingdom and actively supports the Raiders Association. He is a wonderful person. Jaehyun asks how a person like that ends up with his crest in the catacombs. The man rubs the bridge of his nose tiredly and answers that he does not know himself. And one thing is certain, because a crest turning up there means a high probability that he is behind the corruption. The MC's mouth falls open in shock. Then he exhales with relief and thinks that this is simply wonderful. Because exactly as he thought, the boss of this chapter is Prince Dean, and thank goodness nothing has changed. A great deal of information about the future has turned out wrong lately, and he was worried and the main storyline has stayed the same. If so, he continues in the same spirit. This time he definitely completes the final part of the main quest and becomes the strongest. And then Sarabo tells him to go to a Himbri. Naturally, he freezes for a second trying to process what was just said, and asks, perplexed, who exactly he should go to. Sarabo tells him to go to his teacher, Archmage Ahimbri, because he is also a member of the secret order, so his opinion on this situation is worth having. Jaehyun asks him not to rush, since the order contains plenty of other members besides that man. Sadly, it is already too late because the system hands him a task. Take a letter from Sarabo to his respected and beloved teacher. Reward that teacher's love. The MC smiles nervously, because he does not care that the man is an archmage. He simply does not want to meet this idiot. When he arrives and shows him the crest, the reaction is nothing like what he expected, being somehow unnaturally calm. He notes that the man is not surprised at all, while Sarabo is in shock. Ahimbri puts the crest on the table and says he had guessed, although he sincerely hoped otherwise. Jaehyun pretends to be worried while privately laughing at him about how their prince is a criminal. Hand him the quest quickly. The man says that if His Highness genuinely is behind the corruption, this becomes extremely problematic, because the power of the corruption is immense on its own, and His Highness holds power of a different kind. In the worst case, they end up turning the entire kingdom against them. The MC smirks and notes that this means he becomes stronger still, and the Archmage agrees with him, which is why he prepared this. He hands over a skill book called Vessel of Life, the quintessence of what a necromancer is. So rare that the market does not carry it at all. Our boy is very surprised and very happy and reaches for the book and thanks his teacher. And the man does not let him take it, and asks whether he genuinely intends to accept something that valuable, just like that. He has no conscience whatsoever. Our boy replies irritably inside his own head that the atmosphere strongly suggested it was being given to him. He knew this idiot never hands anything over for nothing. He asks with displeasure what it is this time. Does he bow? The man tells him he pays 10 million gold. Jaehyun is shocked enough that he cannot believe his own ears and asks him to repeat that. He names the same price, and our boy says in confusion that this is nearly all the money he has. To nobody's surprise, Ahimbri does not move. Then the MC points a finger at him in anger and demands to know why on earth a single skill book costs 10 million gold. Is he a swindler? He becomes deeply indignant at that and says that finding this anywhere else costs considerably more than 10 million. The man is simply an ungrateful brat. Jaehyun heads for the exit saying he is not buying it, and he manages without the Vessel of Life. Ahimbri turns away from him and announces that he did not want to give it to him either. Then he takes a deep breath and calls him a poor boy who does not even understand how great this skill is. Because what the Vessel of Life amounts to is a god breathing out. An elixir 1,000 years old. A miracle that walks even with one drop of blood left. He uses it and he is resurrected immediately, which makes the prince's army a non-issue, since he can simply destroy every one of them alone. This is his chance to be the hero who saves the kingdom, and money and glory both flow into his hands off the back of that skill. That is what the Vessel of Life is, and he says he does not need it. And 10 million gold is practically nothing. Fine. If he does not want it, nothing can be done. He is his own enemy. Of course, after words like that, the MC can no longer refuse. When he gets outside, he drops to his knees in despair and grabs his head and shouts that this was all of his money. 10 million gold. Remembering the way Ahimbri laughed ominously while accepting payment, he smiles nervously and tries to convince himself that he was not deceived, and these were necessary expenses. He would have had to buy it anyway to pass the finale. It is simply an investment in the future, and money can be earned again. What is 10 million gold? If he does not sleep and only hunts, he earns all of it back quickly. With every additional word, his eyes water more. And then somebody calls him, and he wonders who it is, and decides that since he is about to cry, he answers later. Luckily, he hears Pitbull's voice and calms down instantly and asks why he is suddenly calling. He asks whether he could help him kill the ebony tree. He asks what ebony tree, and says he is sorry, and he has no time for that right now. Pitbull says he will hand over the entire quest reward, which attracts him immediately, however hard he pretends otherwise. Pitbull says the reward is fairly rare, the purification diadem. Put that up at auction, and it sells for any price he names. But if he is busy, then fine. He handles it alone. Jaehyun, already drooling over the reward, says he never liked that ebony tree anyway, and he is going to go and break its face right now. Pitbull remarks on how easy it is to negotiate with him, and when the MC arrives to meet him, he is disappointed and angry all over again. Because the elves are laughing and cheerfully playing at sword fighting in the water, while Pitbull relaxes on a lounge chair surrounded by the rest of the girls. Jae-hyun had somehow managed to forget what goes on here. Seeing him, Pitbull waves and he hits him immediately, and orders him to apologize this second. He asks why he is so angry, and our boy shouts irritably, because the man called a human out here while he sits around flirting with elves. He says he is simply enjoying some healthy leisure time, and the MC orders him to shut up and tell him about the quest already. The two of them sit by the water, and he explains that the elf tribe next door asked him not long ago to go and hunt an ebony tree, which is strong without being invincible. And when he had nearly finished it, a group of players took the last blow and asked who gave him permission to hunt here, because this forest belongs to the Big Smile Guild. He got slightly nervous, since those are top 30, and told them he knows that a guild occupying territory receives hunting priority, and interfering with a raid already underway is going too far. The man asked, smiling, whether that means he does not want to leave. Fine. Nothing to be done. They will simply destroy every elf village in the area. He likes elves, right? His friend laughed and said he does not even know where the village is, and he replied that burning the whole forest down brings them out on their own, and perhaps if there is a pretty one among them, they take her for themselves. Pitbull was furious and he backed down, because a top 30 guild genuinely can do something like that. Then he requested official hunting permission, and they refused him again. They presumably enjoy watching him suffer, which is why he called, because using this man's name makes them back off. And then the MC laughs and asks whether they have taken over the forest with the ebony tree in it. Pitbull, confused, asks what is funny. He says he already could not stand them, and now there is an excuse. He is delighted to help, and he will do absolutely everything in his power. What the Big Smile men do not know is who is walking toward them through the trees, because they are currently relaxing in that forest. One of them sighs heavily and says he is so bored, and asks whether Pitbull is not coming today. His friend laughs and asks whether he genuinely enjoys playing with the man. He says it is fun watching somebody crawl on his knees in front of him. Jae-hyun notes that he is right, and honestly felt like hitting him too. Then he hits him in the face with everything he has, sending him several meters. The others become alarmed immediately, and ask whether he even knows who they are. He does not let them finish and says he is broke and in a bad mood. They have 10 seconds to hand over everything they own. A few minutes later, Pitbull walks up to Jae-hyun and asks whether he is alright. He turns and asks what he means, since he is in fact full of energy. He glances at the pile of beaten men, and says he is not asking about his health. Because he did not merely start something with Big Smile, he also took their watches, so they certainly come back for revenge. The MC says that is excellent, since now he has a couple more watches. He wipes away the drool that arrived with the anticipation, and Pitbull remarks that he is completely insane, and trouble is right around the corner. He asks him to stop lecturing, because he handles it himself. And just like that, both of them leave. And what neither of them knows is that one of those men is still conscious and still wearing a watch. He requests reinforcements from the guild and informs them that Haho Mask is here. A while later, the two of them have destroyed the ebony tree. They watch it burn, and Pitbull remarks that they did that quickly. Jae-hyun says the enemy was not that strong, then rubs his palms together in anticipation and says the job is done, so the promised reward comes now. Then one of the elves shoves him rudely out of the way and runs to Pitbull along with the other girls. They tell him he was magnificent, and he brought that ebony tree down so easily, exactly as expected of him. The MC indignantly points out that he was also fighting out there, and one of the elves gives him a disdainful look and asks, "So what?" He is angry, and about to say several things to her, and then Pitbull throws him a bag of coins and tells him to take it and leave him alone. Finally holding it, Jae-hyun is so happy that he starts bowing at the man's feet and shouting about how much he loves him, and he remarks that everything genuinely is that easy with him. While the MC is deciding whether to sell that tiara or not, Pitbull sighs heavily and thanks him. He is grateful that he agreed without hesitation to a problematic request involving a top 30 guild. He holds out a hand and says that without him this quest does not get completed, so he is grateful. Jae-hyun looks at him in surprise, then smirks and hits that hand away and points out that he told him not to be disgusting. If he is grateful, he sends more money. Then he says goodbye and leaves, and the elf watches him go and asks Pitbull whether that is the friend he fought with last time. How good it is that they made up. He says the man is not his friend and he is also happy. Meanwhile, the MC walks unhurriedly through the forest, thoroughly pleased with himself, because only a few hours passed, and he came away with the purification diadem, so money is not a problem for a while. Then Pitbull calls unexpectedly, and he answers and asks what else he wants, and says that if he has something to say, he pays for the privilege, and then there is a loud scream. Pitbull, hoarse, tells him to stay away from here. Then a player he does not know orders him to shut up and says only Haho Mask can save him. Jae-hyun asks what is going on, and the player greets him and says he will have to come out here for a moment, and he had better hurry if he wants to save his friend. Within seconds, the MC is running back, while the Big Smile Guild members beat Pitbull and tie up the elves. Pitbull cannot get up after a beating like that, and Apollo remarks on their touching friendship. Even in a situation like this, he still wants to protect Haho Mask. He says all of this is because of him, so he keeps his promise. They do not touch Haho Mask, Apollo becomes angry at that, punches him in the face, and shouts that he decides for himself what he does. Who is he to look at him that insolently? Still, he puts a foot on his head and starts hitting him and calling him trash. And then Jaeyeon comes up behind him and is about to strike, and Pitbull appears in front of him and stops him. The MC pulls back immediately confused, asking what he is doing, and he tells him to simply get out of here. It is fine. He handles this himself. Jaehyun does not even know how to react to that. And then Apollo laughs out loud and says that even the great Haho Mask cannot do anything here. The MC is very surprised to see him, and Apollo, noticing that reaction, says he became the leader of Big Smile. Jaehyun wonders why the man suddenly joined this guild. Except right now, something else matters more. What is going on here? He asks, and Apollo says, smiling, that everything is fine and his friend is simply getting what he was always going to get. He kicks his leg out again and puts him on the ground, then takes him by the hair and reminds him that he said he pays for touching Big Smile. And he said he would answer for all of it personally. He says it happened because of his request. The MC is furious, and the man smirks and remarks on what a frightening face that is. Does he want to save a friend? Then he takes the beating instead, and the man goes free. Now Apollo, money, power, fame, a golden child born holding all of it, which is why everybody was afraid of him, because a single gesture from him could change a person's fate. Until that day, because a video called A Lesson for Apollo went up on the Haho Mask channel, and every viewer took the other side, saying he deserved it. He deserved it for the way he treated newbies. Even his name sounds bad. Thanks to that video, everybody started laughing at him, and it hurt him genuinely, and then he swore he would take revenge for the humiliation. Jaehyun asks grimly whether that is why he took a hostage. Apollo smirks and tells him that since he behaves this brazenly, his weak spot had to be found. He appears to be on good terms with the man, given he came running at the first call for help. And if not, then he simply has an amusing new toy. He hits him again and puts a foot on him, and the rest of the guild laughs. And the MC, already boiling with rage, looks at them. He knows that thinking rationally, the better move is simply leaving. They are not close enough for saving him to be his job. Interfering now only raises his value as a hostage. Since the man said himself that he handles it, why should he interfere? And then suddenly it feels like Dongsu betraying him, like the knife going into his back. He turns toward him in confusion and he says the two of them are alike. At the smallest sign of trouble, he immediately starts thinking about how to get away. Does he have any right to call anybody a traitor? Seeing him turn toward the forest, Apollo laughs and decides he knew the man was thinking about running. He is stupider than expected because he does not even understand that every option available to him is useless. If that video goes up, it does not matter whether he takes his place or runs, because the criticism for abandoning a friend lands either way. Whichever he picks, he is finished. What Apollo does not know is that the man in front of him stopped calculating about 10 seconds ago, because Jaehyun throws a sword at the man beside him, and everybody else becomes wary immediately. He thought about it for a moment. He decided, why on earth should he listen to any of them? He can simply kill all of them. Apollo did not expect that and says, slightly confused that doing so makes him a Big Smile target permanently. Every time he logs into this game, assassins will be hunting him. The MC does not let him finish, and asks whether he knows why he has been this desperate to get stronger, cutting his sleep and saving on food. He walks toward him slowly. The man gets frightened and orders the guild members to kill him, and they charge. Every blow they land is nothing to him. He ignores all of it and keeps walking forward while his skeletons handle them. And he says he did every part of that so that he would never bend in front of trash like them. The skeletons finish off every player present. Apollo looks at this man in fear and wonders whether he is genuinely going up against Big Smile. Who is he even? He steps back nervously and says he understands everything. So let him calm down and they can talk. And Jaehyun does not let him finish because he punches him in the face and starts beating him brutally, hard enough that even Pitbull and the elves become nervous. The MC takes him by the neck and tells them to do whatever they want, and they had better be prepared as well, because he will put everything on the line and destroy them. Tears come into Apollo's eyes as he understands that this man is a complete psycho, and there will be no mercy. While he is beating him, Pitbull frees the elves and they ask with concern whether he is alright because he is badly injured. He tells them everything is fine and turns to Jaehyun, who has just finished with that idiot, and asks how he is doing. He asks back how anybody could be alright. Pitbull says he is in trouble now, because he is on the main quest and the top 30 were already wary, and he has handed them an open reason. He is sorry. All of this is because of him. The MC asks what he is talking about because he simply did not want to bend in front of those idiots, and he did not do this for him. Is he making things up again? Pitbull thinks for a moment, then throws him a bag of coins, and he asks what the hell that is. He replies that it is everything he has, because the man himself told him to pay in money if he was grateful. Jaehyun looks at him with surprise and a hint of bewilderment, then smirks and asks for more. Meanwhile, Heavybin hears the news and slams a fist onto his table in anger, asking whether Apollo genuinely did something. He suspected something was wrong, even while the man was begging for the leadership position. His subordinate asks what they are going to do, and whether they perhaps put a bounty on Haho Mask. He orders him to silence everybody and bury it. The man objects that the guild's reputation suffers, and then Heavybin throws something at him in anger and shouts that reputation is precisely why they are doing this. Does he not know that Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters are both standing behind Haho Mask? They are already in trouble over the war with Thruing, and now he wants them fighting those two as well. In any case, nobody needs to get their hands dirty, because according to Hydra's information about the future, Haho Mask is certainly going to be defeated on the next main quest. Meanwhile, the MC is sorting through the watches he acquired, and Pitbull suddenly suggests joining a top 30 guild, because joining anybody at all means even Big Smile does not dare touch him. He could earn as much money as he wants, and he would level considerably faster. Is that not a more effective route to becoming the strongest, which is what he wants? He tells him he does not want that, because alone, the only person he has to think about is himself, and the moment other people appear, variables appear with them, and those are outside his control. Long term, playing solo is far more effective. Pitbull remarks that this is genuinely surprising, since he did not know the man was capable of reasoning that rational. He assumed he was simply whining because he dislikes working in a team. He asks, irritably, whether the man is tired of living. Then he grabs him by the collar and pulls a fist back and points out that he saved him and is not even receiving gratitude for it. He reminds him that he in fact handed over all of his money. Still, he should think about this seriously. His skills are unquestionably outstanding, and sooner or later a situation arrives that nobody untangles without help from somebody else, especially with a goal like being the strongest gamer alive. Jaehyun tells him to stop talking, because he works it out himself, and then the MC receives a message, and his expression changes instantly. Pitbull asks whether it is urgent. Without explaining anything, Jaehyun breaks into a run, smiling nervously, and asks himself which idiot managed to open the finale of Chapter 2 ahead of him. Because an urgent message has arrived from Sarabo. Return immediately. Prince Dean has begun a rebellion. Time passes, and right now Sarabo is fighting alone at the entrance to Haven Castle against knights. He parries a blow from one of them, cuts its arm off, and freezes, watching his opponent move in a way that is not natural. He says nervously that he expected this because whatever that is, it stopped being human some time ago. With a whole army coming toward him, hope was already gone. Luckily, Jaehyun arrives in time. He kills several knights and says the situation is urgent, so they talk on the way, and he will open the road. They run to the castle entrance and break inside, and Sarabo tells him an army appeared out of nowhere and took the royal castle. The prince must have noticed their movements. He came the moment he got the message, and communication with the castle was already completely cut. Presumably, he intends to seize the throne by force. In any case, he is grateful the man came, because thanks to him they were able to get inside. The MC works out that Prince Dean taking the royal castle is the beginning of the final part of Chapter 2, which happening now means somebody has already advanced to the finale. He opens the doors to the throne room, wondering who that could be. And inside stands the prince in person, his loyal knight beside him, and a contingent out of the Hydra Guild. He stares at them in shock, wondering whether they have already started the final part, which cannot be since they lost the evil eye raid to him very recently. The knight puts a sword through Vagel, the captain of the guard who holds the wound with one hand, and with the last of his strength asks his highness to stop. How can he commit treachery like this? The prince laughs quietly and says he says amusing things. Why is it treachery when the one holding the power takes the throne? Is the greater treachery not this, that a third prince may work himself to nothing and the crown still never reaches him? He should not worry, because this treacherous world that cannot recognize the worthy will shortly be destroyed. He orders his army of monsters to attack every castle, because this whole country turns into a sea of fire shortly. He intends to make every one of them regret, bitterly, that they did not choose him. Vagel asks him to reconsider, and then Sarabo grabs the man, puts him on his back and starts running, ordering everybody to retreat. Vagel shouts that they cannot simply run, and he says that staying here is not survivable, because as long as Suragardo, the finest knight in the kingdom, is standing there, they have no chance of winning. If the prince's words are true, they contact every castle immediately. An army of monsters arrives shortly, and defensive positions have to be taken. The players run after him, and the girl tells Jaehyun that this is quite impressive. He reached this stage of the main quest alone, with no guild behind him. It appears the rumors about his skills are not exaggerated. She genuinely wants to fight him. Her name is Sawhank, second guild leader of Hydra. He stays silent, thinking that this is the first time he has seen her in person, and Noodle tells her that is not allowed. Has she genuinely forgotten their priorities? She tells him she has not forgotten, and she is simply sorry about it, because being able to take part in the siege of the prince's castle would also mean being able to fight Haho Mask. The MC looks at her with confusion and notes that this sounds like they are not going to participate. She tells him they genuinely are not, and Noodle calls out to her indignantly. She says it is fine, and one could put it that way. Hydra will not take part in the siege organized by Prince Dean, or rather, they, along with every other guild in the top 30, have decided not to participate. Jaehyun's face darkens, and she looks thoughtfully away and says she heard the reason and has forgotten it. Then the MC slams a fist into the wall directly in front of her, and asks whether she is serious. Is she genuinely telling him that not one guild out of the top 30 participates in this siege? Meanwhile, Hahui is lying on a couch kicking Hechi, and at one point asks why they are not participating. He sighs with irritation and tells her he has already explained all of it. According to the Hydra Guild, the outcome of that siege is already decided. A crushing defeat for the players. After which the final boss, Prince Dean, appears. So what is the point of participating, when it only costs the guild its strength? Better to spend that time preparing for the final raid. Hahui asks how anybody could believe that, since those snakes could easily be lying. He says that judging by the circumstances it is most likely true. Then he decides to stop explaining anything and announces that he is no longer speaking to her. while Seolian sits lost in thought, because she finds all of this strange and Hydra is difficult to trust, since neither the source of their information nor their real intentions are known. They said that agreeing to cooperate means information about subsequent main quests gets shared with them. So why make concessions that large simply to secure top 30 support? That is far too big a price for a simple backstab. And where exactly does information about the future come from? Still, they did promise cooperation. Whatever their real intentions are, staying close is the better way to understand the situation. So for now they play along and pretend to be allies. Hahui and Heichi have already started arguing, and are nearly fighting, and she tells them to stop. Every guild member gathers, because they are preparing for a hunt. They ask whether she means the main quest raid. She smirks and tells them no, they are hunting snakes. Now, a siege is an event where monster attacks on castles have to be repelled. Waves of monsters come down on every castle across the continent, and if more than half of those castles survive for a set length of time, the raid against the final boss opens. At first glance, it looks like an enjoyable event, and there is a catch, because every new wave brings stronger monsters. By the fourth wave, their level is high enough that most players cannot handle them at all, which is why last time every guild in the top 30 had to participate in order to win a siege. And even then they barely managed it, and now no guild participates at all. Jaehyun asks furiously whether they want everybody here to die. Sawwank says she does not know why he suddenly became this angry, and he does not let her finish, because he hits her. She defends herself and asks, smirking, whether striking first means he wants a fight. He tells her to try it, after which they trade blows with their fists, and eventually jump apart. And she says nothing has been this entertaining in ages, and that thanks to this prophet she has not been allowed a proper fight in weeks, which is driving her insane. He wonders what prophet. She tells him to enjoy himself, and is about to switch slots. And then a system notification opens in front of them. The siege has begun. Monsters are attacking every castle. Players prepare for invasion. 59 minutes remain until the siege ends. Noodle grabs his own head in tears and starts shaking Sawhank by the shoulders, saying they have to go, because they are extremely late. She answers with a heavy sigh that she understands everything and that this is only the beginning and it is getting interesting. She heads for the exit and finally tells Jaehyun that they will see each other next time, and then they fight properly. And he should not worry this much about the siege because the future does not change regardless. That is what the prophet said. They leave and he watches them go doubtfully, wondering who this prophet even is. Soon word spreads through the gaming community that the top 30 are not participating in the siege, and some people decide to take advantage of that. Right now, the alliance at the Tsuryu Castle branch is repelling a monster attack under Shane. His friend notes, smiling, that this wave is nearly over as well. At this rate, the siege is an easy win. Right. Shane agrees and thinks about how genuinely excellent this is. He was very happy the moment he heard the top 30 were staying out, and he rushed straight to the beginner's castle. And he was right to. He got the position of Siege Alliance representative purely on his level, and now he sits back and rakes in experience and money. He is so grateful to the top 30 for this opportunity. What Shane does not know is what the fourth wave looks like. Sadly, the joy is short-lived, because very soon they run into serious difficulties. The monsters become considerably stronger. A black lamia appears among them, and then an unbound dragon. Creatures at the level of field bosses on their own. While he watches the chaos on that battlefield in shock, one of his subordinates calls to him and says they are out of time, because the last gate falls shortly. What are his orders? The man is completely lost and says this is impossible. How does anybody fight that? His friend supports him and says he can do anything, because they have been doing so well up to now. He holds out slightly longer, and reinforcements arrive from the other castles. Shane thinks for a moment and says he is right, and it is far too early to give up. And then the dragon eats that man directly in front of him. Those three ominous eyes appear to smile at him, and then he runs in fear, frantically pressing his watch to exit the game. He is frightened enough to start crying. And then there is a bright flash in front of his eyes and somebody lands with a crash nearby, which is Jaehyun. He asks, smiling, whether this is the Alliance representative here, and suggests he hand that title over. The player is confused and wants to ask why he suddenly has to do that, and then the monsters running at them from every side frighten him enough that he hands over everything immediately. The MC praises him for a wise choice, and then his skeletons handle the monsters. And Shane, seeing them, understands instantly that this is Haho Mask. The system notifies him that command of the Tsuryu Castle Alliance has passed to Hirkan, after which Jaehyun tells the player he is leaving, and if he wants to keep going he should follow. He asks, excitedly, whether he means continuing the siege, because that is impossible, since 3 gates have already been breached. So how do they do it? He answers that this siege has to end in their victory, whatever it costs. He does not know what that prophet said. He only knows the scenario in which the siege ends successfully, because if they lose, every piece of his information becomes useless. Shane does not understand any of that, and declares that he is therefore not going to go overboard either. Meanwhile, Kyote and Jit approach the southern gate. The man notes how many monsters there are here, and asks whether they can genuinely handle this. Kyote laughs and remarks that the grander the scene the better, and tells him to trust him. Then he strikes a dramatic pose, and Jit says that makes him more frightened, not less. Meanwhile, the Altu family, the romantic bandits, arrive at the eastern gate. Their captain starts showing off his muscles and says it is finally time to repay a kindness. His brothers agree with him, and the newly arrived Nupi family want to go home purely on the basis of looking at them. Pitbull and his women approach the western gate. He says that, as agreed, they provide fire support and nothing else. One of them objects because there are far too many of them, and what if he gets hurt? Then he lifts her face by the chin and tells her it hurts him considerably more when they get hurt. The elves are simply delighted with that. Meanwhile, the MC receives a message telling him everybody is in position, and he begins the siege himself. Time passes, and Shane watches the battle with enormous surprise, thinking that Ha-Ho Mask has only ever played alone. And yet the commands he gives everybody else are perfect. Right now Jaeon is standing on the golem monitoring the situation. He turns to the mages and asks how much longer. Jit answers that there are 5 seconds left, and he asks what is happening with the armor penetration. Nupi tells him it is nearly ready, and he says in that case on the count of 3. Everybody pulls back. He starts counting, the players scatter, and then the mages hit the area, bringing enormous pillars of fire down onto the monsters. When it goes quiet, the players freeze, waiting to find out whether the monsters attack them or fall dead. Luckily they die. Seeing no enemies left, the MC says the battle is over, and they rest until the next wave. After which every player gathers around the campfire and starts drinking recovery potions the way other people drink alcohol. Kyote is telling everybody the story of how he challenged Ha-Ho Mask to a duel, demonstrating how both of them moved. They all listen with genuine interest. Meanwhile, Jit says this is hard, because dealing with those people is harder than fighting. Nupi agrees with him, and while everybody else is having fun and talking, Jaehyun sits apart from them. He remembers sitting at a campfire with his guild. He has not done this in a very long time. Shane comes over and thanks them awkwardly, and says they did nothing special and that he divided the gold and the experience fairly. Naturally, he replies that none of it was anything special. He says they definitely have to win, and the more of them there are, the better. Shane says that is exactly what he wanted to talk about. Winning a siege means defending more than half the castles. He understands the man is strong, and defending every castle alone is not possible. So what does he do? He replies that he makes other people defend the castles. For example, the Red Bulls and the Thunder Hunters, who are right at this moment holding a meeting. Shev says, smiling, that he never expected the day to come when she would ask him for a meeting herself. Could he take that to mean they have become slightly closer? Seolian tells him to shut up, since she did not call him out here for idle conversation. They agreed to stay out of the siege in order to keep an eye on Hydra. Correct. He smirks and notes that nothing can be hidden from Her Majesty's eyes, and she asks whether he also noticed with suspicion the man who has been meeting Hydra's leadership frequently lately. Perhaps that is the prophet from the rumors. Judging by his equipment, he is unquestionably a ranker, and his face is completely unfamiliar. Chev notes that somebody that strong ought to have a familiar face, and she agrees, and says she has met a man like that before. A ranker at minimum, whose face she had never seen. He came to her out of nowhere and asked her to remove Ha-Ho Mask. He asks whether the two situations resemble each other. She confirms it. Are they targeting him this time as well? Because if the top 30 stay out of the siege, the workload landing on solo players goes up. He laughs and says that cannot possibly be it. He knows the man is a very cool player, although she interrupts and tells him to ignore that, and they get to business. In her opinion, who is it? The person who set every part of this moving? He thinks for a second and says that in the Warlord main quest, knowing information about the future is fundamentally impossible, since the AI writes that scenario live, shaping it around whatever the players happen to do. So if somebody knows it, then Seolian finishes it for him. Then it is a person capable of controlling that AI. The administrator, for example, Toby Gwyn. Shev laughs quietly and says that an administrator interfering with his own game and plotting inside it is an absurd assumption, and caution does not hurt. Seolian thinks about it, and Heichi breathes out with relief, because he was afraid she would get herself involved in a suspicious business like this, purely because Ha-Ho Mask is in it. Good that she keeps her personal life and her work separate. And just like that, a notification sounds. Seolian glances at her watch and says Ha-Ho Mask has uploaded a new video. Chev laughs and asks whether she genuinely has notifications turned on for his channel and says that is so cute. She looks irritated and embarrassed and tells him to shut up, then opens the video and shows it to him. Jaehyun greets everybody and says he posted this today to recruit volunteers, because lately, thanks to the siege, security has gotten worse. There are idiots hunting players instead of monsters, and others buying up potions to resell them at insane prices. Things are hard enough with the monsters, and now the humans are getting in the way as well. So he is looking for people who will help keep order even without participating in the siege. A player off-camera asks whether there is a reward for volunteering. He tells him nothing of the sort is happening. They will still come though, if only out of fear that he takes the entire main quest for himself. And if they do not come, then he feels better anyway. In the end, the video ends and Heichi wonders what that was, since it appears to be a pointless video, and asks what kind of volunteers those are supposed to be. Then Shev bursts out laughing and remarks that it is so original. Seolian jumps up from her chair immediately and tells him not to so much as look at the man, and him not to look at her. Heichi asks whether they are seriously about to become volunteers. Chev tells him the man handed them an excuse, because joining under the pretext of keeping order means they do not break their promise to stay out, and they take part in the siege regardless. He gets nervous, because if the administrator genuinely is behind this, it is bad. Seolian does not let him finish, and glares at him, and asks since when their guild has looked over its shoulder at anybody. Administrator or otherwise, she does not care. They aim to become the strongest, relying on nothing except their own strength. Then she and Shev go forward to take part in the siege, while Hechi holds his head, thinking that in the end it comes back to this every time. Meanwhile, Richard contacts the administrator and reports that Red Bulls and Thunder Hunters have withdrawn from the agreement. The other guilds are unsettled as well because walking away from the main quest has apparently made them anxious. Carry on like this, and the plan to have Haho Mask killed collapses. So what happens next? The administrator tells him to forget it, and thinks, who would have guessed this man had influence? These are unforeseen circumstances. He planned all of it on the assumption that the man acts alone, and Richard asks whether he should tell them about the next raid, because then at least they hinder Haho Mask by taking the main quest. He disagrees immediately, because that would mean confusing ends with means. Their goal is slowing the main quest's progress. Leave the man alone, and even if all they do is watch, nobody passes this raid regardless. Richard says he understands everything and ends the call, and the administrator moves to the monitors to observe. Of course, he glances at the image of Haho Mask and says they will see whether he can keep being this happy. What Richard does not know is how little the man on the other end of that call cares about any of them. Very soon, an elite Hydra squad is destroyed inside Castle Heaven, and that knight does all of it alone. Naturally, the man is shaking with fear and he turns to Richard and shouts that this was not their agreement. He promised that cooperating with him meant help completing the main quest for Hydra alone. If the enemy had a cheat skill like that, he should have said so in advance. And then this man puts a spear through him and says he is very sorry, because a prophecy never reveals the most important part. He pulls the weapon out and the man drops to the floor exhausted, swearing. Then he hears armor clanking behind him, because a Gardo has arrived. He turns around in horror and screams, and Richard says that in the end, what counts is strategy. They would not scold him for having a little fun, would they, given he told them everything exactly as promised? Meanwhile, the Thunder Hunters are doing everything they can to help the other players. One of them bows to the Thunder Queen and says that thanks to the free potions and equipment they provided, the siege went successfully, and with that in mind, could he join the guild? Hechi directs him to the application area, and as the man runs off happily, he remarks that the situation is better than they thought. He leans towards Seolian and whispers that they participated in the siege without a single loss, and cleaned up their reputation on top of it. She orders him to take his face away from hers and asks how Hydra is doing. Since they said they would be in contact, she assumed they would do something. Hechi tells her not to worry this much, because everything is fine, and at that exact moment, both of them receive a notification. The wave of monsters has been successfully repelled. The final phase of the siege begins, the capture of Castle Heaven and the White-Eyed Knight. They take the castle and kill Suragardo, and the siege ends. Seolian is angry and surprised at the same time, because those idiots out of Hydra promised her that this siege ended in the players being crushed. And moving on to the next phase means they were deceived. Hahui runs over to her immediately, landing directly on Heichi, and he furiously calls her a rabid chihuahua, because she did that deliberately. She ignores him and informs the Thunder Queen that Hydra has been destroyed, which surprises both of them. She gives them the details. Apparently they knew about the Agardo raid that has only just opened, and tried to push through it while everybody else was holding off the siege, and one single knight destroyed them. She asks whether that is even possible, since Hydra would presumably have prepared for anything. She starts to explain, and Jaehyun interrupts, because Agardo can only be killed one particular way. He arrived on his wyvern so quietly that all of them are startled. He turns to the Thunder Queen and says he has a proposal for her and for Shev regarding the Agardo raid, after which all of them go to the castle together, where the players have already made camp and are waiting, since the Threwing Guild went in recently, and then suddenly the entire castle lights up. The system notifies every player that Threwing failed to defeat Suragardo, and the battlefield is being restored. One of the players puts his hands behind his head and remarks that they failed too. His friend says he watched their stream and they put every attack they had into that man, and he did not take so much as a scratch. How does anybody kill a monster like that? At that exact moment, another group arrives, and the players are astonished by what they are looking at. Thunder Hunters, Red Bulls, and Haho Mask. All of them walk up to the castle gates together, and a player asks why they are here. Have those three genuinely decided to team up? Because that would be an unprecedented alliance. The moment the gates open, the MC tells them he goes forward, and Seolian and Chev promise to cover him, exactly as agreed. Jaehyun reflects that in the end, out of the entire top 30, only Thunder Hunters and Red Bulls answered his call, because when he came to Seolian with the proposal, he said he does not trust the guilds listening to this prophet, and he wants them to help him raid Suragardo, and he fights alone. Hahui shouted indignantly, why would they do that? No, seriously, if the entirety of Hydra could not handle it, how does he do it alone? He declared that he can, because only the man who knows the tactics can. If he succeeds, they split the spoils 3 ways. If he fails, they simply complete the raid using his tactics. They lose nothing in that case. Do they? To nobody's surprise, Seolian smiled and agreed immediately. And now they are standing in the throne room, directly in front of Suragardo, who is waiting for his next opponents. The MC glances at him and thinks about how this is the White-Eyed Knight, and as befits the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, he is a long way from an easy opponent. On pure stats, he is nothing, except failing to kill this man. The Guardian Knight of Prince Dean, and the mini-boss of this siege means the road to a real raid on the prince never opens. Seeing the knight radiating that aura, Shev notes that this begins shortly. What does the Queen of Thunder do against an armored man like that? he hears that physical attacks do not work on him, nor magical ones nor divine ones. She says that charging in without thinking costs money, and the only reliable option is probing him from a distance first. Right away, our boy charges. The guild leaders are surprised that he went straight into a frontal attack. The knight tries to block that blow, and it appears he could not, and both of them pull back. Hahui turns to that idiot Heichi and asks whether his attack just landed. He tells her the man dodged and cut his shoulder, and physical attacks are still useless against that armor. Then a stream of dark energy comes out of the wound and everybody notices that his left arm is hanging limp, which means the attack worked. The MC says that apparently the man has had a great deal of fun with a body like that up to now, and this time it goes differently. He greased the blade with something. He says it is going to hurt a little. Meanwhile, the players outside are watching that stream with total attention, and every one of them is amazed by what just happened. Ho-Ho Mask landed a blow, and no guild before him managed it. Did he genuinely find a way through? Right now, our boy is fighting him on equal terms, and putting more and more wounds into him. The girls look at each other and ask whether it seems like he actually found a route through, and whether this is his solo raid. The man shouts that this is simply amazing, while the viewer count climbs quickly, because right now everybody, including people outside the game, is watching that broadcast live. Meanwhile, the MC parries another of the knight's blows, and immediately goes back on the offensive. Watching him, Shev notices that his confidence is not baseless. Something here is definitely wrong. The liquid on that sword is the key to getting through, and simply looking at it tells nobody what it is. The MC smirks and thinks that obviously they do not know, because Agardo's special ability is immunity to every attack, a manifestation of his conviction, never to fall while there is a prince to protect, expressed through the power of corruption. Ideally, you find the Oath Sword, the one Sir Agardo received when he became a knight, and use that to get through, because the Oath Sword's special effect converts every attack into fixed damage, and even Agardo cannot ignore that. Except finding that sword is not easy, and who knows who might set him up in the meantime. So he uses something that only becomes public knowledge later. An item with properties close to the Oath Sword's black sap, which comes out of an ebony tree when you kill one. Because the Oath Sword was tempered in that black sap, and right now he is the only person alive who knows it, which is why he is the one who kills him. Luckily, he jumps and lands another blow. A while later, the knight is noticeably tired, and the MC is hardly untouched either. Both of them stop to catch their breath, and then the knight takes a defensive stance, which surprises everybody watching. Heichi says the man is presumably used to fights where defending is unnecessary, and now he cannot ignore Ho-Ho Mask, and is being forced into it, which is proof that the damage is steadily accumulating, which means he can be beaten. Except in reality, that is not entirely a good sign, because going into a defensive stance also means fewer openings to attack. He asks whether the man is frightened. Does he think that fighting like this means his block never gets broken? Then he summons his skeletons, arms them, and tells the knight to try defending against this, because he wins regardless. 3 of them charge, and Agardo blocks them, breaks their blades and pins them in a handful of swings. Then the rest go in. The knight circles, trying to fight all of them off. And meanwhile, Jaehyun decides to come at him from behind while he is busy. Agardo starts concentrating energy into the wound on his shoulder, and the MC realizes he is trying to heal and strikes, shouting that it is too late. He knocks the sword out of his hands, and even then the man blocks the blow by simply catching the blade between his palms. What Agardo does not know is that bleeding is exactly what our boy came here to do, because without letting go of that sword, he puts his hand straight through his stomach. Sadly, blood comes out of our boy's mouth, and the others are alarmed and call him insane and ask how anybody pulls a stunt like that. Because his blood, black sap, has spilled across the knight's hand, and he feels the burning immediately and looks down at it in bewilderment. Honestly, the MC asks whether he thought he had won. He takes hold with both hands and says this is his real trump card. He activated dermal grafting, using ebony bark as the material, and the system reports that the properties of ebony now run through Hirkin, so anything his blood touches takes fixed black sap damage. More black sap pours out of Jaehyun's body. Agardo pulls his hand out immediately and retreats, then looks at his palms in shock and screams loudly in pain. The players shout in shock that this man is simply insane, except would a wound like that not put him out as well? Which is when the MC produces the other thing, the Vessel of Life, because he did not spend that much money on it for nothing. His health starts recovering slowly, and he also uses the Diadem of Purification to remove every status ailment and debuff. Still, he picks the sword up and decides he has done everything he can, and now he simply holds on until that thing finally goes down. Meanwhile, Shev turns to the Thunder Queen and asks whether she feels the same thing he does. The thing they both lost a long time ago, the thirst for a fight. When was the last time he fought like that, with everything on the line? Since becoming guildmaster he never has, because the position carries far too much responsibility. And today he envies Ho-Ho Mask, who has nothing to lose. She says the man can do this not because it is easy for him, because he also has something to lose now. The difference between them is that Ho-Ho Mask knows he has something to lose, and goes and takes it anyway, a tenacity that borders on stubbornness. She smiles and adds silently that this is exactly what she needs as well. Meanwhile, Agardo growls, because it does not take long. A crowd of knights walks into the castle, and he understands what it was that Ho-Ho Mask wanted the 2 of them holding off, while he took Sir Agardo alone, Heaven's fallen knightly order, walking in behind their commander.